Join Face It, Play Siege, win prizes. With 45,000 Ubisoft credits up for grabs every week in the EU Open Cups. Join the action at fce.gg/R6EU.
Good afternoon, gamers, and welcome back for another exciting day of Latam. It is all going to be kicking off here as we step into our second week of competition. That's right, it's Thursday again, and that means there is 3 more best of 2s to go down. The storm is a-brewing, and the man that's behind it in the dead set eye of the storm, you know exactly who he is. He's unrecognisable without hair. It's your main man, Tim, of course. Bring him on in. Where is he? Where is Tim? There he is.
Right,
hello, mate.
Jackie, my good man, and looking forward to some Latam.
Oh, mate, it's good to be back. Another week, Tim. We've had a little bit of downtime, couple of days.
Best
Are
part
you
of my
rested?
week.
Are you relaxed?
Always the best part of my week, Jackie. This is what it's all about. This is what it builds up to.
I hope so. I really do hope so, Tim, because this is looking even better than last week for me. Straight in, I reckon we've got
Crazy.
bangers the whole way through. It's looking like a stacked day.
Absolutely, it's just jam-packed to the rafters, Jackie. This is what it is. It's jam-packed to the rafters with bangers.
How can we fit any more in? I don't
You
think we
can't.
physically
Not
got
safely.
space.
Not safely.
To be fair, that's true. It would be against health and safety. Simon would be done. He'd be the one in trouble for it, not us. We'd be fine.
Oh, they'd be down here like, no problem. Straight. What's going on? There's too much excitement crammed into this broadcast. Where's your producer?
Just 2 lads from Ubisoft wearing just, high-vis vests and a hat, just going, is our producer Simon? Get him now! There's too many games! There's too much content. There's also too many bells and whistles, because we're adding even more to the show, Tim.
Bring it on, Jackie. This is just, it seems to be, I joked with producer Simon before the show. I said it's like a running theme we've got now in the Latam broadcast. It's a bit like show and tell at school. Like, you turn up with something new every week that you want to show off, that you want to tell people about. And that's what this is getting like.
It is. It's getting absolutely ridiculous. And I think that's a fair way to describe all of our play days last week as well, Tim. They were banging, mate. Straight from the top all the way through to when we finished things on Sunday. Every game was memorable. They all had so many hidden gems.
They really were. I was looking through, I've been watching the games yesterday and the day before, and there were just some absolutely crazy moments that you forget about along the way because you're so busy enjoying the next one. But the last one, the one that really sticks to mind, the Rise 1v2, where Lagonis got the diffuser down on Clubhouse in the basement, and Rise runs off to the wrong spot. He gets 1 kill, but then runs to the default spot. Lagonis is planted elsewhere, but then manages to get... Honestly, it was just crammed at Herds. Herds going off last week. 20 kills on Oregon. Absolute demon, and then died the second after he got the 20th kill. It's like he powered down at that point. Unbelievable. So much fun.
It was sick. Talking to Lagonis as well, we finally got to speak to him as well, right? He popped on for an interview. It was great to finally actually have a chat with the man. And he
Lovely
said,
guy.
hopefully we'll see more of Black Dragons. And hopefully, Tim, if things go their way, we might get another opportunity. And I'll fill you in for why. If we have a look at the schedule, Tim, there is a little treat towards the end of the show for any fans of Black Dragons that were impressed by his very eloquent interview back last week. Because, Tim, that's our last game of the night. We get Liquid, the legends themselves, going up against Black Dragons.
Ooh, I tell you what, we're just back up to our old tricks tonight, aren't we, Jackie? We've been rumbled with this one previously, but we're coming in with a big, strong third game. Black Dragons, there's been room for improvement so far, but they have looked strong compared to what they showed us last stage, and I wouldn't put money against them. Maybe disappointing Liquid there, even if it's just sort of taking half of one and leaving them on 2 points rather than 3. Wouldn't surprise me at all. Team Liquid have got a little bit to show us, to be honest, Jackie. Good against Santos and then couldn't get it over the line against NIP. So, they need to back that up now with a nice solid win there today.
They do. And I think what's great about that matchup as well is it means there's been a couple more days for Mab to get acquainted with the team and to just see how he slots in. Sexy Kate was talking very highly of him, so I reckon that'll be a fun one just to see how they're changing in terms of the benchmark and if they've improved from last week. But let's dial it back a little bit and have a look at what's coming up first on the show. Furia, they'll be taking on Santos. This is another game, Tim, where I think Furia should really be able to show what sort of skill level they're playing at. I think this has got to be a Furia game where they come out strong.
If I have to call it, Jackie, I think we see a hard fought draw. I think there's potentially something in this for both teams, but you're absolutely right. Furia came out and really impressed us play day one. They showed us what they were about and that they'd done some work, and that particularly those changes were paying dividends. Novice especially coming in absolutely massive to begin with. Quietened off in Playday 2. So it's definitely down to Furia to send a message at this point and to say, no, what we showed you in Playday 1, that wasn't flash in the pan. That is what we're about. That is what you're going to get going forward. And Santos, they had a rough ride. They had a tough start to begin with. No two ways about it. Liquid is always going to be a difficult outing, but there's definitely more to come from them. And I think this one is going to be hard fought tooth and nail, because they could be the two teams or two of the teams fighting towards the bottom of this table come the end of this stage. And it's important to remember, anybody who's maybe not aware, the bottom teams at the end of this stage go into relegation battles to fight against those Brazilian Challenger League teams that will be looking, or I think it's called the B League in the Campeonato Brasileiro, but BR6B, I believe, producer Simon's filling me in there. So effectively the same thing, the same process. You've got a team of sort of second league teams, and they're looking to get up in there. So it's all to fight for in this matchup.
Well, let's have a look, Tim. If we bring on those standings, we can see how things are starting to shape up, of course, after the first week of competition. So these do include the Stage 1 and Stage 2 results so far. So all the weeks of Stage 1 and our first week of Stage 2. Team 1 back on the top spot, it seems, at the minute, Tim. Barely edging it out back over Team Liquid. Team Liquid, of course, one of the teams we're going to get to see later on tonight. So that will definitely be spicy to see if they can try and bite back and steal that spot once again from Team 1.
Oh, absolutely. It's becoming a real back and forth duel. It's very, very nice to watch. And I mean, not to confuse, I'm certainly not trying to confuse you with things, Jackie, but I think it's worth mentioning the reason that we're focusing on the combined standings as it is over two stages is particularly because of that relegation element. So it's important because the stages are combined come the end of things to decide where the teams' final standings are in terms of things like relegation battles and ultimate awards. But the major spots will be divided by the current stage. So the major spots will still be decided based only on Stage 2's results. At a point in the future, I think Saturday, potentially, hopefully, what we're going to do is start displaying sort of a top four, if you will, to give you a picture of what the major's looking like at this point in time. But as for the whole picture, the combined standings are important because that really shows us how that relegation battle is working out particularly.
Yeah, critical, of course, depending on relegation, as that is going to be one of the big factors, as there is teams that will be dropping out. But the teams that will still be fighting fiercely on the competition, of course, are the two teams that are currently at the bottom, Tim, potentially in that relegation zone, Furia and Santos. For Furia, they're slightly ahead. They're in 9th out of the 10 teams, right? But that's still not a great position to be in. I'd say both of them have had fairly good showings at least. Obviously, they didn't do amazingly, Tim, but they've looked better than last season. Issue is that's not a lot really to go on, is it?
Well, not really, but it's a very fair point to make, Jackie. You could say after 2 play days, Furia already have as many points as they did in the entire last stage after 9 play days. So that is definitely growth. They came in strong, but there is certainly work for them to do if they want to push themselves up into the mid-table. But let me throw this one at you, Jackie. How is this for a scary situation? If Furia are to push themselves up out of that relegation battle, say they get another couple of wins along the way, who's dropping in there? Look at the teams that are down there towards the bottom of the table. You've got people like Ints that could be dropping in there. You know, there's some big names that could be getting involved in that fight. Black Dragons, depending how the season goes. it could be a real surprising finish. But Furia, they need to come out strong here. This is what we call in English football a bit of a 6-pointer, because not only do you get them for yourself, you take them off the team that you are battling with as well. So 3 points here for Furia, denies those points to Santos, and immediately opens up a big gap at that point. What is 2 points at the minute? That'll go to 5 points. And that starts becoming, when you think that these teams achieved 2 and 3 points over the last entire stage, 4 points in Santos's case, 5 points almost starts looking insurmountable very, very quickly.
Oh, it'd be crazy. It's a huge leap, right? Obviously, considering how they performed last season into this season. We've also seen the new additions of Novice and Lender. For my money, they look really good, Tim. If they can have that performance that we saw back on Playday 1, that is definitely possible, right? Surely, if they can come out, if they could do that again, have a little bit more consistency to it, they could elevate this roster so much. All you've got to do is pick up a couple of wins, and it depends. It comes down to the raw man-to-man skill power of all 5 of these players. Talking about 5 of these players, let's head into the rosters and start to give a bit of a clearer image of both of these teams to anyone that might be seeing them for the first time here in the BR6, Tim. Furia, they are certainly looking fierce, and the new additions are damn good.
I'm sure there's plenty of people who maybe haven't seen Fury before. We're getting new viewers by the day, Jackie. The word is spreading how much fun Latam is. So if you've not heard of Fury, they're a new team coming around from, we saw them first in Stage 1, heading back into Stage 2. They've shown us some great improvements so far. We've had Lender and Novice. They are 2 new players on the team. Fred, another big name to watch out for. Unpredictable. I'd likened him to a box of frogs last week, Jackie. You just never know what he's going to do.
Oh, mate, he'll try to jump out of a train car window. He will run. You will never catch him. But no, you're absolutely right. He is naughty, Tim. For me, especially, I think we both kind of agree, right? It's when he's on his defense. That's where he can be his most devious by far. He's so good at positional play. He can set himself up, really good on the roam, catches people off guard multiple times. He's good for frags. If you need to drop him somewhere and you're in a cheeky situation where it feels like the round is lost, as long as he's still alive, there's a chance.
The problem is, Jackie, he's like water. He'll get in anywhere. He's just difficult to pin down. It's like clearing a roam against Fred can be like trying to nail jelly to the wall. It's just so difficult because no matter what you do to try and pin him in, he'll just wriggle around it and he'll find a way out, and he always finds a way onto the flanks, and definitely one to watch on the defence. You're absolutely right. I would put him up there in the sort of top-rated defensive side players when it comes to getting those roam kills. Really is a talent.
Oh, he definitely is. And it does take a lot of nails to stick him to a wall. A team that can nail the mark when they need to, though, is Santos. Hopefully, they can do that tonight. Let's have a look at their roster. Another squad of talented players that I think finally have actually had a chance to show that, Tim. I don't really think they had the opportunity back in Stage 1. Coming into Stage 2, we're seeing more from them because Mighty and Scardina, they're big players.
They are big players. There's no two ways about it. Mighty in particular went mighty big last week. He really did have a good week. And so far on the season, he's 32 and 36. So he's not too bad in terms of KD. But that's one problem this team has got at the minute. Nobody above a 1 KD. That's always going to be a trouble for you and something they need to improve. Now, the real stat for Mighty is +7 on the entry, Jackie. 11 and 4. Going in big guns to start rounds off.
That is huge as well. Like, we can't understate that. That's actually pretty impressive when you think about it. The amount of rounds you can almost guarantee if you're getting that first pick to give yourself a really good fighting charge is ginormous. And we saw how well that translated in his last game. I want him to come out. I need him to pop off. The only thing is, Tim, I feel like if you've got Mighty playing well, there's another man that has to step up alongside him. And that's Cyprus.
Yeah, that's exactly the key. It needs to now be that core of 3 that they need to be able to rely on, and then the other guys chip in, whichever 3 that is. I've said this more and more in Siege. You tend to find for a really good performance, you need to have 3 solid players in that. It doesn't matter which 3 it is. I say, any round, any game, it can be any 3, but you need that. And so, yes, Cyprus for me, Scardina potentially, they need to be stepping up alongside.
They do. Unfortunately, we can't have 3 maps. It isn't a best of 3. Of course, it is the best of 2 format that we always stick to, but we can try and decipher which 2 it's going to be. Tim, we're into the second week. What do you reckon? How are you feeling? Do you feel like you can be more on the money this time?
I'm starting to get a bit more stats behind me now, so I can tell you that Coastline and Villa have been consistently banned out by these two, so I don't think that we're going to see those. Cafe Clubhouse have also gone by the wayside. For me, I think we're looking Oregon Consulate, definitely up there, maybe a theme park.
All right, well, let's have a look. Producer Simon, what is the veto looking like for the opening series of the night? Is Tim on the money? Oh, Tim, you always get me so worried with these. You know that.
I've got one.
All right.
No, I don't.
No. All right.
I've had a nightmare. Villa, that's a strange one because that's been consistently banned out by Furia as Villa. So they've let that one through the banning stage this time. Santos take the opportunity to pick it up. There's not a lot of information for either team on this stage going into that. No. So that is definitely going to be one to watch.
So, what are we looking at there with Villa? That's 9 bans, right? We haven't seen it once the entire tournament. That's now come in now. All right, that's a bit spicy. I mean, it's nice to see. I didn't know when we were actually going to get Villa this season, Tim, as it felt like it kind of floated out of favour. Clubhouse, though, we'll start where we are. We'll kick this off in the present, and we'll start theorycraft about that a little bit later. I frankly enjoy a bit of Clubhouse. I think some of the Latam teams have really had some interesting play style that's been coming out onto it. I reckon this could be a bit of a banger. Ooh, straight off the bat, though, Capital, he's been thrown out of the competition.
Big ban coming in on the Capitao. Again, it's one that we don't see too often, but it's not a surprise when we do see it, simply on the basis that Capitao is extremely strong. Very versatile operator. 3-speed, which surprises a lot of people. A lot of people forget about that factor for him. For some reason, there's just a feel about him that he's not going to be that quick, but he certainly is. He's also got that smoke-based utility along with the asphyxiating flame arrows, and he really does have a lot of strings to his bow. So Capitao, he goes by the wayside and will be joined by Thatcher, which is pretty much a stalwart Latam ban these days. Maestro, a little bit of an unusual one. We don't see too many Maestro bans, Jackie, and we don't see too much Maestro play, really. But Clubhouse is one of the locations, if you're going to see Maestro these days, tends to be up on that garage catwalk for CCTV. We've seen that a lot of times so far.
Yeah, no, you know what? I think this has probably had some of the lesser expected bans out of what we've had through the season so far, right? This is, if my mind serves me correctly, Tim, the second time I think we've seen Capital banned out over the course of Stage 2 so far. I know your stats will probably be able to either prove me wrong or back me up on that. The Maestro one, obviously, a little bit more of a sticky predicament. Does make sense, but it also leaves in a lot of the opportunity for you to just rock out with either, your Jaeger or your Wamai, which can completely deny that control for garage anyway. I still feel like that's the better pick to move, and obviously both of them are going to be brought out on the 2 big gunners we were talking about, Scardina and Mighty. This sets them up early on to be able to display a lot of that fragging prowess. I'm liking it.
So it does now. We've only seen one of these teams on Clubhouse so far, and that team is Santos. Furia, a little bit of an unknown quantity, especially with 2 new players coming in, so time will tell for those guys. But if we have a look at Santos's previous performance, they did get a loss. It was the map that Black Dragons came out and beat them on. It was hard fought, that much is fair to say, but it was 7-4 to Black Dragons. We had some big moments, if you remember, Jackie, particularly I think it was round 10. It was Lagonis getting the diffuser down in a bit of an off-brand spot and in a 1 versus 2, got it back to 1v1, then ran sort of full pace towards the default plant spot, scratched his head for a minute when the diffuser wasn't there, but then went and managed to get a successful challenge onto Lagonis, won his 1, got that diffuser disabled, and won a big round for Santos. So they're certainly capable here. They just need to show us a little bit more on defense, to be honest, than they did against Black Dragons. That's where they really struggled, Jackie. On attack, they had moderate success, 50-50 on CCTV cash. They won Gym and Bedroom. They won 1 out of 3 Church and Arsenal, which isn't actually terrible. But on defense, they really struggled. Now, Scardinia, he's going to come out. He's not struggling on defense right now, I'll tell you that.
Oh, mate, a lovely opener from, of course, the man we were trying to give some limelight to, and he deserves it. He's a bit of a showman. He can definitely pack a punch when he needs to, and coming into the game early like that with a tasty little frag is a hell of a way to do it. Now, is it going to be consistent, though? Is this par for the course in our opening round of Clubhouse, or will they be able to bite back? We've still got a lot of time on the clock, of course, as well. 2 minutes and 11 seconds. Ace getting a little bit of play as well with those Selma breaching charges. Slap it on top, it will fall the whole way down and tell that hard breach wall to pieces in seconds. Very effective stuff. Fred could actually be quite effective at getting a bit of a pick back in their favour as well. Peers in through the window, Tim, being quite cheeky, in fact. Relatively rude. Don't go looking for other people's windows, but you won't get anything for it.
Well, yeah, giving the old peek through the neighbour's window, it's never going to go down well, is it? But he gets away with it this time. Now, you can see that garage door is just being watched heavily there. Very, very cautious. Now, the attack from Furia so far, not too much progress, Jackie. They've got that east wall opened up, but they're a minute and a half into the round. There's absolutely no pressure being applied over on the construction side. We can see there's a bit of droning going on, but it is not disrupting the Roma over that side of things. And Santos, they're pretty happy as they are at the minute. They've got themselves locked into their positions and they're just holding fast. Now, Fred, he's trying to apply a little bit of pressure from the half roof there, just looking to play in through the east wall onto that cash wall, but shots will be exchanged, none will land, and that's going to be Furia just wriggling away once again, still on full HP. Now, it looks like there's going to be a little bit of pressure from the server side window there, but again, the Gridlock Novice, all they can really do is get those track stingers out and just deny that movement. Now, they still have to clear out Garage Catwalk potentially here, because that is a big risk.
Ooh, risky play, and it will be served up with punishment. But Tim, there's a bit of a mistake in the detonation. Cyprus, the man might have a field day, but one of them is going to be a team kill. In the end, it won't matter too much because we get left into this scenario, a 1 versus 3. They've got a huge manpower advantage off the back of it, and they will still finish up the round. It was a small mistake in a sea of success. A lovely round coming out from Santos to kick us off, and actually a fairly clean one when you take it into consideration, Tim.
Yeah, it really was. I don't know if that was down to them or whether it was down to Furia, if I'm honest. Just calling it as I see it. I think Furia, they never had anywhere near enough control to start pushing into sight. They had a man on Garage Catwalk still. They had men entrenched in cash. They had one at the top of Red Stairs. And just trying to put the track stingers and smoke canisters out and run into sight and put the diffuser down is probably leading in one direction, and we just saw exactly what that direction was. It was a nitro from Cyprus to shut down any plant attempt. He's going to take his men with him. He doesn't even mind. He's just putting that diffuser down cold on the ground. And really, if you think about that site, Jackie, just picture it in your mind's eye for me. They were trying to play within a fraction of space that is available to them. Essentially, they were just trying to play in the small strips of CCTV that run either side of the servers. That was their entirety of control for Furia there, and it was just nowhere near enough. You can't push in to 4 and 5 defenders like that. You have to get a couple of kills. Realistically, if you're going to push into CCTV, you must be in control of Garage Catwalk. We've seen it countless times. You're just going to get gunned down, whether you put smokes out or not. It's going to be a one-way ticket to a hiding.
Now, Tim, I don't want to derail us immediately at the start of the show, but you said mind's eye. See, now, interestingly enough, Tim, I have aphantasia. I can't actually visualize at all. I can't see anything. I have no visual memory.
Really? That's very interesting. I've never heard of that condition, Jackie, but that is actually very, very fascinating.
Yeah, it's the opposite of Fantasia, of course. So,
of course.
Yeah, I think it's like 1 in 40. It's something like that. But yeah, I have no visual memory. It blew my mind because I remember, obviously, you know, when people were like, "Oh, you count sheep to go to bed," and I was like, "Count sheep? What does that even mean? Like, are you just pretending that you're counting a sheep?" And they're like, "No, we can actually see sheep." Ridiculous.
Very, very interesting. I'll bear that in mind, Jackie, and I will. I'll avoid asking you to picture anything.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll paint a picture for you instead.
It's quite offensive, actually, Tim. I'm a little bit.
I feel attacked.
I don't know why you've done this. You know this about me. We spoke about this off air. Oh, right then, Tim. Back on track. Yeah, we'll talk more about that later. Anyway, for the course of the round right now, not much has gone down. Couple of tags here and there. Mighty, he was probably out imagining sheep, and unfortunately, he's imagined a bullet, but it's done actual damage to him on the mute. dropped him down to near about 50 HP, but he's still going to be fine for the course of the round, being able to back off and stay alive. Furia not actually getting themselves an early opening frag this time around. Nothing in the early game. Let's see if they can make up for it towards the end of the round. Gardenia looking to end lives, but he's suffering from success there. Dropped down to the ground from Lender, the Buck finishing him off, and they have now got themselves a pick with 1 minute and 15 seconds left.
A little bit of back and forth going on there between Lender and Scardenia. It was, of course, Scardenia in round one picking up the opener onto Lender. He comes in. Anything you can do, I won't say do better, but he can certainly do the same. Picking up that opener onto Scardenia, giving Furia the advantage this time around. And it certainly seemed last time like they might need it because they just struggled to get the kills in the mid to late round and to get themselves over the line. Now, interestingly, Lender, he has been the best on entry so far for Furia. And Cyprus, he's going to shut down Fred there with a nice little battle in the oil pit, and that's one that you might expect Fred to come away from. But Mighty, great nitro toss over the wall and into the kill box, absolutely deletes Bursa from the round. But once again, those trades continue, and we find ourselves 3 versus 3 coming into the last 23 seconds, and we are going to see the Church and Arsenal bloodbath any second. Mighty on the shotgun, completely shut down by Lender, just manages to keep his distance so that he is out of range. Will be closed down by Wagon. This is the danger of allowing Blue Corridor to remain. But Highs, with a quick trade, allows Novice to get in and start getting that defender diffuser down rather, but it's the defender shut down by Highs as he closes out the round 2 going to Furia. I told you, Jackie, I called it in a tweet earlier today. This was a sleeper. Believe me, this is going all the way and it's going to be hard fought.
Oh, it should do though. Both of these teams fairly evenly matched when it comes down to the head-to-head. They're close together. This is one of the games that I think is definitely a telling story to try and prove just how far up into the standings you should be. For Santos, will they end on top of Furia? Will Furia be able to prove that they're better than them? That's why this game has so much weight to it. But to the viewers at home, Tim, it seems like they've already made up their minds. And we've got 80% of the vote going in favour of Furia. That's 136 people believing in them.
That is a big landslide victory for Furia there in the poll, to be fair. And I'm a little bit surprised by it. I think Santos have certainly got more to show us. They showed us a great performance against Black Dragons. They came away 6-0 in the first map, only lost it over 11 rounds in the second. You know, this is a team that can play, make no mistake about it. And I think there could be a couple of surprises coming out today. Like I say, for me, and draws are always difficult to predict, but this one for me feels like it's got draw written all over it. I think Santos have got certainly more of a fight than 20% of the vote suggests.
Oh, yeah. This game is close. Obviously, for any of our newer viewers that are joining us, as well as I think we've now gone live on both of the channels on YouTube and on Twitch, this one is set to be a tasty little matchup. If you're coming into it and you're thinking, who are these two teams? Well, you're in for a treat. Our rank 9 and 10 teams here in the BR6 that are really fighting to get themselves survivability towards the mid portion of the season. It's our second week of competition. They've already done better than they have last season, especially for Furia. They're into a position, Tim, where they could skyrocket if they get a win. But that is a big if, as Santos are no pushovers. They've got a lot of talented players. Scardina already came out to start off the game with a nice little early frag. Mighty and Cyprus are the other two that I'm definitely going to be keeping my eyes on. And if we glance over to the side of Furia, it's Novice and Lender, the newcomers that both have really been going to new heights. They kicked it off amazingly back on week 1. I think Novice really did lead the charge. He had 7 frags in the space of 2 rounds. Can he try and mirror that today? He needs to if Furia want to pick themselves up some points tonight, Tim.
Speaking of mirroring, it's quite interesting to note, Jackie, we've got a cheeky little double mirror strategy on the bathroom wall there. Now, that's not something that we see too much of anymore. When that was first sort of conceived a couple of years ago, when it first came about, it was big brain thinking, and then it seemed to sort of die off. People got used to just exactly how to deal with it. And generally speaking, what happens is you put 2 mirrors next to each other, as we can see. At the minute, they're both closed, but there is the option there to actually open one of those. Oh, there you go. So one gets open to prevent the wall being opened, and then you play behind the second one that is still solid, and essentially you can peek out of the one that's open. It's actually a really simplistic method of giving yourself a nice kill hole next to an established mirror without having to open up a soft wall and leave that wall soft. got potential, but obviously they need to stop the players getting in behind them.
I do indeed. And so far, I mean, it's relatively worked out. This could work out even better as well as the Nitro goes casting out through the doorway. But it won't actually pick up the frag. It won't matter, though, as Heist just peeks back in anyway. Faces the mirror, and he will smash his lips clean off, dispatching him as soon as he got an opportunity to overwhelm the Maverick. Another round goes the way of Santos. Right now, relatively close. It's been a bit back and forth from the get-go. Santos definitely seeming like they are a little bit further ahead, though. It doesn't seem like maybe this is a level pegging instantly, especially with Furia starting off on the attack, Tim. This is where I would have thrown him a bone and said they would have come out with the opening rounds. They would have been netting themselves entry, especially Novice. He would have been the one for me that I thought would have just walked out, rocked up, started living his movie, finding impact frag after impact frag. But it's not been that storyline yet. It's mostly been Santos dropping the ball in one round, but for the rest of it, just having clean sheets.
Very interesting. I think we've got the mute bug at the moment, so we're just going to be having a little rehost, I think. He'll come back to us for a second while we just have a look at getting that sorted out. We'll get it done as soon as possible. Sorry, a little bit confusing there for a second. But you have come back into us. We will get back to this as soon as possible. Santos 2-1 ahead at the minute, doing well on defense, which is the big sort of identifier of growth for Santos here, Jackie, because they only managed to win one round on defense against Black Dragons. So the fact that they are coming out, they've got 2 already, they've bettered that, they're showing us that they're good on defense. They're going to be confident coming into the attacking phase as well, because they did well against Black Dragons, so why wouldn't they be? And it's interesting to see them bringing some different stuff to the table. I'm sure there's people that might raise questions over the effectiveness of a double mirror strategy like that, but ultimately, I've always been a big advocate for, I don't care what teams do if it gets the job done. Simple as that. I'm not going to criticize and say, well, that's not part of the meta. Should they really? At the end of the day, if it gets a round over the line, who cares? Nobody, when you're looking back at the history books, nobody, when you're looking back at the score lines, is worried about what strats were used in each round. You look at the score line, Santos have got the win. Simple as that. And whatever it takes to get it over the line, and it certainly did the trick. It stopped them getting the bathroom wall open. They tried to apply the Selma, and it just made it very difficult in order to do that and push in. So they had to try and push in through the bedroom instead, and they were shut down. Santos were completely ready for that being the case and closed them out of it. So great stuff from them.
Well, it's one of those, isn't it? Where it's like, if it's stupid and it works, was it stupid?
Absolutely.
It worked for them. It was a good execution, gave them a little bit of opportunity. And as a cheeky strat to throw into the mix as well, it's one of those that you can do as a one-off. It also leaves them second guessing. It's now that bit of paranoia where they could be frustrated off the back of a play like that. That might actually creep over into the next time you match up again as well. Especially if you look at it, right, if we ever got into a position where they were in bracket play, it's one of those rounds that's just like, you remember that round on Clubhouse, boys? Do you really want to risk it? They've got a mirror. It's just not worth it, right? It's a little bit of a seed of doubt. And I suppose what we can as well do, Tim, whilst we just have a little bit of time, whilst we're getting the lobby set back up. Obviously, for anyone that's a bit confused that was watching APAC, that's now ended up here with me and Tim. Hello, welcome. Me and Tim will look after you now. Welcome to our home. It's very loving. We love everyone here in the Latam House of Love, Tim.
Very welcoming, Jackie. Everyone is welcome in Latam, absolutely. And as you say, we'll take good care of you. Don't you worry.
But obviously, if you do also want to continue on watching the APAC stream, and you're like, hang on a minute, I didn't mean to be in Latam. Don't worry, still going on. That's going to be going on over on Rainbow Six Bravo. You can head on over there and catch it. We'll be, of course, mandating and taking over here on the A stream. We've hijacked it, Tim. It's ours now.
There's people coming back from getting a coffee or a water, Jackie, and they're thinking, what's gone on? Where have Furia come from? I don't even know these teams, and they don't know what's going on. Who's this bold guy?
Dev and Geo look a bit different. What's happened here? Oh, man. I've dropped the Australian accent and, we're going to keep it rolling with some beautiful Brazilian siege that is going to be coming up. Of course, in terms of the game we've got going on right now as well, we're a couple of rounds in. You haven't missed much, rather. I wouldn't worry about it. Stay tuned, as it is set to be a fairly exciting one. It's Furia taking on Santos. Right now, there are 2 bottom-ranked teams in the competition, Tim. I think the issue is, as much as those rankings would make you look at it and go, this one won't be that interesting, there's some of the weaker competition. I think that's a bit harsh, because I think the competition as a whole, all of BR6 is so stacked that although they're at the bottom, there's still a lot of fight left in them.
Oh, you'd be wildly wrong. There's absolutely no two ways about it. These teams have both shown so far over both play days that they've been involved in that they've got some real talent. As I mentioned last time around, we've had big players out of Rise, out of Sardinia. Mighty went big, all on the side of Santos. But then we look across the Furia. Novice and Lender in the first week, I think it was 45 kills between two of them across two maps. It was a ridiculous first opener for them. It was absolutely massive. I'll double check the figures. I'm pretty sure, and I'm not too often wrong from memory, Jackie, but I'm pretty sure that it was 45 kills in that first week. Just between, they just absolutely dominated Ints. There was no two ways about it. So 12 and 13, 25, and then 9 and 9, 18. So, 43 it was between them. Absolutely ridiculous first week.
That is wild. Especially like to come in fresh into the play day as well, basically debut with the team. And the fact it was 2 new additions to the team, right? Because that's kind of what we were sat there scratching our heads about. And it's like, it's going to be a bit awkward for them. It's 2 new players. Have they been able to find their footing? Have they found where they want them to play? Turns out, yeah, they did. They did very quickly. And talking of quickly, we're heading back into the game. It looks like the lobby's been set back up. We can continue on with Clubhouse. Now, if we've tantalized you and you're thinking, bruh, I am enamored by what is going on with, of course, the big man Novice and the large lad of Lender, then get ready for it, because it's going to be kicking off when we head back into it. They are on the attack, and this is where they popped off previously. It was Consulate where he went huge to start us off with entry frags. I want to see that Novice coming out now, Tim.
Absolutely, yeah, you're completely right. He went 5 and 1 on Consulate on entry. He really can have a huge impact in the early stage of rounds, and so far, out of 3 rounds, Lender and Novice, they've got an opening kill each. So 66% of those opening kills go into the side of Furia on the attack and showing that they can really get an advantage in that early round. But they've got to start backing it up. That is the key now. They need to come in, they need to take that into the mid round, and they need to really start pushing forward and getting site control. That's something that we haven't really seen them do too much of yet. They managed to get into Church and Arsenal, but there was only 2 men left alive by the time they actually got into sight. They won a war of attrition, essentially picking up gunfights along the way. And now, when we've looked at CCTV, we've just looked at gym and bedroom, never really gaining any established control in or around the site. And that's the next one for me, Jackie. If they're going to have a different outcome here to what they did in round 1 when they attacked CCTV and Cash, they need to be going in and they need to get control over Garage primarily. That is the big thing. Get control over Garage, because it really did just put them on the back foot, because they were trying to rush into sight in CCTV with no control. They just put down the smoke canisters and tried to run in, and it just really didn't work. So that's going to be have to be the change for them.
It's got to be. It's got to be. And if you've joined us now, or you were with us for our intro spiel, where we were getting you ready for the game, we're building you up, we've had another bit of a technical slip up. Don't worry, it'll get resolved. We'll get into the game. You're not going to miss absolutely anything. Of course, we're operating off the feed that comes from the Brazilian office. So if the game's live for them, it's live for us on this stream as well. There is no action that will be missed, and hopefully it shouldn't take too long to get our players back in to kick this one off. In the meantime, Tim, of course, if anyone has joined us and they do have a little bit of excitement about this game and they're thinking, I know a lot about Novice, I reckon he's going to play well tonight, then tell us. Let us know what you're thinking about this game. It's hashtag BR6. Producer Simon will be hand-picking some of the best tweets that come through, and he'll be plopping them on screen for me and Tim to have a bit of a chin wag about throughout the course of the broadcast. They need to tweet Tim, didn't they?
Of course they do. We love everybody at home getting involved. I think that's been one of the big points for us, Jackie, over stage 1. Coming into stage 2 has been the level of interaction we've had from the community. And I think the community's responded well to the level of interaction they've had from us as well. It's been a lot of fun all round. Everybody's enjoyed it. So yeah, get yourself involved. Get on the old Twitter. Send us some messages and we'll have a little look over them.
Yeah, if you're just sat around near your PC, get on Twitter, send in a tweet, and we'll have a bit of a read throughout the broadcast. Of course, we are just waiting for this one to kick off. Hopefully it shouldn't take too long, really, and then it'll be getting underway. In the meantime, we are subduing you to just mine and Tim's faces and our general argy-bargy for a little bit, but it'll be well worth it, won't it, Tim?
Always is, Jackie. I mean, I won't make a comment on the faces. I'll leave that for the viewers at home to decide whether they're worthwhile or not. But the argy-bargy is always worth sticking around for.
Oh, it's certainly golden. It really is. See, the thing is, right, at this point, I wasn't prepared. I didn't have the riddle sheet open. I wasn't ready for us to have a rehost immediately. Not two of them back to back, Tim. It's thrown me off.
I can imagine that it would do, Jackie. You see, this is it. People don't always realise how much goes into these broadcasts. You know, there's documents to be opened. You've got to look into a camera, speak. There's all sorts going on.
So that's the funny thing, right? You know, like obviously a couple of days ago when everyone was just tweeting like their caster sheets, Jess put hers out, Gio is getting involved. I was sat there and I was looking at mine, and it's just 70 riddles in block form, one after the other. And then there's a separate tab just called animals that just has loads of different facts.
Not a single team name in sight. I love it.
But, you know, I've got to have it, Tim. That's why we work so well. You always bring the stats. You're always on the ball with absolutely everything. I know your master sheet contains everything that's happened in every round. Where a player sneezed, where they got a frag, it's all there. That's why I come in just with stats about warthogs and, you know, what, kookaburras.
Perfect balance, Jackie, just as all things should be.
Oh man, well hopefully this game will balance us out. Producer Simon's asking me if I want to live a riddle. If you have one, Simon, I've not got my sheet up. Hang on, you're gonna have to give me a second here to prepare the riddle sheet. Let me get my Google Docs up.
You get your Google Docs. I know in my spreadsheet, Jackie, there's just a tab at the bottom of it that just says meaning of life. I've not dared click on it yet, but that's how comprehensive the spreadsheet is at this point in time.
Does it just say 42?
Yeah, that's all that's in there. except it's a circular function that's actually been allowed by the sheet that comes back to 42.
Oh, right. Here's the crazy thing about that. I've got the riddle sheet open. We'll get into that in a minute whilst we've got some downtime anyway. Do you know about SCPs, Tim? Are you familiar with SCPs?
I've played a game that I believe has been born on the SCP stuff. Yes, I think so.
Because they're very interesting, right? Obviously, it's like collaborative stories where people will come up with stuff, right? But it's written in a style as if it's like, you know, like government files and like stuff's been redacted. So they'll write certain things and then remove bits. So it's all kind of, you know, it's all kind of secret and a bit bizarre. There's some pretty good SCPs about stuff like the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. There's some banging ones in there.
Have to have a look through. Yeah, it's definitely good for a bit of fun. That much is for sure.
Yeah. If you had to come up with an SCP, Tim, what would it be?
It's a tough one, that, Jackie. I think maybe something hospital based.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's always something about a story in a hospital where maybe an abandoned hospital.
Just a bit eerie.
Yeah, I think there's always something about that atmosphere. I think you redact a few things from there and your imagination starts filling in details of what's gone on. That can get serious.
See, because the thing is, if I had to do one, mine would just be called The Red Dress. Because I remember now, Tim, I was working an event. I think it was, I was doing an event for Red Bull, I believe. It was like a World of Warcraft event, right? And we've gone in through the lobby, walking through the lobby, and I remember distinctively looking at a woman that was wearing a red dress, and she was at the front desk, right? And I thought nothing of it, looked past the security guard, got into the lift, and I've gone to my room, and I've fallen asleep. Now, I've woke up in the middle of the night, Tim. Standing over me in a red dress was what appeared to be some kind of demon-esque woman just screaming in my face. And I panicked and bolted out of the bed, woke up, looked around. It's been 10 minutes. I've had a nap. And obviously, was it a dream, Tim? That's the question.
Well, that's the question. You've just got a well pre-made SCP right there, haven't you, essentially? Your brain's written it for yourself. But, yeah, a bit of a scary one, that, Jack. I bet that's put you off red dresses.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I'm now terrified of hotels and red dresses, and also 10 minutes.
I'm just scared of 10-minute segments.
I don't like sleeping for any shorter or longer than 10 minutes. I can only sleep in 8-minute intervals.
That must be exhausting, Jackie.
It really is. It really is. But anyway, welcome,
I can
everyone.
imagine your alarm screen on your phone. Just with 8-minute intervals. Just like 78 8-minute intervals.
Genuinely, it's a nightmare. You know, you have to go through the Alexa's going off every 5 minutes. It's bizarre. It really does throw you off. Well, every 8 minutes, technically. It is an absolute nightmare. I think it's been about 8 minutes since we started this segue. And hello, everyone that's joined us. If you're thinking we were watching some Siege, now there's some guy with a beard and a bald man talking about all sorts of madness. Don't worry, we do have some Siege-related content to get into. If you'd
That's what
like
we
to
do.
see some of it, Tim, we could probably give them a little tasty treat, of course, as we've still
I
been
think we
working
probably
hard on
could.
the A to Z of Siege, haven't we, Tim?
Always working hard, Jackie. We're always working hard to bring that content. We want to make everybody welcome.
We do indeed. If you're unfamiliar with it, take a look at this bad boy and get acquainted with the A to Z of Siege.
M is for map pool. And when we talk about map pools, there are two different map pools that we really refer to. There is, of course, the competitive map pool, which is all 7 maps that the teams have available to choose from. But more often than not, when we talk about a map pool, we're talking about a team's individual map pool. And when we do this, we're talking about the maps that that team likes to play. Generally speaking, teams will have maps that they will try and avoid, that they will ban out in most matchups, and therefore that map would not be included in what we would refer to as their map pool. So the better teams will generally have bigger map pools and be capable of playing on a larger variety of the active maps.
There you go, the A to Z of Siege, one of the lovely little new additions that, of course, we've been trying to get added to the course of the show. So there's some nice content for that downtime and something that also gives a bit more of a level playing field across the entire community, Tim.
Well, that's it. You know, quite often you'll get new people pop into the stream, I'm sure, and they look and they hear us going wild in the middle of a round and they think, what is he going on about? What is going on here? And so we always try to cover that off. We know that we've got loads of you watch tons and tons of Siege, and you know what's going on. But we also know that you want more and more people in the chat as well, and that you're all welcoming guys and girls. So we like to try and cater for those new people and just throw out a little bit of information. And if nothing else, you get some cool highlights. So win-win.
Exactly. You still get to see some Siege gameplay, normally throwing in some of the better plays throughout the course of the time, of course. Tim's been hard at work, scouring through, getting all the necessary clips for those bad boys, and it has paid off. And waiting has paid off as well. It looks like the game has just gone live, and we can head back into Clubhouse, the continuation of this series. Again, guys, sorry for the downtime. Of course, we did have a little bit of a sound bug. We were getting that resolved. Seems like everything has been fixed. Fingers crossed, Tim. Touch on wood. We are live.
We are live, Jack. Cast the start game.
Please, Tim, start the game.
Please.
What are you doing?
We're coming back in. We're in round 5. So unfortunately, we have missed a round along the way. I think the one that we crashed out of has been finished off. We can see that win has gone to Furia. So it remains very, very close. So that's pretty good because it leaves us coming in at a level playing field. We've not sort of missed anything. We've not missed the team taking the lead there. We're almost coming in with a fresh start at that point. So like we say, hopefully we'll stick with this right the way through now. Round 5, we're going to be heading down to Church and Arsenal, and so far nobody able to gather any momentum. Santos have taken round 1 and 3, which is CCTV and Gym, so they've taken the top floor sites each time. And then Furia have come in, they've took round 2, which was in Church and Arsenal, and round 4, which was in CCTV, so their first upstairs win there in round number 4. Now, of the teams, we've said they could well be facing off in a relegation battle come the end of things here. So these games against each other are particularly important. They're going to want to deny as many points to the other team as they possibly can. And we can see we're getting set up now. We've got the Malusi on the board. Not something that we've seen too much of, Jackie, but this is one of the locations that Malusi has been brought along.
Thrown into the mix. Obviously, out of the two of them, we've seen a lot more Ace than Malusi, but as we've said previously, she definitely has her areas where she can excel at being such a nuisance maker, can slow you down massively, make it incredibly awkward to get into firefights, can be very versatile if used in the right locations, whereas Ace, just outright versatile. You can throw him into the mix pretty much on any map, in any position as a hard breacher, and he will pay dividends time and time again. Let's see, though, if we will get a little bit of the Malusi madness. Instead, we get Scardina, the headshot master, coming out with the opening frag onto Novice with a tasty little shot there, Tim. That was beautiful.
It's been an absolute battle between these guys. We've had Scardini, Novice and Lender completely showing down with each other about who is going to pick up those opening kills. And this time it's Scardini that comes away with it. He's going to get that kill onto the Ash taken off the board there. So that is the entry gone by the wayside, and we can see this top floor roam is having some good impact this time around. A minute and a half still on the clock, and yet to even move Scardinia out of gym. So Furia, they certainly need to get moving here, and they need to up the aggression, and Santos are playing this perfectly as Furia start to push into side, or onto the top floor rather, as they start to push through there. They just drop back a little bit further each time and soak up that pressure. Now, Highs will eventually shut down Scardinia, but look at the counter there. That is not the end of the world, losing the two roamers with only a minute left on the clock, especially when Cyprus is up there still making a nuisance of himself. We find ourselves now 3 versus 2 in favour of Furia, but the Santos defenders, they just need to lock out another 50 seconds here, and there is still a lot of work for Furia to do. They don't have any access to the site as of yet.
A lot of groundwork, a lot of labour left in this round if they want to be able to claw this one back and pick it up. 35 seconds remain. 3 versus 2. Wag and Rise as the last two remaining defenders into this round. We've got Bursa, Fred and Lender as the three musketeers. The triple threat that will be looking to threaten the livelihood of Santos relatively soon. Bursa coming into play. Selma Device will rip the top off the hatch. He'll be able to push his way down, but is stalled, held at bay by the smoke play of Rise. Dashing out the Sanguine Arsenic and then pulling out the Shotty, waiting for close contact. Tim, they've got 7 seconds to make this work. They have to do something soon. Impacts being cast out to slow them down. Wag going for the peak, and he finds the first, slaying the initial man as Bread gets broken in 2, and they can't do anything about it. Knocked off the diffuser, no chance for the round. Santos are left as losers.
Great plays from Santos there. As I said, losing 3 up on the top floor. You could initially have looked at that and thought, that could be a big loss on the Mankind. But given that they were down to 50 seconds at that point with absolutely no access to site for Furia, it basically just took them too long. And that's everything that hold is about, Jackie. So we call it the SSG strat. Most people will be familiar with it or will have seen it before. You take the Mute and the Moze, you play them up on the top floor. In this case with Cyprus on the Jaeger as well. They had 3 up there, even though it's a basement objective, and you might look at that and say, why exactly are they doing that? But the reality is that they are burning time because those roamers cannot be ignored. We've seen it. And the reason that they can't be ignored is because a lot of mid-level control, so in and around bar and stock, kitchen, that ground floor level, a lot of control of that is required when assaulting onto Church and Arsenal. There's hatches that you want to play, there's angles that you want to hold vertically to allow you to get in and take that final execution onto site. So because you have to play in those areas, you can't ignore the top floor because, as we see, cash floor, CCTV floor, bedroom floor, gym floor, all destructible. The floor at the bottom there in logistics, down into kitchen, destructible. So if you leave those roamers up on the top floor, they're just going to pick you apart. So you have to go in and clear them out. And that was played absolutely brilliantly by Santos there. Burnt 2 minutes, took 2 bodies with them, and Furia, they just had far too much to do and not enough time.
Yeah, it's so hard to get back into a round like that at that point. Also, a lot of it comes down to the start of the round again for me, right? You look at the intro to that one, just getting your head ripped off on a man like Novice that's on screen now, that's going to hold you back so much. We need to see him finding impact frags, finding entry frags, and winning those opening duels. So far, he's not really had an opportunity to. Of course, if you're looking at the stats, it's not really going to give you the true story because we did have a rehost into this one, so it has, of course, removed what had already been built up. But Novice, he's not exactly had the spectacular performance that he had back on play day 1 just yet. It is early doors. We're only coming up towards the last round of the first half, but that is the last round where he has an opportunity to be on the attack to pose a threat, Tim. And I'm worried. If he doesn't show up here, get the team a little bit of leeway, bring it back to potentially a 3-3 split at the half, I think they haven't done themselves justice.
Well, he needs that bit of confidence under his belt as well, doesn't he? You know, coming in there, as you say, to a defensive half where generally we see better performances on attack. You need a few kills there. You need to have some of those aggressive moments where you can feel like, right, I'm on top of things here going into that defensive phase, because otherwise it could be a bit of a big ask, a bit of a tough showing on defense. And right now we can see some tight angles being held. We can see the double mirror strat has not been utilized this time around either. The Maverick it will be to try and clear this hard reinforcements. So basically by cutting across top and bottom, they can get it to drop off the wall and then soft breach open what is left of the wall. Novice will open us up with things. As we said, he needed those kills before moving on to the defense. Gets the opener onto Rise, and that could be big. We've just seen important players coming out of the smoke previously.
Could be pivotal. Ooh. I was hoping that the play from Mighty would be a pivotal attack as well, but the issue is that C4 relatively sticky with the double-sided tape. It gets stuck on the ceiling, and it won't reach him to new heights in the round. Instead, he peeks, going for a bit of a risky play to try and make up for it, gets slaughtered, and leaves his team in a far worse position. Now they're down to 3 operators left on Santos. 45 seconds on the clock, of course. Furia, you need to speed it up a little bit, but that is a speedy way to engage. Novice on the peak finds Wag bounding around, looking like Bambi as he gets shot in the back of the head. Cypress trading onto Fred, but as he peeks past the doorway, it'll be his demise that he spots. Scardina from the stairs to straight into the brick wall, smashes his face as his jaw has been shattered by highs on the Maverick Tim. The last round going over to Furious. They do bring it back. They keep it close at the half, and this one is wrapped up in a neat little package, 3-3.
Much more decisive round from Furia there, getting in, opening things up with a couple of early round kills. As you say, Mighty just unfortunate with that Nitro toss. I think if it doesn't stick to the wall and maybe nets him a kill or two, then we may be looking at a slightly different round. But Furia certainly had that one on lock for the majority. They got the men circled, put pressure from all angles, and made it very, very difficult for Santos to move around in any way, shape or form. So now that we've headed over the halfway mark, it's of course a best of 12 map, so one team will defend consistently for 6 rounds and then switch and attack for 6 rounds. So that is exactly what's happened, and Santos moves on to the attack now. They're going to see exactly how they can crack the nut of these defensive sites, how well they can get in, get control, and try to get that diffuser down and active on the ground.
Okay. An important round, of course, for either one of these two teams, as it was straight down the middle in our opening half. Also, there's a bit more consistency, right, Tim, coming into this, because we did have the rehost. It definitely slowed down the game a bit. There was a good 10 minutes, basically, between the prior round until we got back in. So, in terms of you really being on the ball and giving it, it might knock you for 6 a little bit. So, coming in here, now you've got a chance to find your footing, get a bit of stability built up, and play off the back of it. Is that going to favour Santos or Furia? Obviously, that's yet to be seen with the course of this round.
On the attack now, Santos, they showed us a better outing on the attack against Black Dragons than they did on the defence. They were more successful. The site that they're assaulting is Church and Arsenal, and that was their most difficult site against Black Dragons, winning 1 of only 3 attempts, so a 33% win rate for them. They're going to have to improve on that here, and they could really do with coming in and getting themselves a nice early start. We can see the top floor roam is in place, just as they had success with. We also have a Vigil on the cards in the form of Fred, and we said coming into this game how unpredictable Fred can be on the defense at the best of times, so couple him up with that Vigil, and that is a nasty combination.
Wago, the mighty Monty himself, pushing further forward. This could be a brilliant bait play if Fred's actually able to pull off something dastardly here. They're focusing so heavily towards the right. Of course, Mighty at least flicking back to watch towards the doorway, but there isn't an assault coming towards him. He's holding the angle, so it should be a free frag, which it will. Hook, line, and sinker. Fred walks out and gets busted in 2. Bursa suffering the same fate as well, Tim, and this is not looking ideal for Furia whatsoever. Santos, you've got site control. Wag can just sit there, crack open that diffuser, get it planted down on the floor, and you've got a major playing field to work with here. It's a 3 versus 5, hold your angles. Wag, of course, with a massive shield as well. He can sit in front and defend Cypress as the push comes out, and they're still finding picks. Mighty with another one, dashing his way through every one of the Furia members. It's just down to Lender and Novice, and at this point, they are starving themselves out. No time, no chance, and soon, no players.
Interesting plays coming in from Santos in the fact that they've just assaulted site extremely quickly, and that is something that we have seen from Furia previously. We've got Novice fighting here, 1 versus 3, time ticks down, he can't get the diffuser, so even picking up all 3 kills will be impactless at this point, unfortunately for him. Ultimately, shut down by Scardinia on the pistol. It will be a Santos win in round number 7, and a good attack from them, which is what we would expect based on what we've seen previously. But as I was saying, Jackie, interesting because if you remember, Furia previously have played, I think it was on Consulate particularly, played very quickly into site a few times, very objective focused, got in there and got that diffuser down, and it's something that it feels like they were just caught out with a little bit there. So for me, maybe need to be more aware of a playstyle that they've taken advantage of in the past.
Yeah, I think so, right? You know, you've got to be aware. You have to be alert and ready for these sort of plays to come out. Talking of being alert, what is the play here from Wag? The old bait move. Off of the ace, onto the ace with a 6-pick to try and bait them out. They make a change from Valkyrie going on to Goyo. Shouldn't affect things too much, of course, but just a little bit of mind games thrown into the mix, Tim.
I love the mind games of the 6-pick, especially when you see the sort of reactionary 6-picks as well. And of course, we've got the oversight to see exactly who is being switched from and to, but the teams are unaware of that, so they get to see that initial lineup of 5. But then when the 6-pick comes in, it just gives the defensive team, or both teams rather, sorry, an opportunity to change just one of those operators without the other team knowing who they have changed to. That remains as a question mark unless they can spot them out on the drones during the preparation phase. Now, you can see a CCTV setup here, reasonably standard. We've got, interestingly, a couple of deployable shields. I think at least one of them is a Goyo shield, possibly both, out on the garage catwalk. So that's going to be interesting to see how that develops, because the garage catwalk is a particularly important place to try and assault, try and gain control of. And we saw exactly why back in round number 1 here, because Santos were able to completely shut down the Furia attack without that garage catwalk being lost. So that's something that Santos will need to deal with this time around on the flip side, and those Goyo shields will make that a little trickier.
Cyprus on the entry then, over on the Ash. Curious to see how much of an impact he'll actually have into this round. We can see early on he was tearing down the barricades. Talking of tearing down the walls of Jericho towards the front door of the site have been blown to bits immediately. It's just how strong Ace can be. You can launch those Selma devices on it and get it deleted in a matter of seconds. And talking of being deleted, that is unfortunate. Rise has dropped out. I feel like at this point we are going to be carrying on with the round, so it will be a 4 versus 5 going forward here. Obviously not ideal for Santos as they are in the lead. Worst case scenario here, if this gets brought back into a 4 versus 4, we'll get him back into the rehost following it, and we'll see where they can go from there. The round is still live for now though, and they're looking to equalize. They spot out Kaid, do a little bit of damage, pepper spraying onto him as they're clearly peppered up for this round, Tim, bringing him down to fairly low HP.
More than anything now, Santos need that opening kill. They need to level things up on the numbers here so that that dropout doesn't impact them too much. You can see why the deployable shield has just been played facing out towards the east wall there. It's just providing some safety to Lender on the Wamai so he can stay entrenched on that garage catwalk for as long as possible. We can see the utility is raining in at this point to try and dislodge him, and cams and all the other defender gadgets are being taken out of the mix right now, but not quickly enough as Fred and Lender pop up like evil Jack in the boxes and get themselves 2 kills from the catwalk. Wag shuts down Lender as a trade, but that now leaves us in a 4 versus 2, and it is all to do for Wag and Scardinia here. Scardinia, he has himself up there on the half roof. He's just trying to pick anybody up, will be peeked by the Goyo and shut down by Novice there. 4 on 1 now, and it is all to do for Wag. He's got himself 1 kill on the round so far. He's going to need to find another 4. Unfortunate not to pick up the headshot on Fred, but surely it would have been too little too late anyway. The Jaeger it is ultimately to close the round down, shutting down the ace, and that will be another round going in the books for Furia to level things up once again.
Now obviously just seeing if they'll be able to get back in. Doesn't look like it. Seems like we are going for a rehost here, of course, so we can get him back into the lobby and then carry on with things. Don't worry, this one not looking like it should take as long as previously. Should be a fairly snappy one, and I'll turn my lights on relatively snappily there, Tim. That was smooth, wasn't it?
Perfectly smooth. About as smooth as me putting my glasses on previously, Jackie.
Ooh. See, that's what we do. We keep ourselves on our toes. I
We
don't
give you
know.
the behind the scenes. That's what we're doing. I mean, if you've not, you may not have come across it before if you've not been in the Latam streams too many times, but it's a little bit of a tidbit for you, Jackie. I don't wear
Go
my
on.
glasses when casting the game, just whilst
You
I'm on
don't.
camera here, because at such a short distance to my screen, I don't really need them necessarily, and they give me a headache, so I don't wear them throughout casting.
In reference to, I don't know why I did the hand motion for reference. In reference to your monitor, Tim, where are you when casting?
I'm about 1.5 inches away.
That's fairly close. Do you?
So much so that I have to move my head to see other areas of the screen. No, I'm joking. I'm at arm's length away, as any good health and safety advice would tell you to be. I'm about 2 to 3 feet.
All right, fair enough. And where are you now?
Similar.
Then why? Oh, okay, right. Purely because you're not looking at the monitor now.
I'm not particularly looking at the monitor.
Right,
I'm looking at the camera, but also it's about the length of time as well. So this generally is for 5 or 10 minutes when we're doing the bits in between games. But obviously the game, I can be staring at the screen for maybe an hour. And because I don't really need them, it just starts giving me a bit of a headache. And so there you go.
There you go.
Just for sure. They're just glass in these, Jackie.
Yeah, it's one of those with no lenses, just the plastic. Yeah. Throw you off party glasses. This is party trick. Look, I can see. And he takes them off. And
I won't try and put my finger
plate
through to prove it, because I'll probably just poke my lens out or something and cause a bit of an issue. If I tell you, can probably see the reflection. I do have glass in them. They are real glasses.
Oh, mate. Right. Tim, it's looking like we're getting players back in fairly sharpish with this one. Doesn't seem like it should take too long. I have actually prepared you a little riddle, but we'll keep it for later on. Now, of course, if anyone's joining us and they're a bit confused about the riddles as well, you can get involved with those over on
He keeps going on about riddles.
riddles. Who is he? Why is there a sheet that says Ace's riddle answers?
He just keeps going on about them. I don't know what he's on about with it. We have some riddles for the re-hosts. It's a lot of fun. It's a whole thing.
It is, and we've been doing it for a while now. If you're unacquainted, get acquainted. We'll probably do one next time there's a rehost, as this doesn't seem like it should really take too long. We've nearly got all 10 players back in the lobby, so if you're like, damn, not another rehost, don't worry, it really shouldn't be that much longer, and then we'll get back into this, because the game was actually starting to heat up a little bit as well, Tim. It seemed like they were really getting into groove of things. It's an unfortunate round to drop out on as well. Obviously, to lose the man in that manner, it does knock you for six a bit, but it seems like they're contending with it fairly well.
We've got an absolute classic on the cards. There's no two ways about it. It's 4-all at the minute, and this one is going to 12 rounds. Absolutely guarantee it. We are not going to see one of these teams run away with this. It's going to go down to the wire, and it's going to be hard fought, because they both know that ultimately they could be fighting for their lives, and come the end of the season, if they find themselves in a relegation battle, it's matches like this that they could well be looking back to, wondering if they could have got more if the result doesn't go their way. So these two are coming out absolutely swinging at each other at the minute, and I am certain that that is going to continue. As you say, hopefully we can do that without any further issues that is just sort of halting the progress and just mixing up the momentum and just making it difficult for any team to really find a stride. That is unfortunate at the minute. But again, sometimes, as I've said, being a successful team is about who can deal with adversity, who can come into those scrappy situations and react better. If you come in and allow this to tilt you, at the end of the day, the other team's having to deal with exactly the same, and you could well go away with fewer points because of it.
Yeah, you've got to keep your mental fortitude strong the entire way through, right? It's the nature of online, obviously, Siege at this point. There is going to be issues. It's unavoidable, Tim, unfortunately, until we get back into an environment where we can obviously monitor things a lot easier when we are back on land, hopefully in the future. Obviously, for now, though, it is what it is. Obviously, contending with it is part of the game at this point in pro play. If you don't have the mental fortitude to be able to roll with the punches, get back in and try and keep off where you left off, you are going to drop off. We've definitely seen it plague some teams in the past back over the course of stage one. There was a couple of moments where it seemed to knock teams' momentum. For this one, it's been so back and forth already, where it has looked very evenly matched, which is kind of what we expected. And the dropouts have been on either side. It doesn't feel like it really favours or negates anyone.
No, I don't think so. Like you say, it's not like a team have got 4 rounds in a row and then they've been hit with a rehost and now they're having to sit there cooling down. And it's not that sort of situation. Nobody's losing any momentum here. Yeah. You know, these rounds have gone back to back all the way through. There's nobody's won 2 rounds. Nobody has won 2 rounds in a row. It has been always Santos Furia. So there's absolutely no momentum to broken here. I mean, by that pattern, we're coming back into it 4-4 in round number 9. You'd expect Santos to win the next one if the pattern continues. But at the minute, they've not really shown us enough on their attack for us to really know exactly how it's going to go. We've had one good round from them. We've had one round where they struggled a little bit, but they only struggled on probably the basis that they lost the man in the first minute of the round. So we need to see them coming out at full strength.
We do indeed. And luckily for me and you, Tim, it looks like we can jump off the struggle bus and start getting back to viewing a spectacular game of Siege. As I can see all 10 players now back in the lobby, so hopefully we should be kicking this one off relatively soon and continuing on here with Furia Santos. Now, coming into the game, it was overwhelmingly positively in support of Furia, right? We had 80% of the vote that thought Furia were going to take this. I wonder what they're thinking now, Tim, as we continue on with this with a scoreline going into it that does favour Santos.
I'd be very interested to see, actually. As you say, how many people have jumped ship and have seen something from Santos now that actually has been a bit of a surprise to them. Maybe didn't manage to catch the Black Dragons game on Sunday, potentially. Haven't seen Santos, any better than we saw them against Liquid. But that is certainly more of a comment, that game, on Liquid than it is Santos, because Liquid can do that to any team on any given day. So, to judge Santos by that first performance would be a very, very tough measure in my eyes. Like I say, the Black Dragons performance is much more what I would expect to see from Santos week to week.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
All right. Well, here we go then. We are live. We are back in the game. All looks glorious so far. So hopefully we can maintain this momentum. Obviously, scoreline-wise, it's right down the middle, right? It's neck and neck. Basically, this has been the story for the entire game as well. As you said yourself, Tim, Santos will get around. Fury will bite back. Santos will bite back. They are at each other's throats 24/7. This is the one opportunity where you can start to step a little bit further ahead, get yourself a pivotal 5th round, and move slightly further forward. Then at that point, you're in crunch position as well. You win 2 rounds. You're 6 rounds deep. You've guaranteed a draw. There is no overtime in Latam. If you're watching for the first time, we run best of 2s with draws on either side. So, of course, if you can get yourself to 6 rounds, you are very close to, at worst, walking away with a draw in the series.
That's absolutely it, and the way the points are awarded are across the result for both maps, essentially. So it's not that you get points for map 1 and points for map 2. It's depending on what happens in both. So 2 wins will get you 3 points. A win and a draw will get you 2 points. A win and a loss or 2 draws will get you 1 point. And a draw and a loss or 2 losses will see you get 0. Zip. Nada for that game. So it is very, very important for these teams in the first map to try and get themselves that advantage, because if you get the win in the first map, you're guaranteed at least a point overall. You know that you're putting something on the board. And then if you can come away and keep yourself on top in that second map, you can strive for that 2, that 3 points even, if you can get the win on both. But right now, some very quick progress for Santos here. I'm not sure exactly what Fury have chosen. I think they've negated the top floor roam. They've not worried about that top floor this time around. They're playing all 5 down on site. That's going to allow Santos to just get in very quickly, and they have done so. They've shown that they're using those drones, good comms, good teamwork, just to call out and find all 5 of those defenders, know that there's no threat upstairs, and they can move in and start getting those hatches immediately.
1 minute and 30 seconds remain on the round. All 10 players' vital signs are looking lovely. Everyone is alive and kicking. And the storm needs to arrive soon. But which team is going to get loud? Who's going to bring the thunder and be able to get the entry frag into round 9? Only time will tell. Santos looking to make use of the vertical play here, Tim. Obviously, Buck with that skeleton key, tearing apart the floorboards, ripping the drywall open, tearing down the plasterboard, and giving himself a clear angle to peer in. And here's a clear-cut move coming round from Rise as well, baiting out the peek from Novice, as he'll have to overextend to get the reconnaissance to see if he's fallen back. He'll link up with the rest of the team, and it seems like they're going for pretty much a full execution now onto the site. They need to hit their shots, and they need to be handy with their steel if they want to earn their keep into this round. We nearly had close contact there. I think it was Bread that went for the wide swing. Fred, rather. He didn't actually spot him out, Tim, but it seems like the instigation is now.
versus Nitro out of hand, I believe. I think it was the one that we saw shot off that was stuck to the ceiling. Now the challenge will come onto blue corridor. Bursa at close range with a shotgun will get one, but we have kills trading in both directions. 17 seconds to go, and this one is going to be a brawl in the final moments, but it's Santos coming out on top. They are delivering knockout punch one after another. They know the location of the last man. Bursa able to shut down an attempt on the plant, but will not matter as he's traded immediately by the mighty man himself. Closes him down, closes out the round, and Santos once again get themselves an advantage, put themselves in the lead 5-4 on the scoreboard.
There we go, Santos contending with a tempo that was broken. Of course, they lost out on Rise the prior round. He got back in and they kept on trucking. And that is huge as well. Winning that 5th round does an awful lot for you. You're now 1 round away from 6, where you will have a guaranteed draw in the books. If you get yourself a 7th, at that point, you have done it. And you can walk away with your heads held high with a lovely first map victory heading into Villa, which will be our 2nd map in the series. We won't get ahead of ourselves. We'll keep it locked with this for now, and we'll see at least if there is more fight in Furia. For me, when I initially looked at it, Tim, I thought I would have favoured Furia, especially coming into Clubhouse. I thought if I had to put my money on them, they'd be able to show up here tonight and keep it close. The game is close, but they really have to grab this game with both hands soon, or they risk losing out on this one.
It's now or never, as you say. They need to make sure that they come in here and get themselves a result in round number 10. Otherwise, Santos will be guaranteed a draw. But I think also the momentum that gains them could well push Furia dangerously close to the brink in terms of losing this one now. I like what I see from Furia on this defence. Given that they were going in a turtle fashion, they show good sense to know that Dirt Tunnel may be a location for a push. And we saw the Maverick just opening up the wall very quietly, and Rise just trying to sneak his way on in, and it can be a great play. There's a real potential for a backstab there whilst the defenders are completely unaware of it, but cleverly they've got a Malusi Banshee out there in the Dirt Tunnel, and they are paying it the full respect that it is due, because that Dirt Tunnel, let me tell you, that has been the undoing of many good defences here on the Church and Arsenal site.
It's a pivotal one to try and pick up. We shall see if Santos can win it, if they'll find success. A lot of spam coming out from Cyprus, it seems, the other side of the map, as we flip back to his POV. Obviously roaming in with support. A bit of a triple threat. There's 3 of them in close proximity, so if they do get overwhelmed, we're looking at least a trade. Now, talking of trades, Rise, very handy with his hands, as he will be getting to grips with that hatch and burning it to pieces with a blowtorch, of course. Dropping it off, so they have that point of access down towards the site when they want it for the late round execution. Santos, will they be changing the tempo? So far, it seems like they are sticking to their guns with a slightly slower style of play, where they'll open up those access points to really keep Furia guessing, and then commit later on, once you've got the vertical angles, to try and find your entry frag.
I love the vertical angles here on Clubhouse that you can get in and around bar. They're really fascinating because quite often you find with vertical angles it's one room just directly above another, and that's where you're playing in from. But it's much more difficult to predict sometimes where the shots are coming from here. You do have kitchen, but then you move out into the corridor. You can move all the way back into bar. If you shoot out the soft wall that is in between bar and the corridor, it again affords you a completely different angle down into Arsenal, and there is a huge variety of them now. You can see the Jaeger of Lender. He's just absolutely locked solid into the blue corridor. He's got his ADS devices, and he is not going to peek this for love nor money, I wouldn't expect. He's just going to hold a tight angle onto the hatch there in case there's any potential for dropping a bit of utility down on top of him. He might just pick himself up a cheap kill there, but he's going to be very aware of the stairs. He doesn't want to expose himself to an angle there, and out comes the frag grenades there, just raining in. But again, Furia playing smart and not having anybody in the splash zone. But Cyprus, he just walks right into sight and takes the head off Bursa. 5 versus 4. Can he find himself a second? He's looking to blue. He knows there should be a man there. Fred gets the kill onto Mighty to level things up. Scardinia directly trades it, and that finds us 4 versus 3. But once again, just like the game, going backwards and forwards, kills to either team, both directions, we find ourselves 3 versus 3. But Wag, where are you on the Monty? Where are you? You need to push into sight here and think about getting this diffuser down. 13 seconds left to go. 2 successful kills for Santos. 3 versus 1 now. It's all down to highs. The diffuser is going down on the ground. The Monty, he's got the shield on his back. He's not going to be shut down before this is activated. There it goes. The first man that he sees will be his undoing. Cyprus shuts down highs from across the site, and that is going to be another round to Santos. Guaranteed draw and the advantage that they needed on Clubhouse.
There we go. Santos starting to crack the whip as they're finally finding their form, coming into the game now, looking a lot more dominant. You've guaranteed the draw. That's done. That's already put into the shopping bag and has been taken to the till, Tim. But before they check out, they've second-guessed themselves. They thought, nah, you know what? We don't just want the draw. We want the win. And they have a good opportunity to grab it, but they have to keep their consistency. You got a bit of a buffer. You can afford to drop one round here or there, but that is it. Other than that, you need to really double down now, find a follow-up round, and walk away with this one. Put it to bed now whilst you're on your attack. And Santos is definitely doable for them. Cyprus has been playing well. Fresh off the back of the rehost, he's coming in, toting 4 frags already. Mighty as well has been very effective at opening up those angles for them, Tim, and then backing it up with follow-up frags. He's not just good for the manual labour, he is good to do a brilliant Dexter impression as well.
Wag coming in on the Monty here for the top floor is an interesting choice, and it's one that doesn't surprise me too much. Last time around, if you remember, we saw Garage Catwalk giving them some real trouble on the attack here. We had Lender playing up there on the Wamai. He's got Novice just deploying a Goyo shield for him there. He's also got a deployable shield that he will likely play on the Catwalk as well if it isn't already out there. He will put it, and it just basically covers him from both directions. Now, there we go. Out goes the second deployable. Now, interesting early peak coming in here. Big aggression coming out from Fred there. We've come to expect nothing less from him, but he will be unsuccessful. But if nothing else, it just sends a message as to exactly how Furia are playing this one. They are backs to the wall and they know it. And look at this. How aggressive is Fred being right up in the faces. Now, I think a Claymore has been put down outside of that garage door. So Fred, he needs to just keep himself cool. Otherwise, he's not going to be in this fight for much longer.
Look at the setup as well. The vertical rappel on the rope. Looking to find any nook and cranny. A spot of skin, a little bit of How's Your Father where they can open up an angle and potentially get that early entry frag. It's a critical position to play from. But right now, they're not really getting much from it. They're waiting out until it does pay itself off. Cyprus getting a bit aggressive as well. Charges up with the breaching round. Opens up that softer wall. They've got players on cams. They've got a good read. They know exactly where they are and have a fairly tight inkling of what is going down into this round. Issue is, I'll tell you who's going down. Cyprus from a substantial distance. A long shot from Novice. He is not a novice when it comes to punishing from a distance. Lender comes out and shows as well. He can step up when he needs to with the AUG towards Garage. And this is getting rough now for Santos, Tim. The likelihood of them winning this one has dropped massively. They're going to have to give it to them raw. No trivia if they want to pick this up.
Great start for Furia in the round 5. 3 is the advantage they currently stand at on the man count, and they are heading into the last 1 minute 15 seconds, so things are going to be tough for Santos here. The next couple of kills are particularly important for them as a team because they have to go in their direction. If not, they're going to find themselves in an almost impossible situation. Right now, it looks like they're trying to mix things up a little bit and just trying to push from the construction and bedroom site instead. Now we will see the door being opened. Scardinia taking huge shots there, but ultimately Rise will be able to shut Novice down on the Goyo. 3 versus 4, and that makes things just seem a little bit more possible for Santos here. But Lender, he doesn't help their situation one bit with a headshot onto Mighty. Rise, however, manages to walk into sight. We've seen him be able to win out in these difficult disadvantaged situations previously. What a move he goes to get onto the back of the Kaid, but will be unable to secure the kill. Bursa simply downed. He tries to move on, and that is unfortunate. I can see a different timeline there where Rise goes absolutely atomic for them, but that wasn't the case, and ultimately Furia, they close out the round and send us all the way to 12 just as promised.
That's so rough. Yeah, I completely agree. The position he was in, that could have been a ginormous power play. He quite literally had barrels of impact frags tied to him. They got cut off and they rolled away instead of their chance into the round. Really unlucky. Gets the down, of course. Tried to go for the flick around. That could have been a 2K. At that point, you're left in a huge scenario. A 1 versus 2 with another player that's down but not outstate. He runs the risk of trying to get him up. You swing, you kill him. You play off each other's contact, you kill him. It would have been easy pickings. Great hero play. Unfortunately, it just didn't come to true in the execution. 6-5 now, Tim. And this is where it gets risky, right? That was your one mistake. That was your throwaway round. And that is gone. It has been thrown away. You cannot afford to make another mistake for Santos. Your only opportunity to win this opening map is to win it now and here, coming into the final round of the game. For Furia, a draw is on the cards. It's definitely a possibility. It's on the table. You just have to grab it and prove that you want it. They were hitting their shots since that prior round. There's a fighting chance. And this is going down to exactly what we said at the start, Tim. A level playing field between both of them. Furia and Santos, they look neck and neck when it comes to their skill ceiling right now.
Heading back to Church and Arsenal then. This is an attacking site that we saw Santos struggle with. No, Furia struggle to defend, struggle to hold Santos at bay. And that is going to make it very difficult for them to close out a draw here, because Furia, they've shown a good mastery. They managed to get in and get those kills. Now, we have got the mute on the board. We've also got what looks like an aggressive play coming out here from Fred on the Wammer. He is desperate for one of them spawn peaks. And you can see that we've got Furia men all around the map. And that's not too much of a surprise, because previously, the last 2 rounds that they've lost on this site, they have tried to go for the turtle hold. And it really hasn't worked out for them. They have lost them pretty easily to Santos, so they're trying to make a nuisance of themselves. To them, it's basically, we might as well throw everything at this one and see what we can get, because if we don't, we lose it anyway. So they really are coming out fighting hard.
Fighting tooth and nail into this one. Ooh, Novice. It almost felt as if he was going to be screaming that Rise has to hold on to his fillings in that encounter, because he was ready to smash his jaw clean off, but he doesn't go for the overextension. Novice retreats back around, and now the limelight gets flicked onto this man, Scardina. The elevated angle, playing on top of the hatch. Novice suspect about it. Of course, he's got his ADSs down. He can afford to do something cheeky if he wants on the Jaeger. But pushing too far forward, it's not really going to work out in the manner he wants to. Doing a good job, at least, of wasting time is Furia right now, Tim. They're keeping back this oncoming monsoon of Santos stunners. But for how long can they keep them at bay?
Now very aware of the pressure coming in from the dirt tunnel there. Lender opens things up with one onto Mighty, but meanwhile we also see Novice downed on the Jaeger. There will be no opportunity, I don't think, to pick him up because the pressure is mounting into sight. That is a bad throw on the nade there. If that goes into Moto, that is a potential free kill. Cypress, however, does manage to clean up Novice, and Scardenia gets a great shot through the soft wall onto Lender there. That now leaves us in a 4 versus 3, and the man count here just goes back and forward as Bursa gets himself a kill, but immediately traded. Once again, we can see the Monty of Wag just providing a real nightmare for Highs there, as he's just pushing him round, bullying him on the site, and Highs just dances left, right, centre, trying to get anything he can, but he'll get absolutely nothing as Scardenia comes in, closes things out for Santos, and that is going to be the map. It went all the way to the wire, but they were able to shut it down. 7-5.
They've done it. In the end, they were able to find themselves victory. In the dying moments of the game there on Clubhouse, they pick it up. Perfect play, being a bit of a nuisance maker with the shield. And I think that's the story of the game, Tim. All of the Monty plays we saw throughout this one were really, really lucrative. They did so much. We found 2 rounds that were guaranteed to Santos there just off the back of Major Monty rocking up.
Absolutely, it was hard fought. It just makes the next map even more mouthwatering, to be honest, because Furia now, they need to get something out of this. They need to come back with a win being on the board for Santos. The best that Furia can hope for now is a draw overall. If they come out and get a clear win on Villa, then it's a draw. Anything other will award points to Santos and not to Furia. A draw will see them take 2 points. A win will see them take 3. So it really is on a knife edge for Furia right now.
A very sharp blade indeed. If this one falls, you better move your toes out of the way fast. It is going to be a scary second map. Villa will be up when we come back into this one after the break. Keep it locked here on twitch.tv/Rainbow6 for more stunning Brazilian Siege when we return after the break.
Quería casarme, yo tan loco en ilusionarme, creyendo en tus besos y tus caricias. La verdad no fue el culpable. Ay, todo tiene un propósito y dejarme será solo uno más. Siempre a medias no he logrado encontrar mi otra mitad. El tiempo dirá, tiempo dirá. Y cuando lo encuentre de ti no me voy a acordar. El día que me falte tu piel, ¿qué será? ¿Qué será de mí? ¿Qué será de mí? No seas parte de mi amor.
Join Face It, Play Siege, win prizes. With 45,000 Ubisoft credits up for grabs every week in the EU Open Cups. Join the action at fce.gg/R6EU.
Tá puxando a responsabilidade, Retalha.
Olha o perigo!
Segura esse rapaz. Consegue garantir a rodada num round incrível.
Quatro eliminações nessa rodada, é isso que a gente pode ver?
Jogo na tela pra vocês.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Thank you for tuning in for the second map in the series as we head into Villa. Tim, we've taken a little bit of a vacation, haven't we? First time this season.
It feels like a vacation as well, Jackie. I am absolutely thrilled to be on Villa. It's a map that I've come to enjoy more and more competitively, and we are finally here. We saw an absolute ton of Villa in Stage 1, but then it just seems to have absolutely fallen off a cliff coming into Stage 2, and I don't know what the reason for that could be. Maybe the impact of Ace, maybe the impact of Malusi in scrims. We'll have to see if we see them played a lot here, but Villa has certainly taken a bit of a nosedive. It's the first time that we're seeing it this time around, and bands coming in there, nothing too much of a surprise. We've got Monty, Thatcher, Mirror and Valkyrie making up the four operators that will be unplayable throughout the duration of Villa. And we will be heading in, starting with the Aviator and Game Room site by the looks of things, which again is pretty much par for the course. Now, Furia, of course, they have just lost on the last map of Clubhouse, so they need to come out strong here.
They do indeed, right? You've got to buy it back. Also, because you look at how they performed last season. You know, if you weren't here for the start of the stream, we were talking about the fact that they could almost beat their record from last stage already coming into this play day if they were able to accumulate a nice amount of points. Unfortunately for them, obviously, you fought hard on Clubhouse, but you didn't secure yourself a win. You need to get a win here now. You have to make it an overarching series draw to still give yourself a good running chance in the season. Because if I'm not mistaken, Tim, off the back of this, Santos should lap them and come up to 9th place, leaving Furia in 10th.
Yeah, I think that's... Yeah, they will do. If Santos get 3 points here, then it will be overall 7 for them, so they will move ahead of Furia, who are currently on 6. Now, still a long way to go for that to happen. Furia have shown us that they are a good side, particularly on the attack. So, given that Villa often plays out in the favour of the defenders, it could be an interesting mechanic here to see if Furia can come out strong in the second half on the attack, if they can build themselves a little bit of a lead on the defence, taking advantage of that defender side. It could be promising for them.
Oh, it could be. It very well could be. So early on, obviously for Santos, for me, I feel like they're going to be able to absolutely live it though, coming in on attack. You've got so much opportunity to build yourself A nice bit of a lead. Talking of leading, look who's come into the mix. Amaru's been picked up by Rise. Bit of a cheeky pick. There's times where she can certainly do damage if you want to go for some high-octane gameplay or just potentially be a little bit of a sneaky man. You can do some quite dastardly things with her. We'll see if we get some of those opportunities throughout the course of the round. So right now, we're down to about 2 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. Hasn't been too much commotion just yet. Slightly slower round coming out from Santos as they are taking their time to gain map control bit by bit.
Still preparation going on effectively there with the mute jammer going down almost a minute into the round, but if the attackers are not knocking at your door, then you can use every single second that is available to you. Now, it looks like there's some pressure mounting there from the trophy statuary side, so I would imagine we're going to see a split push with maybe 1 or 2 attackers pushing in towards the south side, towards Study, to try and make a nuisance over there, whilst Wag and Rise certainly make a nuisance of themselves. Mighty getting in on the action as well, and this is quickly going in the direction of Santos as they manage to come in with a big triple kill. However, Furia put the brakes on there, get one back in return, and find themselves now 2 versus 4 coming into the last 1 minute 20.
Attackers have located a bomb.
I'm loving this. Furia, the position they're in, it's quite risky. Obviously down to a 2 versus 4. Santos, fair play to him, Tim. That was a huge execution. A great burst. From nothing into the round, they explode into a cascade of kills. And now they have 60 seconds to mop up the remains of the last 2 players on Furia. Can you take down Bursa and Highs and bring yourself a stunning first round? They don't really have to rush things. They've still got a lot of time to work with. Bursa, of course, with Big Papa Pump, playing by the vault door. He's really risking it for a biscuit into this one. He extends, though. He goes for the peak. He could have played the angle. When they push in, he would have had a prime opportunity to serve up shotgun soup. Instead, he gets done in. Peaks round, his lips are slapped off. Cypress with a follow-up frag as well towards the pool table. And that is a really nice opening round going the way of Santos. Clean assault there onto the site initially. Those 3 frags they found were fantastic.
Santos certainly belying the odds at the minute. That initial poll, if you remember back on Clubhouse, coming in 80% favouring Furia there. But Santos showing that they are certainly here to play, taking a big attacking round to begin with. And as I say, Furia, they need to come out and have a strong defensive phase. It's not something that we have seen from them so far. They haven't really excelled on the defensive side, generally speaking, but they need to here to give themselves that springboard coming in. They don't want to go into the attacking half and although they are better there, they don't want to come in there 2-4 down and having to find those rounds. It being essential to find those rounds just to get themselves back into the game. What they want to do is be going in at least 3-3, if not 4-2 at the advantage, so that they can then push on from there to take this overall.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
I'm loving this, though. If they actually maintain this style of pace where they're playing it relatively slow and then just working together for a very, very calculated execution, that's the dream for Santos. It's the best combination of both styles of play that we've seen from them. We've seen them go for really fast, aggressive rounds, where at times it will work out quite nicely. And Scardino, he'll find himself a lovely little entry frag, and they can build off the back of it. At other times, they played a very slow defensive style, where they'll execute in the late round, they'll try and force out utility. What we saw there was the perfect best of both worlds. Draw out a little bit of utility when you know you have them reeled in, yank that bad boy out of the water, Tim, and get yourself a massive fish.
And a massive fish they got. They are currently stood weighing the fish, ready in round number 2 to take that photograph, but they need to make sure that they don't take their eye off the ball here. They need to just continue that pressure. Keep it up. Keep on top of Furia. Don't give them any room now to fight their way back into this matchup. They've got themselves 1 map on the board. They've got themselves a good advantage coming in here on Villa with the first attacking round. And they just need to keep the pressure on, keep that accelerator down here and keep propelling themselves towards that full 3 points, which would be a massive result for Santos here. There is absolutely no 2 ways about that. And you can see the droning is going on here. Very thorough from Santos before they move themselves in. They certainly don't ever seem to be running into desperate situations, Jackie, where they're finding themselves significantly outgunned. They always seem well prepared for what they're going into.
No, it's smart. It's a much better style of play, right? They're actually taking their time, spending a lot of time being on cams. We're seeing way more droning that's coming to effect, so they aren't really face-checking anywhere near as much as we saw back in Stage 1. Overall, it feels like the Santos roster have bonded and gelled together an awful lot more. They know their roles, they know what they needed to change, and they have adapted. Coming into round 2, though, once again, it's the same style of execution. Into the late round, they'll look and play for a pick. Split and pick seems to be working so far, as the first man has been split in two. Novice, deleted, dropped down to the ground as he'll fall onto the DECK, leaving them in a 4 versus 5 with 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining on the clock. Santos, can you keep it up? Or will they slow down too much, Tim? Have they put the handbrake on at the worst possible time?
Certainly starting to look that way. It's just turning into one of those games where no matter what you do, just nothing seems to go in your direction. No gunfight seems to fall your way. And Santos, they've got the top floor control now. They can start opening things up and putting some vertical pressure down onto site. A nice nitro goes out from the pulse, but Wag will shut down Lender. 3 versus 5. You can see that Toxic Babe canister out there, just doing a little bit of work to slow things down here, but it's going to take more than a couple of Toxic Babes to stop this attack as Santos burst into sight. Mighty shutting down highs. Find ourselves now 5 versus 2. Wag on low health. That's about as bad as it gets for Santos at this point in time. They have control of sight. Bursa will get himself one, but it looks impactless at this point as Wag gets the diffuser down successfully. It is all on the shoulders of Fred. Can he find the first? Yes. Shots in the back. Can he find the second? Looks at the man, does get him down, but it's Cyprus ultimately getting the kill. Onto Fred to shut things out in round 2. Another one going to Santos and Furia. They need to get themselves into this one quickly. They need to show that they can just dig deep when it really counts.
That's beautiful. Well executed, well timed. Obviously slowing it down when necessary and then really revving it back up towards the end. I wondered if they'd really held off on the speed for too long, but no, they proved me wrong. They play it out amazingly in the final few moments of the round. They pick up, they're winning one of their gunfights, the trades are nice, and at that point you get left in a scenario where there's nothing you can really do. For Furia, right, they're impactless frags, so just walking around, cleaning up as much as possible, but even with the world's biggest mop and bucket, you can't salvage that mess.
Absolutely not. That's a real janitorial nightmare, Jackie.
Oh, mate, honestly, you'd need more than 2 plungers. You'd have to dual wield them. Akimbo plungers, Tim.
Imagine.
I don't think it. Well,
imagine
I can't
if you
Tim.
can.
Yeah, exactly. You've rinsed me again.
It's going to be difficult to get used to, Jackie, this new information. Heading into round 3, and right now, difficult to get used to is the Santos attack for Furia. That much is for sure. 2-0 it stands on the scoreboard, and Furia, they haven't looked anywhere near in either of these rounds, Jackie. If you remember the first minute and a half of round number 1, it just all exploded as Santos got themselves into position and then just leapt forward with 3 huge kills to really decimate the field in front of them. And it just seems to keep continuing. We're heading to trophy and statuary this time around. Now, interestingly, on the side of the defenders, we still don't really have anybody being brought along to drastically slow down the attack. We've got the Goyo, which will, of course, drain utility at least. It does prevent access to an area if you've got the concern of that shield being shot out and doing the fire damage to you. But obviously it depends, you know, you've got to have a line of sight onto it to use that function. But it can slow down. But beyond that, there's not much really going on there. We've not got a Legion brought along, for example, where those goo mines can be played out just to really prevent that sort of rush of an execute coming into sight, which is what Santos seem to want to do. They want to get them encircled, get themselves into the positions, and then just force their way forward quickly.
Now, in terms of what our viewers at home are thinking about this matchup, Tim, obviously, if you remember back on the opening map of Clubhouse, it was 80% of the fan vote going to Furia. This time around, it's 63% of the vote going to Furia. Still, only 32% believing in Santos to win their map pick. Keep that in mind as well. This is their home territory. They've already had an upset win on Clubhouse.
1 minute 40 left on the round. 5 versus 5, and Furia seeming to manage to keep themselves in this one a little bit better. But as I've suggested, once again, Santos just starting to get the men circled now and will look towards and execute soon. Now here come the kills. Fred and Novice managed to get 2 for themselves. These are bouncing backwards and forwards right now. Furia ultimately, they come out on top of the pile this time as everything tumbles around them, and Wag will be shut down by Novice at the end of round 3 there. Furia, they finally get themselves on the board here defensively, and we know, Jackie, that they have struggled defensively previously, but for me, they have to find themselves another 2 here. They need to go in level so that they can really put that attacking prowess to its full advantage.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's got to be the outcome. And honestly, I'd throw it out there right now, Tim, and just say I wouldn't be surprised if we saw this end once again in a 3-3 split at the end of the half. These two teams are so evenly matched. It feels like that was the storyline the entire time on Clubhouse, where it was incredibly back and forth. They'd win a round, you'd win a round, we'd trade consistently. It's like kids in a schoolyard playing with Pokemon cards, Tim. It's all about the trades. And at this point, right, we're looking at the same sort of storyline. You come in with the opening 2 rounds. Fury bite back on the defense. They get themselves 1. And that was played so much better as well. Consistently smart decision making. I love the play coming out from Highs on the smoke as well. Hiding inside his own smoke. Knowing he could just sit in the angle to trick them into thinking he wasn't there. You turn around the corner and what do you know? You've got a shotgun barrel down your face.
And that is not something that you want in your face, Jackie. Let me tell you now. A shotgun barrel in the face is never going to be ideal. It is rarely going to be anything but a serious problem.
Oh, mate, I mean, you know, also, it's not really personal space, is it? You know, a shotgun barrel, it doesn't work.
There's no social distancing going on there, is there?
No, I mean, that's what's going to happen to your body once the shotgun goes off.
Plenty of social distancing from yourself.
I just hope that Santos are not going to let this game get too far distant from the position it is already in, right? You're leading. You're in a good spot. First 2 rounds, they were really clean as well. We gave them props for that. It was a nice control of momentum. They executed when they need to. It wasn't rushed. It wasn't too slow. They did a good job of baiting out utility. Obviously, mistakes were made into the prior round because they did have so much utility left. You look at Highs again. He's still on the smoke. He's got those cans to play with. You do not want to be breathing in that toxic gas. If you allow him to have all 3 canisters, even 2 canisters, into that last sort of 45 seconds, Tim, you are going to pay costly because of it.
Novice desperately looking around to try and get himself an early peak there. Cyprus it will be, however, to get the opener onto Lender. So that now leaves us 4 versus 4 as Bursa will get in with 1 onto Wag and a second for himself onto Scardinia. Great kills there from Bursa. Rise gets 1 for himself onto Novice and Cyprus joins the party. And once again, nobody can take any serious control. It just bounces back and forward. Highs ultimately trading out Cyprus in the mix-up there. And that leaves us now 2 versus 2 after we come out of the far side of what can only be described as an absolute blender in the site there. Just people losing limbs left, right and centre. And now 2 versus 2. Rise on super low health. He is 1 bullet away from death. Mighty, he's less than 1 bullet as he finds 1 in his cranium from Fred. And that now leaves us 2 versus 1. Super low for Rise. He has to play this perfectly. And that deployable shield is not going to make this any easier. He knows there's a man behind there. He's just going to hold fire now. Even 1 breath of those toxic babe canisters will be enough to put Rise into the dirt. He sneaks around, Fred's alive to the danger, shuts down the man on the prone and closes out the round. Furia, they level things up and all of a sudden, Jackie, they've woken up.
There he is, big man himself. We said if you're looking out for Fred to prop off, then it's when he's on his defensive side. That's where he's at his best. He can really hit his shots, and he's proved that there. A tasty angle, peeks round, hits the bullet, and ends the round. 2-2, all tied up in the position I think we expected it to go to. And this really shapes up for a quality half coming out here, Tim, now. Because the storyline gets interesting, right? You've got the opportunity for it to be split down the middle again, mirroring what we had on Clubhouse, where it was as close as it physically can be. Or you can take the final 2 rounds, give yourself a huge stepping stone, where if you come out strong on your attack, if Furia pick up these next 2, they would be in a massive position to get the upset win here, taking Santos's map pick against them.
Oh, I think, as I said at the beginning, this could be massive if Furia can get a good defensive half under the belt. We've seen them do well on attack. We know that players like Novice and Lender, they are going to come in and get opening kill after opening kill and give Furia every opportunity to do well and to finish it off. So right now, yep, the next couple of rounds, extremely important if you are Santos. You need to be finding a way to get at least one of these on the board to get yourself onto defense. Now, we've also seen Santos reasonably strong on defense. It has been the stronger side sometimes, but Clubhouse, I know that they did struggle a little bit on defense. So we'll see how it plays out when they switch sides, but I'm sure they're going to be looking to get this one over the line as soon as possible.
That's a cheeky little spawn peek as well. Oh, playing with an angle, but it's come back to bite him. That has not worked out well whatsoever. Mozzie has been made a mockery there. He went for the spawn peak, looking over towards Ruins, but Tim, quite frankly, he has been ruined. Shot in the face, dead down on the ground. That's a sick way to open up the round here for Santos, and that will fuel you with confidence as well. It means you can play with a tempo more now. You don't have to approach it in the slower style. You can speed things up. You've got the first pick. If you effectively play the trade game here and group with a buddy system, playing in those 2 versus 1s, you can completely flip this round on its head already. Furia have to turtle now. They can't afford to run any risks.
As you say, it's always a roll of the dice. It's easy to criticise losing a man so early in the round, but you've just got to think about what happens if that goes the other way. If Novice does pick up that opener, then all of a sudden you're saying Furia, they've come from 2 down and could well be going into the advantage just based on that. So it's a risk that is often worth taking. Lender will get himself one, but then immediately traded out by Mighty. So that now leaves us in a 4 versus 3, and the pressure is starting to mount towards the site here. We can see Santos are starting to get some control, and it's something they did very well last time. But once again, Fred, he manages to wriggle away from bullets that are raining down on him and get some of his own back into Scardinia. So that levels things up, all squared away. 3 versus 3 now. It's just slowing Santos down a little bit, but then Mighty, he hits the gas once again, moves into sight, gets a free kill onto Highs, and Wag starts to get that diffuser down. The kills will rain in, but not before the diffuser is activated. This is now a big ask for Furia. We can see the man there just hiding his way back down on those closet stairs, trying to make things tricky on the angle for the players moving back in on the retake. We can see just jiggling left, right, centre, trying to get any view they can. Use the utility shut down there, and surely now this is a round going in favour of Santos and Furia. If they want to level things off on the half, they are going to have to look towards round number 6 in order to do it. It's all down to Fred. He's going to have to stick this. He has no choice. The time has ticked away. Wag shuts him down on the doorway. Santos taking round number 5.
Oh, man. You called it, Tim. That round was tricky, and his only play was to run DMC his way out of there if he wanted to stay alive. Couldn't save the KD, couldn't save the round. Goes for a bit of a bold play, swings in, looking for an impactless frag, and won't get anything because of it. And that's the way it's going to go down. Looks like we are having a bit of a rehost with this one. Must have had a player issue there. Not to worry, of course, it shouldn't take too long. Again, I've been done with the lights, Tim. I'm too slow today. I'm not on it. I'm not on the lights.
Well, I've given you the top tips, Jackie. I've told you how I've got my setup. I've got all my lights on one switch, you see, so then it's bang, in we go. Unfortunately,
system.
I don't have my glasses on one switch, so that's what I usually miss.
You know, that'd be brilliant. That'd be like a Wallace and Gromit-esque sketch where all you do is just press the power button with your toe. You know, lights come on, glasses get flown into your face. You got some toast ready on the side just in case.
Obviously, with a bit of cheese on there, I'd imagine. Some Wensleydale.
Oh, smashing, Timothy. Something else that is smashing as well, of course. If you are a fan of Rehost Riddles, whilst we've got a little bit of downtime in this second map, you know what? We prepared one earlier. Are you up for it, Tim?
Always up for it, Jackie. Always ready.
Oh,
need to improve that counter.
To hear you do. How are you doing right now, counter-wise? I think we'll have it pop up once Simon brings it on. That sounds about right. Right, Tim. What English word has 3 consecutive double letters?
3 consecutive double letters.
Yeah.
See, I don't know if that's a literal question or a play on words now. What English word has 3 consecutive double letters? You see, straight away, my brain's gone to balloon, but obviously that doesn't. But I'm just working in the right direction.
Yeah,
we've got 2 doubles there, so we're heading on in.
You're kind of on the right track. Like, I'll give you that. You kind of get in there.
kind of on the right track.
It's not train. It's not.
No.
It's nothing to do with trains.
I was
don't worry.
thinking more around balloon. Right, okay. Double O, double N. Sorry, double L, double O in balloon. I mean, I'm gonna assume that you don't mean with the specific word there, that you just mean obviously on the right, that we are looking literally for a word with 3 consecutive double letters.
Yeah, quite
That's
literally.
what I'm quite literally. And I think it must be similar sounds. There's going to have to be a double O as part of that, surely.
I'll give you that. You are right. You are right. There is a double.
There's going to have to be a double O in there. You see now, I've got a word with 3 sets of double letters.
Right.
No, I don't. Ignore me.
You'd be really good on countdown, Tim.
I'd be terrible. I'd be an absolute nightmare. Give me the maths one. I could do that, but forget it. Okay. Tough one, Jackie.
Yeah. Have you not got it? Is it not coming to you? Are the grey gears not spinning up enough today?
Not consecutively.
Ooh.
There's a double O in there. See, I feel like if there's a double O, there must be... There's not many consonants that you really get as double letters, to be fair. L is obviously one. No, you've got me with that one.
You're trying so hard tonight as well. You put so much effort into that one. I feel like you've been rinsed because this is the least punniest of them all. This is like an actual,
this
an
seems
actual
quite
question.
Literal, yeah. It's quite literal. It's just an actual question. I think that there could be a double L and a double O still. I know I went with balloon earlier, but I'm just thinking of combinations of consonants, and there's not really many that you tend to get 2 of together. Like, for instance, you don't tend to get 2 B's together, or you don't, 2 C's together. You don't tend to get double consonants like that.
Well, look, I'll tell you what, Tim. The countdown clock, it's gone over. It's finished. It's got back to the start. Your chance to get in that countdown teapot, mate, it's over. You're never going to get the teapot. But I'll tell you what you will get.
Oh, Jackie, this is what we should have made for the stream. Imagine the merch opportunity.
What, a rehost riddle teapot?
No, do you know what I mean by a Toby jug?
No.
You will know. Like the mugs that look like a person's face.
Oh, actually, I do know. Yeah.
It's like a bit of an old English thing, I think.
Yeah, my mum had loads of them.
Imagine one like that of your head with your beard and everything.
All right. Well, we give that out to anyone that gets the rehost riddles right.
Yeah.
We'll work on it. We'll see. Maybe key rings. We'll give those out to anyone that gets it right on Twitter. If you did get it right, #rehost riddles. Hit me up on Twitter @JackieSports, @Ace of Pyrite, and let us know. The answer, though, Tim, was, of course, bookkeeper.
That's a tough one to get. Double O, double K, double E. Yeah, that's... See, I thought that there was going to be 2 double vowels in there. But to think that there's a double K in a word, that is a tough one, that.
Is that throwing you off?
Throw me right off the kilter, that one.
Ooh. Give your head a wobble. See if you can, get back into the siege mode, Tim, as we've got all 10 players in the lobby, and it seems like we can luckily take a holiday to get over the holiday that has been the rehost riddle segments, because it seems like you need a break.
I certainly do need a break. I need to obviously have a breather and just reset the old grey gears.
Yeah, get them turning again. We'll get in there with one of those portable car batteries. Give it a jump start.
I'm yet to see one of those in action, Jackie. I take your word for it fully that they exist, but yet to see one in action.
Right, well, you will see this, a lovely horizon. As we return to the game, of course, we're back on Villa. Furia taking on Santos. These are the teams that are duking it out. And in terms of the position we're in, it's a 3-2 split on the scoreline. Furia, they're on the worse for wear side, coming out in their last attempt here on their defense, Tim, to see if they can deny this going 4-2 and potentially get it back into a 3-3 split.
That's exactly what they need to do, in my opinion. If they can come away even on the half, they've got a real opportunity on the attack. As we say, if we can see Novice and Lender really get themselves rolling, they've both got kills on the board so far. You won't be able to see that, obviously, coming back in on the rehost, but they have been involved. They just need to step up and go that little bit bigger when they get onto the attack. And we certainly know that they've got that in the locker. We need them to get in and start really ramping up that entry game, giving Furia the advantage, giving them every opportunity to close things out. But round number 6 is where we will find ourselves now. It is Santos's final attacking round, and it's going to be in trophy statuary. So we have seen this site played out previously back in round number 3, and it was a Furia win. It was a successful defense, and I'm sure that's going to give them some confidence, and they need to build on that now. Interestingly, Bursa brings the clash, so keep an eye out for that. Let's see exactly what impact that shield has, whether it can slow down the Santos attack.
Attackers must locate and defuse
Will
the
it be
bomb.
able to slow down the speed? Like a speed bump in a residential area, Tim. As opposed to just in, you know, a commercial area, I suppose.
I mean, you do get them in all areas, Jackie, all areas. But
I think you do. They don't discriminate, speed bumps.
Absolutely not, but being removed more and more these days. There's been studies and comments with regards to a potential increase in emissions, I think, because obviously cars slow down and speed up and it increases only a fractional amount, but if you do that, you know, thousands of times, it can, I think, increase emissions potentially. It's certainly one argument that I've seen.
Oh, interesting. Also, there's a lot of damage to suspension as well. You know, if you go too fast, that can be quite dangerous. But there you go. Speed bumps bad. Santos and Fury are good. Round 6, 2 minutes and 10 seconds remain into this one. We haven't had a frag just yet. Of course, no early entry coming out, but this man might be the one attempting to find one. It's Gardenia. Very effective when it comes to his early aggression when he is on the entry. It's their last round on attack here, and if there was ever an opportunity for him to really blow the roof off of the round, I wouldn't be surprised if it was soon. He should have an inkling of what has gone on there. As you can see, peering behind the vault door, of course, realizing that Fred was in close proximity, trying to hold on the angle, and now scarpering away to link back with the rest of Furia closer towards site.
Fury really need to get themselves off to a good start here. We can see pressure mounting into 90 corridor now. The Magnet will suck up some of that utility to begin with, and we can see their Lender just dips himself away to avoid the rest that is raining in. His deployable shield will still be in service, so that is a good start for him. He can start to make challenges onto this 90 corridor, and it will hold Scardenia up for the time being, but what he does need to be careful of is Cypress on the overlap, trying to move in through Aviator Games. If he does that, he could split these two in half, the Clash and the Wamai, and that could be very, very dangerous. It could lead to a quick double. So on that Clash, Bursa needs to be alert to that danger, potentially pushing in from behind him.
50 seconds remain. Santos, they need to go for their execution soon. Summer device going out to try and tear down the shield. Talking of which, look at the size of this one. Bursa with a big sheet of perspex, blocking off any incoming bullets, and ready to try and make this one a little bit more electrifying. 30 seconds now, Tim. They have to execute. They're running out of time, and they're really going to be left up creek without a paddle if they don't find their way past Gardena. The breaching device would knock up the shield for a temporary amount of time. Fred, though, on the flank, finds himself a critical kill as he banishes way through another man. Cypress on the trade will find himself a second, but it's not looking good. Lender lending a massive helping hand to the side of Furia as he guns them all down. Whack! A 1v2. They are low. This is winnable, but he's got 8 seconds. He needs to attack now as he turns the corner. It's not going to go down the way he wanted it to. Furia, they clean up. Lender popping off into the round. Wamai hitting him with a whammy. That is a big play from Lender.
Huge play from Lender, huge plays from Fury are exactly what they needed, leveling things up on the board, and now they need to really aggress forward. They need to take the leash off Novice and Lender, get them inside that map, get their boots on the ground and let them absolutely run rampant. Let them just go wild all over Santos right now. They just need that explosive moment now. Good replay coming in here. You can see Fred with a great kill to start us off there, but ultimately it was the finish that did it for Furia. They were very solid on that round.
Oh, yeah. Like, the actual backstab was pivotal, right? It's a lurk frag that matters so much, and then off the back of it, they were just able to run away with things as Lender just clutches at straws continuously. Picks himself up back-to-back frags that saved the round, and all in all, Tim, potentially saved not only the half, but the game here, right? We were saying they need to have a very good run. At least we wanted them to secure 3 rounds on their defensive side, so they're in a pretty good position coming out here into round 7 off the back of the side swap. They do that. They secure what was required of them. Now you're plopped onto your attack. Here's my one caveat to them now being in a position where they could actually take the whole game. Novice on the entry, back on Ash. I don't really feel like we saw the true Novice over on Clubhouse. He wasn't given the chance to get into it. There was a lot of rehosts. There was about 3 rehosts in the game. They plagued him when he was on his attacking side, Tim. Hopefully the game will remain secure and stable going forward. He's on his attack now. He needs to come out with impact frag after impact frag. If Novice doesn't play well now, they're really going to be in a bad position on their attack.
Yeah, I would completely agree with you right now. They need to hope for a bit of stability inside of this game, as you say, just so that they can build some momentum. Fury are winning their last defensive round. If they can come out here, get Novice running, and really get themselves onto the strong front foot now, put in 2 rounds together, start chaining a few, and really apply the pressure to Santos. I think that's where we will see the success coming from for Furia, is by putting Santos under the hammer. If they allow them to remain comfortable and keep in touch throughout this, then that's where Santos could probably just find themselves staying in the game and just keeping themselves alive, and maybe even sneaking it, just pinching it at the end there. We know that Villa can be strong defensively, so it really is going to take a performance from Furia here, but I think they are an attacking side that have it in them.
All right, well, let's see how it's going to go down. My curiosity is peaked as well, looking over towards Rise, obviously coming out on the clash, right? Again, it's a smart play to make. It worked against you. It slowed you down massively. Why not adopt it? Bring it into play, copy that move, and bring her out. She's a fantastic operator if you're given a chance to play her, but the operation from Mighty is much more of a surgical one, busting out the scalpel and cutting apart the entire roster of Furia, leaving them down with a 3 versus 5 now. As there is a trade found, it is back onto Cyprus, so he's not exactly having an oasis of a game here in the opening round, but it still does favour Santos for now, Tim.
Certainly does. One man's difference is easily closed down, but Furia, they need to find themselves a kill, and that is not going to help them as Scardinia shuts down Novice with a headshot as he tries to peek around the corner, just absolutely alive and alert and ready for the danger. Now Mighty gets himself one, but Fred will get that in a trade, leaving him in a 1 versus 3. Time is on his side at the minute. He's got plenty of seconds to work with. 1 minute we are coming up to left on the clock. He's going to get the diffuser in hand as well and start taking out some utility, giving himself some options. He can open up the floor a little bit above him and just see what happens. I think that was actually a little bit of a mistake there. It wasn't an explosive grenade that came out. It was the stun grenade, so it just bounced off and we heard it detonate a few seconds later, so that won't open up any vertical angle for him. But he's using exactly what he can. He's every angle, every peak that he's got to his advantage, he will try it now. Just pressuring those side stairs, still burning utility. And right now, that's 30 seconds. Not wasted necessarily, but without much progress. And he really needs to be finding some kills now, does Fred.
Fred. The Bread himself. The Baguette Banisher. Will he be able to get himself a couple of pivotal kills here? Or will he be toast into the round, Tim? Not really going to be able to move his way through the doorway at all, as obviously he's blocked off by the shield and the electricity. But luckily, he's put out of his misery. Wag charging around the corner with the SMG, slaps him up the side of the face, and does quite literally smoke him.
Having the clash still up against him just double the difficulty factor of that one. When you've got 1 versus 3 and one of those has a massive shield in front of them, it is always going to be difficult, because how do you deal with it essentially? He'd already used his lifeline, so he wasn't able to dislodge the shield himself, but as soon as you try to deal with that clash, you're just going to get shut down from behind, because the comms is going to be such that you're calling for that collapse onto the final attacker. So first defensive round going to Santos. They will successfully lock down Aviator Games Room, and that will leave us heading into Trophy and Statuary now for round number 8. And I tell you now, Furia don't have too much longer to go at this one, Jackie. They need to start finding themselves some rounds. I'm still confident that they can do that on the attack, but it needs to be sooner rather than later.
And I think that time frame is now, really, right? Round 8 is where you have to come out strong. Again, it's got to follow the trend that we've been talking about the entire time, where it does go back and forth. Santos claim a round, you need to claim a round. These two teams are so evenly matched. As soon as one of them starts to build themselves a pathway towards the finish line, you have to get in front of them. You've got to be able to knock them off kilter immediately. And I don't know, it's getting a bit worrying here for Furia. Once again, of course, the fan vote was massively in favour of Furia, Tim. We had 80% back in the first map. Fair play, that was their map pick on Clubhouse. They were bested. Coming into this map, the second bout in the series, they had 63% of the fan vote, Tim. And right now, they are trailing behind by 1 round on their attacking side. This is where Santos, they're setting themselves up for success. They get another clean round, especially if they play it in the manner they did last time, where they had 2 opening frags, 2 early entry kills, mere seconds into the round. You're going to find yourself clamoring at straws to try and get back into the game here. And at that point, I think they probably secured it if they get themselves to 5.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I think entry is an interesting point that you pick up on. Right now, Fury need to be going in and getting themselves that advantage. At the end of the day, Villa is a big map, and you don't want too many players out there roaming and with the potential for flanks, and there's a lot of areas to watch. It really does take a big distraction. And now, Novice, he will get exactly that entry kill onto Wag. We also see Lender just avoiding a nitro there. It does a tickle of damage to him, but nowhere near enough. And that leaves us now Fury 5 versus 4, and they have secured another kill as Lender shuts down Cyprus. 2 on the round for him, and we've picked out Novice, we've picked out Lender, particularly on those opening battles, and right now this is exactly what Fury need from them.
A huge way to start off the round. Where's the big finale? How's it going to go down with a firework show from Furia? Can they maintain this pace? We've got 1 minute and 35 seconds left on the clock. 3 players for Santos. A triple threat of players. Scardina and Mighty are still alive, and they're 2 big impact fraggers if they're given an opportunity to frag. They were nearly gunned down. Scardina lucky to be alive, taking bullets to the rear as he turns the corner, dives out of position, keeps his heart pounding for at least a few more seconds. And seconds is all that remains, really. We're nearly down to the final 60. Mighty getting close contact, but can't win the encounter, as Fred will overthrow him on the Zofia, and this is where it gets rough. It all relies on Rise and Scardina to clutch it. They've got clear-cut info. They know exactly where they are as the drones go in and the bullets start to riddle through them. Scardina, flanking around, has no idea where they are at this point. He's in such a horrible position and could be sideswiped from the left. Oh, Novice as well, clearing the stairway as they'll knock him off his feet and secure a round for Furia. A perfect round to boot.
That is exactly what we expect to see out of the Furia attack. That is the Furia attack that I was expecting to come forward. We know that they can deliver. We've seen them do that previously. They just need to find a way now to increase that consistency and do it round after round until they are able to shut this map down. 4-all, we find ourselves once again. It was exactly the same on Clubhouse. We always knew that this was going to be a close, hard-fought matchup, and these two teams are absolutely delivering on that. There is no two ways about it.
Of course, getting a glimpse of some of these lovely little replays. A beautiful addition. We get some of the nice little zoom ins. We always get those slow-mos. We get some cheeky little compilations that come out of Jacob, our replay op. He's a good lad, Tim, isn't he? He works hard.
Oh, he looks after us.
He does indeed.
Looks after us fantastically, picking up on all those important players, and then we get to watch them back. It's wonderful, and puts together some nice little replay packages for the end of the night as well. Always make sure you stick around for those. We have some replays that play out, the best that we've seen throughout the play day, so always worth a little bit of your time as well.
It is indeed. Now, looking at the position we're in, though, this is also quite lovely. It's put us into a good position of the game because it's going to be very competitive. It's 4-4. It's looking more like Clubhouse the longer this one goes on. Again, though, I know I'm going to sound like a broken record, harking on about it and consistently bringing it up, Tim, but I'm always looking at Novice. I'm always glancing towards that top left side of my monitor and just wondering where those impact frags are, where the kills have been. You know, obviously we've had those rehosts. He's come back in. I need to see him getting these frags on the attack. I think that's still one of the missing pieces. He has 2 kills to his name at the minute. We need to see him getting to a flying start and building more, especially here into round 9 when the game is so close and there's been mistakes from Furia. He is one of those players that has to step up to give them the extra lift they need.
Oh, it could be a difference maker. That's exactly it. He could just come in, we know, with a 3-4k and just completely shut a round down. But also, it's not just about the individual round. It's about the confidence that you give your team. If one of these teams, whoever makes it onto 5 now, they start feeling like, right, we want away. We want away from locking in at least part of the result that we need. They are first and foremost focusing, let's get that 6 on the board so that we've got an opportunity to close this down. Now, Lender, he comes out, big opener once again onto Wag, giving Furia the advantage. And right now, Santos, they're going to start feeling a little bit beaten up because they're starting to lose in those entry battles. It was a flawless round last time out, so that is now 6 kills in a row without Santos answering back with any of their own. And there's only so long that you can take that before it starts to become a real mental block. And Furia, by contrast, they will thrive on that. They will grow into this map. They will just really go from strength to strength.
Losing Wag early on. It would be costly. Obviously, Malusi, once you get those Banshees down, again, she's another operator where you can be a little bit of a freebie. You can be a bit of a throwaway if you want to go on the roam. She's a free speed, so it's worth the risk if you feel like you can net your team some early success. Obviously, if you fall out, you don't really get anything for it. That's where it is going to punish you the later a round goes on. We're coming up to that position now. About 1 minute and 10 seconds left, and really, for Santos, you have to find a pick back. There is a drone going in, Novice behind it. Thought he might have tried to just follow it through straight on the hot drone and looking for an early kill. But Cypress has the angle. He runs in reloading as well. He had his breaching device out, Tim. I don't know if he didn't realize he was fully exposed, but he's completely out there. Oh, he's just given away the goose. He's been gunned down. You're brought back into a 4v4 with 45 seconds left. Now this round looks a whole lot more competitive. You know the Nomad's there. You've just seen the air jabs getting shot across. There is a fighting chance for either side into this. Santos, they have every angle covered. They've got utility left. Rise still has the sanguine arsenic canisters left. He's dashing them out one by one, Tim. Just burning time off the clock. They're going to have a field day.
Novice absolutely handing himself on a plate to them there, as you say. Just seemed to be unaware of just exactly how much he was exposing himself. Cypress gets a second from the same location, this time onto highs, and it's all starting to fall apart for Furia on the astronomy stairs as Mighty shuts down Lender, and we find ourselves now 2 versus 4, 10 seconds left to go, and this round is done. Santos will get the kill onto Fred. It's all down to Bursa. He's not even going to push this angle. There's absolutely no point. They will just be using this time to have a chat, try to level things out as a team, get on the comms and see what they can do going forward. Round to Santos. They take the advantage once again. They are looking for those 2 or 3 points here, Jackie, and only one more round is needed for them to secure at least the 2.
Man, it's the play from Novice, Tim. It's rough as well, right? Because I don't want to sound like I'm just targeting him when I'm bringing it out. I think we do actually have a replay of this. We'll see what this entails as we do roll it through. If this is the peak I'm talking about, yeah, it is the play. You can see him going around, arm up in the air. He is reloading the breaching device, it looks like. He fired out that first shot. Seemed like he wanted to get the second one back in, loading in that shell into the grenade launcher. And he's launched the round into the hands of Santos, effectively. It's rough, man. He was so clean on the entries. Back when we saw him on Play Day 1 on Consulate, he looked like a true star player for the team, and it felt like he was going to be topping the scoreboard game after game. Coming into this, that's a hefty mistake to lose out on. It gives them an advantage into what otherwise was a very winnable round, Tim.
And the thing is, it's easy to look at that situation and think, well, it's a real pixel peak from Cypress, and we've got to give him his due there. He's got a fantastic kill for himself. But the reason that we're criticising Novice's movement there is because what he's heading into is a danger zone. Effectively, he's exposing himself directly to sight, and he knows that. He knows that he's heading in to an area that is dangerous. He's not undercover at that point. So if you are going to move in there, you've at least got to be in your ADS and ready to challenge. You can't be going in there, as you rightly say, Jackie, reloading either your main weapon, your gadget, your second, I don't care what it is that you're reloading. You reload in Aviator games and then you move forward. You can't push forward like that into that position without being able to at least fight back or try to challenge an angle. If he goes in there pre-firing the master bedroom doorway, he doesn't necessarily get the kill onto Cypress, but it's not going to allow Cypress to pick him up with a one-tap like that.
Yeah, dude, you literally have to have your gun out in that position. Also, the bit that baffles me a little bit more is I'm pretty sure they droned it as well, so they knew. I don't know, Tim. That's a rough one. That's a big question mark, and obviously that aside, it puts Santos into this position, a position that is going to be absolutely fantastic. You're sat at 5 rounds. You need one more to guarantee a draw. At that point, you've already won Furia's map pick, and then you can draw at the very worst on your own map pick. Oh, look at Scardina drawing his weapon and drawing a massive cross onto the scoreboard over the face of Fred. He's busted him wide open once again. Now here comes the issue. For Furia, they were loving it when they had the clash on their side. But the tables have turned, Tim. Santos are the ones rocking the big shielded lady now. And what are you going to do when she's blocking the stairway?
And how the tables do turn. That opening kill just looking even more important as you discuss Clash. It's Sophia that has gone, and that is your main method of moving that Clash's shield away from her face. You are limited now to trying to get the approach. Now, I'm not sure that he knows there's a man on the close angle, and Cypress will shut him down in the CQC, taking Lender off the board. 5 versus 3, and Santos, they are cruising towards another round win here, and this round win will guarantee them 2 points. It will guarantee them moving level with Furia in the standings. It would put them on 6 points apiece in the league table. But Santos, they won't be happy with 2 from this. They are going to be seeking, searching, looking, trying to find that 7th round. You can guarantee it. And right now, they are looking good for it. Furia seem to really have built a little bit of momentum after they got themselves onto the attack. They lost the first one, but then they got that great flawless round in round number 8, but they just haven't been able to back it up at all.
Defender is approaching a kill zone.
Oh, this is so rough, right? You've got nearly 40 seconds left at this point. If you walk through the doorway, there is a doorman waiting, and this bouncer is aggroed him. Swings wide. Scardina the slasher, cutting up the first man as he skengmans his way through Novice and looks to clean up with the final 2 frags. They have basically 20 seconds left to make a 2 versus 5 happen. Scratch that. Much like Burst has been scratched from existence, it's a 1 versus 5. Highs is the only one standing, and he has a very high chance of being blown to bits. Scardina dashes out the nitro and secures them a perfect round. Santos are gunning for a 2-0 victory tonight. That's an upset win as well. If they walk away with both of these maps under their belt, Tim, that's huge.
It really is. No two ways about it. You know, leapfrogging Furia in the standings there and just taking full. The thing is, Furia, they've just been very flash in the pan tonight, Jackie, and that's what I'm starting to think play day 1 was. They've just not been able to carry any real consistency. We see them come out and they'll have 1 or 2 big rounds and they'll come out fantastically and get a flawless round, but then they just can't back it up. They just can't keep it rolling. They just can't keep moving with it. And Santos, they are not being rocked at all. No matter what comes their way, no matter what blows Furia seem to rein in a round or 2, Santos, they certainly don't have a glass jaw, Jackie. They're taking these ones right on the chin and just pushing back, aggressing and picking up the rounds.
Oh, mate. It's rough, isn't it? You look at them, and you're absolutely right. They can take a pounding and just roll with it. And into that, they didn't even need to. Furia, they were throwing out fist after fist, and it was like a storm of fists. But the issue is, they just kept missing. They weren't connecting. They weren't giving them the entries. And bit by bit, it all fell to pieces. And they might be left in pieces, dashed on the floor if Santos can get one final round. That's all that they require to do. And they've made a bit of a bold change, one that we definitely like to highlight whenever we get to see it, Tim. Look who has busted out the big man himself. Oryx is in play, and Scardina's the one in charge.
And we know what he can do with him. If you didn't see it back in stage 1, Scardina had the absolute poster play for Oryx. He was on a downstairs roam on the trophy statuary site, jumps himself back up through the hatch, gets 1, rotates through a soft wall, gets 2, much like Rise has just done. 2 on the shotgun, make it 3. He has come in huge for Santos, and the wheels are well and truly off for Furia right now. They have been derailed on Villa, and this is surely the end of the journey for them. It's time to collect their luggage, Jackie. It's time for them to step off the train because they have reached the terminus. They are surely going to be shut down now. Novice, he manages to get 1 back. 2 versus 4, 2 minutes on the clock, but surely still too much is being asked of Furia here. This is going to be a massive round for Santos as they look to secure 3 on the board. Now, in comes the pressure. Cyprus gets Novice. It's 1 versus 4, and this is surely the final seconds. There comes Sardinia on the Oryx. Picks up the knife kill to finish us off in round 11, and that is going to be a full 3-point win for Santos, and that 80% vote isn't looking too good now, Jackie.
Oh, what a cheeky git. He drops his way down through the hatch, Tim, and slaps him in the face to secure the victory. Oh, they were going out with a win anyway, but he's done it in style. The man has lived his movie on Oryx. It might not be as cinematic as the last play we saw him make on Villa on that operator, but I tell you what, it's one that's definitely going to be sticking in Fred's mind for a very long time.
I love how he just drops in front of him, and you're just like, yep, that's the round over then.
Oh, mate. What a mischief maker. Genuinely, what a jester. That is a lovely way to take it down. Banging series. I mean, all things considered, right, Furia still played very well. There was a lot of great moments and a lot of attributes we can look at and say, look, all in all, it was a close series. More so on Clubhouse, I feel like you're right, the wheels did come off a little bit sooner there, and obviously Villa, right, it didn't look as clean cut. And there's some big mistakes that stick out. For the side of Santos, though, we're seeing improvements all the time, Tim.
I'm a little bit disappointed for Furia because they showed us so much in Blade A1 and you were just hoping they were really going to carry it forward into the season, coming out with a big 3-point win, as many points as they managed in the entirety of the first stage. And I'll say the same as I said back in stage 1. I still feel like there are results in this team. If only they can get everybody firing at the same time. They definitely have dangerous players on side, but consistency still seems to be a real issue for them.
Oh, it definitely does. It definitely does. And it's a shame as well because even me, I was sat there basically saying that I feel like Furia should be able to 2-0 win this one. But the fact that Santos have upset them, got the full 2-0, leapfrogged them in the standings, get out of 10th place and head into 9th, that's gigantic. That's a fantastic season from them so far. They've already shown way more improvements than we had back on stage 1. But there is a caveat to all this. We do at least get some peace coming off of this one, Tim. We get some closure because we're going to speak to Chubbs. He'll be joining us, of course, the analyst from Fury, of course, that should be joining us relatively soon once we grab him and get him here on TeamSpeak. And that'll be nice to chat to him, particularly because I just want to see how he feels the team's been bonding, obviously, with the 2 new additions.
It's always nice, as I've said it a couple of times before, I'll say it again. I think sometimes speaking to the losing team can be a lot more enlightening than speaking to the winning team because you do get more of a feel of maybe where the improvements need to be made or where they feel things have gone wrong. And, those are obviously generally the talking points when you come out of a game. Yes, you've got the great players from the winning team, but it's quite often about how can the losing team adjust? What are they going to do going forward? And, that's a lot of the time the stories that we take with us. But Furia, as we say, I think there'll probably be, I'm not putting words in the mouth, I think there'll be a bit of frustration there on their side because I think they know that they are capable of more.
Oh, definitely. They should, 100%, right? It's one of those where they've proved that there's so much more fight left in them. And it always, in my mind, just goes back to that opening play day. I think in the first play day, we saw what Furia can be. And at that point, it looked good. The full 5 of the roster, everyone was playing together. The synergy was perfect. Novice was playing his role to perfection. Whereas today, I feel like there was too many times where he just didn't really hit the mark. And that hurts. He is a big part of this team. I think we've already realized that, right? He needs to get those entry frags to find them victory in a lot of these rounds. And he just didn't today.
And that's it. It's, the great teams have got multiple players like that, or they've got multiple situations that they can take advantage of. They don't need to rely on that one thing happening. And I think that's probably something Furia need to develop is, what do we do if Novice isn't hitting all of the entry frags, or, if Novice and Lender aren't going massive as a duo, what do we do in that situation? And you need that plan B, plan C, plan D.
You do. But I'll tell you what, let's find out, Tim, from the horse's mouth itself. We got Chubbs on the line. He'll be joining us and having a bit of a chat about Furia's performance today. Here he is, the big man. How you doing, Chubbs?
Hey, what's up? Not that good today, man. Not that good.
It's not ideal. I mean, close games at least, right? They were relatively close. Coming in straight away, the one thing I want to ask you about, the 2 new additions into the team, Novice and Lender. Back on the first play day, Novice for me was ridiculously impressive. He looked like a great entry fragger. It seemed like he had a really clear understanding of his role. I don't feel like we really saw the entry frags today. What went wrong?
I guess we felt some difficulties because Santos play over-aggressive on the early stage of the game. And we felt like some issues while we lost a lot of drones on the prep phase, and that made us retreat a little bit and work a little bit slower than the usual. And that's why this change of pace of the game was very, very bad for us.
Quite a few times, Chubbs, we saw you have some really good rounds as a team. You played really well and it seemed like it was turning around, but then you just struggled to continue that. Was that down to you guys and not being consistent in the performance, or was it Santos adapting to what you were doing?
We were trying to adapt over what we are seeing, what they were doing. And because of that affected directly our consistency doing our own strat. So because of that, I think work more, how can I say it, work better for them than for us.
It makes sense. It makes sense, man. I wanted to ask as well, right? Obviously, just in terms of it was a big change from last season to this season in terms of kind of revamping the roster a little bit. You've already looked like the team has improved. There's been a lot of clear cut improvements we've seen. I just wondered how you feel like the team's going to do towards the end of the season, where you're aiming to try and finish, and if we still haven't seen the true Fury yet.
Yeah, we didn't show the 100% or 100% in the game. We are always having some kind of issue that I think the biggest problem right now is like to find our own style and be consistent over the game. We are like uh, losing ourselves in the middle of the rounds, and that causing us to lose like rounds that we didn't we shouldn't lose.
Yeah.
With the new additions coming in, Chubbs, do you think that's, I assume, been part of it? Does everybody feel settled within their role, or maybe there's some changes to make there?
I think we are already settled on that point. On this point, I think we are good on this point. Like everyone is comfortable doing what they are doing. It's just to find our own style, like because Lena came with different play style, Novice as well did as well, and the other ones we had a different style from last split. So we are already like we are just like making things work right now. So I'm pretty confident for the rest of the split, to be honest.
I hope so, man. It's always nice to get to speak to you, Chubbs. Obviously, before we let you go, unfortunate games tonight. Hopefully, we'll see more coming out from you soon. Is there anything you want to say to any of the supporters of Fury out there?
Keep believing in us. Thank you for all the support, all the fans, all the message we are receiving. Like every single time we play, winning or losing, the support is incredible. So I'm just have to thanks and keep believing. We have a next game against FaZe. We'll be better, and that I can promise you.
I can't wait to see it, mate. Thanks again for popping on, brother. Enjoy the rest of the evening. Chin up.
It's
Well
an
played
honor,
tonight,
bro.
mate.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Chubbs.
Lovely guy. He's always very honest. I think that's why it's quite nice to speak to Chubbs, right? Because it's also the outside perspective from an analyst, Tim.
Yeah, and I think it's reasonably promising what he's saying there. It was interesting to find out whether everybody does feel settled within the team.
Yeah.
Is everybody happy with the role? And he seems pretty happy that they are. And it's just about sort of a melting pot of different styles and just getting all that to gel together. And I can see that coming along. And I think given time, they will be a team to be reckoned with.
They will indeed. But our next game is certainly a game to be reckoned with. W7M take on FaZe. That is the second game of the night. It is set to be a star-studded game. Please join us for that when we come back in a couple of minutes.
Esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, que yo parezca como que ella quiere. Disfruta la noche, lo anormal. Creo que el novio teme que su relación va a terminar. Se da cuenta que no necesita alguien más. Quiere un selfie para su Instagram. Ella ya no quiere relación. Alguien que diga su condición, que solamente le dé traición, para después llegar con un perdón. Quiere andar y ser de esos baby que goza la vida y lo hacen como esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, ella quiere ver. Para que siempre se dé cuenta que aquí perdió esa mujer, Lo que quiere es enloquecer, ser la mujer que él quería ver. Esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, que yo parezca en mí, No tiene sueños, solamente en sus sueños. Nos ponemos risueños con un norteño y mi flow brasileño. Yo te juro que es bueno, Ya me doy palo, es empate el estilo desigualo. Le gusta lo honesto y lo malo, me trae un regalo.
Join Face It, Play Siege, win prizes. With 45,000 Ubisoft credits up for grabs every week in the EU Open Cups. Join the action at fce.gg/R6EU.
Que quiere selfie, selfie, que yo parezca Enrique. Dime todo lo que ella quiere, nada ha sido regalado. Entre más independiente, más quiero estar a su lado. Esas nenas, mata, es que más. Ella está plena, la noche entera. Esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, ella quiere ver, ella quiere ver. Que el jefe se dé cuenta que aquí perdió esa mujer. Lo que quiere es enloquecer, ser la mujer que él quería ver. Esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, que ella parezca Enrique. No, 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 no. No hice, oh, oh. Baker, right, no.
Vamos a bailarlo, vamos a danzarlo. It's Ricky Baker on the beat, hey.
Es difícil disimular lo que pasa por mi mente cuando te tengo de frente, yeah. Esas ganas de tocar ese cuerpo lentamente, divertirnos malamente con tu piel. Baila hasta que la noche se acabe, bailamos salsa y reggaetón. Eres hermosa y a tu cuerpo lo sabe, que bailas con esa pasión. Si lo haces como eso lo mueves, yo me imagino eso en acción. Chica, sé que tú tienes la clave, baila conmigo esta canción.
Baila conmigo y tú no bailas con cualquiera. Hagamos de la fiesta nuestra cita en primavera. No estamos para acordarnos de tantos malos momentos, estamos para disfrutar y vivir una nueva era. La más loca, la que más atreve, la envidia de todas las mujeres. Está soltera y también como lo mueve, esa cosa sí que tiene poderes.
Mami tiene lo que ninguna chica tiene, tanto flow que no se compara en niveles. Mi modelo de ti tengo 10.000 carteles. Eres icy, espero que no me congeles. Paso a paso demuestro lo que ella tiene. Sin reposo te baila trapeza y reggae. Por si acaso le muestro lo que tiene el nene. Lo que quiero mami, solo que lo ordene. Baila hasta que la noche se acabe, bailamos salsa y reggaetón. Eres hermosa y a tu cuerpo lo sabe, que bailas con esa pasión. Si lo haces como eso lo mueves, yo me imagino eso en acción. Chica, sé que tú tienes la clave, baila conmigo esta canción.
Agora sim, galerinha!
Meu Deus do céu, que jogada foi essa? Que absurdo!
Consegue. Olha,
Meu
tem
Deus.
pouquinho do Bessa!
E levou a melhoria e vai fechar!
Que isso, meus amigos? Não é apenas um jogo, isso é Rainbow Six!
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to another exciting installment, Tim, as we move into our second series of the day, one that hopefully should be a bit of an upsetter, I think, in many ways, as this game has the opportunity to be spicy.
It really does. FaZe have struggled so far. There's no other way to describe it. There is no two ways about it. They have struggled, especially compared to what we saw out of them at the back end of last season, getting through to that grand final of the major. They certainly haven't shown us the same form so far. By contrast, they are meeting a W7M team that have looked dangerous, not just at the end of last season, but the beginning of this. They've done a lot of great work, and they are really sort of pushing forward now as a team. And out of the three new teams, Fury, Santos, W7M, that we saw back in stage one, I feel like W7M, they're the ones that are really getting themselves established out of those three. They're really flourishing now in this competitive environment.
Oh, absolutely. I think that's why there's so much that goes into this, as it can be really, really explosive here. We're going to get straight into the FaZe roster, as we're trying to jump into this one as soon as possible, as we really just don't want to make you wait. You shouldn't have to for such an exciting series. We're going to FaZe up straight from the get-go. 5 players that are very talented. Obviously, one big change coming into this season, Tim, was the departure of Mav, who is now on Team Liquid in that 6/managerial role, basically providing a tactical insight to the team as a bit of an analyst/coach, whereas FaZe, they had a newcomer to the team of KDS.
They did, and KDS has been a little bit quiet so far. He's not been terrible. He's sort of just been in the middle ground, and really I think what they need at the minute is somebody to step up and just really claim this roster as their own, just become that talisman and really push forward. We've seen it from Ion and Astro previously, just not really so far in this stage.
It's a shame. It's a shame as well, because obviously Yuna made the biggest change in the roster, going for the very bright hair. I would have thought that would have made in him the beacon of the team, Tim, because he kind of.
I've been thinking of doing the same.
Right? Yeah?
I've been thinking of doing the same.
We could just get paint for yours, I reckon, like a matte finish.
Just gloss.
Yeah, just paint over it. To be fair, you would be very unique at that point.
Absolutely. I think I'll be honest. I think there'd be serious questions asked about me at that point, Jack. I think I'd be getting DMs asking if I was all right. If I came on stream with just pink gloss, just actually painted, I think that'd cause some problem.
I'd love it. I reckon your kid would go wild for it. I think it would be amazing, Tim.
Oh yeah, she'd absolutely love that. She'd be all about it.
All right. Well, something else that I think everyone is going to be all over is, of course, W7M. Now, here's the interesting part about W7M. Going into this, Tim, I genuinely think they are the team that could win this tonight. They are the big contenders in my mind. This roster has been performing incredibly well.
There's only one name that I really want to pick out, Jackie, and that's Herds. We have to talk about him. Yep. Plus 18 on the season so far, 53 for 35 in terms of kills, plus 3 on entry. He is positive across the board. Now, over those 53 kills, 73% headshot. We saw him get 20 in one map on Oregon. Absolutely great game for him. Herds is definitely one to watch out for so far this stage, and he's backed up by a roster full of talent as well. Padrin going well, very definitely worth an honourable mention as well.
Oh yeah. I think that's the hard part, right? Is this entire team has a lot of talent again, so it's hard to kind of brush over some of the players, but they're definitely some of the bigger contenders. Herds, he is the behemoth there. He's by far the biggest man that we have to glance at every time and say there is a reason why we will say his name, and he's shown that, especially into this stage so far. He's had some worldies. He's been performing very well. If that consistency's there, he plays as well as he did last time we saw him just turn into that absolute behemoth of a player, Tim. I think they've got this. I think W7M win it tonight.
I think you could be right, Jackie. This is what I have picked out in my predictions coming into tonight. I think that there is a result to be found here for W7M. FaZe are absolutely shook at the minute, and they just don't seem to be turning it around. But I'm just very wary of it, because I still feel like it's FaZe. It's such a good roster. Like, surely they are going to wake up at some point. We're only 2 weeks in. Is this going to be the week turn up and say, oh, FaZe are back, don't worry, they're back on track? And it just feels like they're always on the cusp of that, and we haven't started quite believing yet that they are going to struggle week to week.
Well, maybe the map veto will help us believe and, of course, find out which team we are going to put our stock into, as we can have a look at the picks and bans for this one. Tim, didn't go so well in the first series. I'll be honest. It was a bit of a curveball with Villa coming up. What can you tell me about this time around?
I'm having a nightmare so far. That's what I can tell you, Jackie. I will put it in no uncertain terms. I'm getting like Des on his EU predictions. This is an absolute...
mate. No one's as bad as Des.
I'm having an absolute shed collapse over here when it comes to map predictions. But that being said, So far, what I can tell you is that between these two teams, Consulate and Villa has been consistently banned out by them. Cafe has been consistently banned out against them. So those are three maps that I would, let's say, I'm not going to say they won't come up, but I would be surprised if they did, because so far we have seen a consistent trend with them going out. So that leaves us with Clubhouse, Coastline, Oregon and Theme Park. Now, I think W7M would be quite happy to go back to Coastline. They've had a good result and a draw there. They've had a win and a draw so far, played it twice. But I think FaZe would be happy enough to take them there, because there's plenty of VODs to review for them as well. Plenty of information there. So Coastline, I'm going to give a bit of an outside possibility to, and I'll chuck Oregon and Coastline. Sorry, Oregon, Coastline, Clubhouse. I'll chuck Clubhouse in there with it as well.
I can see that. I feel like those are probably the three most reasonable maps we're going to see coming into it. Obviously, for FaZe, is going to be landed, isn't he? If he gets to go back on Coastline, mate, we've already seen what sort of shenanigans he can get up to. He'd be living it if it got through. Oregon, I think at this point, half the time, it's easier to assume we will see Oregon than we won't. That just seems to be a staple pick for Latam, and apparently in Global Siege at this point. Obviously, if Dez's tweet is anything to go by, Tim.
A lot of Oregon gets picked, and there's good reason for it. It's a very competitive map. There's a lot of variety, particularly on that basement side. We see, you just don't know how it's going to be attacked most times. It's just really wait and see, because there are 3 or 4 different options, and it's a lot of fun to watch. But yeah, in terms of this one, like I said, Coastline, you're absolutely right in mentioning Una, and a lot of teams avoid it because of that reason. But W7M, they're getting comfortable on there, and I think they might just be happy enough. I'm sure it'll come out as the first ban, and we'll see Consulate and Villa being the 2 that get picked up, even though they've been banned every time. But, what can you do?
Well, let's have a look. We'll get into the veto for this one. Producer Simon, bring on the veto. Coastline's gone. Consulate's gone.
Forget
Tim,
that.
This is a nightmare, mate. What's going on?
Consulate's out. Clubhouse has gone with it, so we're probably going to see another Villa. Oregon comes in as predicted. Cafe, okay. Right. So Cafe, interestingly, has been banned out consistently against W7M. We've seen it banned out both times that they've played so far, and they've now picked it up as their choice. So that asks the question to me if FaZe missed the trick there, allowing W7M to come on. It's obviously a map that they're strong on, because teams are banning it out against them. They don't want to play them there. How's that going to shape up?
Yeah, you know what? Look, I'm going to be honest with you, though. I think getting this draw is actually pretty good, just in terms of our perspective, and obviously the fans at home that are going to be watching this one. I love a bit of Cafe. I feel like that's quite exciting. The fact that slipped through the cracks definitely could be a bit of either an underestimation or potentially FaZe being a bit bold with how well W7 have been playing, right? That could be a whooping when we get onto that map if they continue to play to the same stature and we don't see improvements for FaZe. That's definitely the bigger one for me, is I feel like they've been slacking this season compared to, second place at the major, literally going toe-to-toe against NIP and being beaten out after having a really good run through the bracket play, to now really falling off and not finding their footing at all. Mav's departure to the roster has clearly done a lot of structural damage, and like a house that is starting to fall apart, they need to get the builders in now, Tim.
They do. They need to do it before they wake up without a roof one day, Jackie, and that is exactly what's going to happen. The front door's already been ripped off the hinges, let's put it that way, and there is no repairs going on whatsoever. Now, if we look at these 2 maps that we're going to be playing on, I mean, it won't come as much of a shock to people watching if you've already watched the first few play days. FaZe have lost on both of these maps so far. They've played them both and lost them both. By contrast, W7M have won them both. So... Sorry, they haven't won Cafe. They haven't played on there yet, but we're expecting them potentially to be quite good. They've come in and they have won on Oregon. So in terms of the map veto, I look at W7M and I think they're coming in here looking fairly confident. They've already performed well on one of the maps. The other one, there's not really any information for FaZe to go off. FaZe have lost on Cafe. W7M, with the way things are going for their roster at the minute, if Herds can come in and hit the ground running as he has done previously, honestly, I'm worried for FaZe.
I'd agree, mate. I genuinely think this is W7M's day, but we are going in to FaZe's map. Oregon is where we kick this one off. It's the first chapter in what could be a very enthralling book to read. As we start this one off, FaZe Clan, of course, will be on the attacking side. W7M will be on their defense as we move our way into the bands to kick this off.
Raining in already, we have that Thatcher ban straight on the lock. No surprises there. He's been a Consistent ban so far tonight, and Monty joins him as well now. I'm pretty sure in saying that Monty, that's the third time that we've seen the Montagna banned out. So Latam certainly getting fed up of the shields so far today, and no surprise after the amount of Clash play that we saw last time around on Villa just being really, really decisive. And Clash is going to join Monty as well. There will be no shields here today, apart from the Blitz, but there's only Hugzord so far within Latam that we've seen actually actively used in the Blitz. And Echo, he's going to be the last one on the ban roster. So your bans are in: Thatcher, Montagna, Clash, and Echo. We're heading into Oregon for a really big matchup. The way that I described this earlier, Jackie, was the make or break matchup. And I think that is exactly what FaZe are facing right now.
And I think it's also, you're right, on the flip side as well, because this is also a big break for W7M, right? Like, if they walk away from this and they find themselves victory here, Tim, they are going to be laughing all the way to the bank to deposit the points they will make off of this one, because it will put them into a really good position for the season. It's also going to be a massive confidence boost, because it already seems like they're having a good run. They're going from strength to strength in a lot of the games. It feels like the whole roster's performing well. If you then best FaZe, it's not only besting the 5 players that have a lot of accolades to their name, it's besting a ginormous organization and getting a lot of exposure in terms of your team and your org. W7M will be landed if they get the win here tonight.
Now, looking back to FaZe's previous performance on Oregon, it was Playday 1, it was against MIBR. Now, I think they're probably still going to be having flashbacks to that one, Jackie. If you remember, it was 7-1 on the day, and FaZe, they really struggled. There was only Yuna able to go positive in terms of kills, 8 kills to 7 deaths. Other than that, everybody took way more deaths. Now, Live, he had a terrible day. He went 1-8, really struggled last time out, so they are going to need him to turn up. And as we say, you know, the mental game is an important side of things here, and you just don't know what sort of impact that is going to have. You know that I'm sure they've been scrimming this map since then to make sure that the strats are in place and that they are comfortable with what they're doing, and I'm sure it was probably just an off day for them, but it still is there. It's always that seed of doubt in the back of your mind.
It is. It's a bit worrying as well, because I think Live is definitely one of the big question marks in the roster, where he has had a rocky stage so far. He's not really reached the heights that he was getting into back in stage 1. He was a very effective member of the team. Here's a change though already. Look at this role reversal, Tim. Live, currently on the Maverick, KDS picking up the Ashe entry role. This is a complete flip between the two of them. Live now being popped back onto the Maverick, allowing KDS to come in and potentially be the entry fragger. This looks like they have changed roles in the downtime between last week.
Changes needed to be made, that much is for sure. We can see some aggressive play onto the hatch here. We could see a Nitro flying up out of there. I think Live just hears the man underneath, so he decides to dip away. He does not want to eat that Nitro cell as it comes up through the hatch. KDS on the entry is going to get the kill onto Panico. That is exactly what they need from him on the Ashe, and that is a great start for FaZe, just to settle things down here on Oregon. I think the first kill could be very, very important there, Jackie, because there is that potential nerves coming into the map, given the result last time around, and that might just settle things down. Now we see great play as well, an Ashe drop there, and sudden aggression from Astro as he will take shots onto Herds, and that will be the man shut down by Astro on the pistol as well with the headshot. 5 versus 3 now.
Hey, that's rough. He's just pistol whipped him into oblivion and given them a major chance to pick this round up. KDS clearly feeling it coming in as well. I'm liking the change. I know it's very early. I know this round isn't even over, but I feel like this has already been a smart decision to make, and we're seeing the early stages of it coming to fruition here. 54 seconds left on the round. W7M, you still have a big possibility of picking this one up, but you've got to hit your shots. You've got to grind it back. You're at a major disadvantage right now. Agree. Gives the game away. Giving up his position, firing out the warning shots. They will respond in kind as Astro. Unloading with a magazine. But talking of unloading, look who pops off. Pedrin and Gui. Freeze now coming into effect. FaZe Clan, they had the round in the palm of their hands, and they've had to grasp at straws to get it back. Astro and Ion barely save it in the dying moments of the round.
FaZe just feel a little bit lucky there. It all sort of started to fall apart in the mid-round. They got that great early start, got themselves a little bit of control around the site, but then felt like they were unable to push forward until forced. And that is something that they need to be careful of. You can't need those couple of deaths to force to think, right, we need to push forward before we lose any more here. You need to be doing that under your own steam and just trying to find those angles and get those extra picks. But ultimately, it doesn't matter how it went down. FaZe get themselves round 1 on the board, and now that's already for W7M as many defensive rounds as they lost the last time they played Oregon. They went 5-1 on the defense, so they were very, very strong. And interestingly, it was a tertiary site, kitchen dining. That was the only site that they actually lost on defensively last time around. So that is a good start for FaZe. 2 for 2 last time W7M were defensively down in laundry and basement, and they've already been shut down.
It's nice. It's a good start. I'm happy to see that this is actually being stuck with as well. It wasn't just a one-off. It wasn't a round that was thrown into the mix, right? Where obviously, you know, KDS was just like, look, I'm feeling it in this round. They played off tempo or just, you know, playing off the decision-making there. It does seem like this is a raw change. I'm really happy we've seen this, Tim. Something needed to happen, right? Live season, it's been a bit of a struggle. I think it's fair to say, so far throughout stage 1, he just hasn't really been able to perform in the role that he had been dropped into. Wasn't hitting those entries, wasn't being able to step up to the mark. KDS as well, we didn't really see his fragging potential. He was effectively on the Maverick pretty much every time we've seen him play, whereas now he's been put into a role where he can run and gun a little bit. He can afford to take risks, be let off the leash, and not conform to what FaZe need him to do so much. This is the dream, Tim. We spoke about this all the way back on the first play day, right, where we said, has he been brought into the team and just plopped into a role, or are they trying to restructure the team around him? This is a smart decision.
And sometimes you have to take those big decisions, Shaki. You have to look at it and think, right, exactly, you know, what has gone wrong previously, what is not working for us, and you have to be willing to make big changes and to give players those opportunities to feel comfortable as well. As you say, you know, if Live wasn't happy with what he was doing or how it was going, then potentially you start banging your head against the wall and you're always going to struggle to get the most out of him. But the switch up so far, although only 1 round in, does look certainly better. It looks immediately better than we have seen FaZe look so far. They have not looked that aggressive. They have not looked in control at any point realistically. Now, I'm not sure exactly what Freezow is doing there. He's trying to get in a cheeky reinforce, but Astro is well alive to that and shuts him down, and that is another good start for FaZe.
Like, I get it. You know, it is one of those gamble plays you've gone for where, yeah, you get the reinforcement off, solid, it's worked out well, but it's such a risk to throw away a life like that, especially this late into the round when they hadn't found an early entry kill yet. Seems a bit silly, Tim, and now it's left them into this position. With 1 minute and 27 seconds on the clock, you're now in a 4 versus 5, rather than having the full roster alive and kicking, and more of their vital signs are getting dropped as another man gets down. Panico shot into the back of the head, but Pendulum applies, finding the frag onto KDS, leaving it hanging in the balance. Herds, that was your opportunity. If you could have got the kill on the doorway, maybe there was a chance, but bit by bit, it all falls to pieces, and look who steps up to the mark. Live in the final moments, getting a 2k to secure the deal for FaZe Clan. A lovely little round, and this actually starts to go the way it seems the fan vote has gone. We ran a poll for this one, Tim, and it was 79% voting for FaZe to pick up the win on Oregon. That's 15% for W7M.
A lot of people sticking with the faith in FaZe. We know that they have a lot of fans. The FaZe clan is sizable, to say the least, and they certainly believe in their players, and right now it's looking like it's well-placed faith because 2-0 on the board and FaZe are looking electric. I feel like in round number 2 there, W7M maybe got a little bit overly aggressive, Jackie. We just saw them peaking a couple of angles and just losing lives very, very quickly and cheaply, to be honest, and going for that late reinforcement. As you say, it's a gamble play, but was it worth the risk? You know, ultimately, is it going to hold them at bay for that long when you know that they've got a hard breach against you anyway? The wall is likely to get opened up. It just feels like there wasn't really too much reward for the size of the risk.
No, yeah. It's one of those where it does seem like, again, you go for it, 9 times out of 10, you probably are just going to get shot in the face, right? It's such an exposed reinforcement, so easy to get the shot off. Also, that's the second kill we've seen Astro now pick up with a pistol. A bit of a sidearm stunner, it seems, Tim.
Certainly looks that way. And Astro, he's on that Zephyr. We've seen him 20% of the time going on the Zephyr, more commonly on the Hibana. But as you say, just this shift between, I think, Live and KDS, which has been pretty much a direct swap, as you said, Jackie.
Yeah.
You know, you've got Live was pretty much 100% Ash and vice versa. So It's interesting to see how it impacts on the other team members. It doesn't really need to. They can continue doing what they've been doing, and hopefully that switch will just be a bit of a livener for both KDS and Live, and it's certainly seeming to pay dividends so far. Now we've got Frieza just getting droned out on those Freezer stairs. He's going to probably back down to the bottom of them and just get that shotgun out, try to play the close angle there. That's exactly what he does, but FaZe, they're going to be more than confident pushing here. They had a great first round on Laundry, and they were able to just pick W7M apart at will, really. And right now, they've got themselves established. They've surrounded site. They're looking for a freezer push, going towards main lobby once again, I think, as well. Doesn't look like W7M are learning too much. It's a lot more possible to get late reinforcement off when you're moving out of the bunker side, but still a risk nonetheless.
They really have been risking it for a biscuit so far. I don't know, they weren't really going for a lot of these plays previously. I don't know if it's potentially overconfidence coming into this one, or just a couple of stray mistakes that have got us scratching our heads a little bit. But at least for now, in the third round, they do have all 5 alive. And we're down to about 1 minute and 25 seconds left in the clock on this one. Bit by bit, FaZe Clan, they've been poking and prodding in a couple of different areas of the map. And obviously, that's what you need to do. If you can establish control here, you've got so many entry points. You can push in late, split and pick, and effectively go for a 3-pronged attack onto the site in the late round. They've been using a lot of that utility as well to burn out ADSs, try and use up all of those one-wire magnets, get reconnaissance. Though, he doesn't just want info, he wants kills, and he'll find the initial pick, taking down Panico. Padron replies in kind though, shutting down KDS on the stairway. Gets gunned as well, and here comes Live. Unfortunately, in the meantime, Astro, he's been laid to rest, and it's not looking good for the side of FaZe. Outnumbered and possibly outgunned. Ion knocked off his feet, jumped into the air by Freezow with Big Papa Pump, the shotty that was locked and loaded, and it certainly sent him flying.
More gunfights won by W7M that time, just starting to build the confidence into the game a little bit, I think, just start picking up those shots. Now, FaZe, they need to be careful on losing men to the same angles. They lost one to the prone smoke with the shotgun in exactly that same location last time around, so you have to expect coming around the corner that you might well face off to the prone smoke. And I think just maybe dip a little bit deeper. He was right up against that hard angle on the corner. I think maybe just try and put a bit more distance in between yourself. Ion, ultimately, he was the last alive. It was a big job for him to complete, but I think just by being further back against the wall, furthest from the door, you just give yourself the most opportunity, knowing that you're probably challenging into a shotgun there. It's all about distance at that point if you want to be able to survive and not get hit with that one shot to the chest that is going to finish things off for you very, very quickly. Now, heading back up to dorms in round number 2, we saw this site, in round number 4, we saw this site back in round 2. FaZe were successful, and they got the win here. Again, W7M were never really anywhere near closing this one out. They just got overly aggressive. They lost a lot of gunfights, particularly onto that master balcony and the closet area, and also the armory corridor door. So you need to be a little bit careful, a little bit more patient, I think, this time around.
5 seconds to insertion.
W7M, hopefully we've seen the last of the crazy mistakes. Ooh, the Valkyrie play, just getting it off there before we would have got revealed, so you get that camera out, hopefully in the location that you wanted it to land, so we can get the clear read across. And then obviously him or her is probably most likely going to be the ones to go for a bit of a risky play if they want to chance it. In terms of what we've got coming out from FaZe Clan, KDS, straight on the solo mission. This man is on a mission. You can tell. Beelining it over and looking for an early frag. Herd seems to have been the one that has gone for the power play, though. Probably relayed off the information there. He's gone for the swing, found the pick onto Astro, and guaranteed an opening frag for W7M. Obviously, this does flip things a little bit and give favour to them in the early game. You can super turtle up now if you want to. You can really draw in the pace of the game. You don't necessarily have to go for an overextension or a peak. You can play towards sight, hold crossfires. And if they hit their shots, they've practically won the round from that point forward.
First time we've really had cause to shout out Herds' name here, and that's another big factor for W7M. They really need that man to get himself rolling. Last time we saw them play on Oregon, he came out with 20 kills in one map. Absolutely went ham, did Herds, and just whitewashed the other team pretty much single-handedly. So I'm sure W7M will be keen to see him start really getting himself firing. It's his second on the round. Second on the game, but he'll be looking for more, I'm sure. And right now, utility starting to rein in. You can see Ace just opening up that master wall, and Live trying to push forward there and just get as many angles as possible onto the site, just helping his players to get established inside master bedroom. And Birds is looking to get aggressive onto that armory door, and he lost his life here last time around. Needs to be careful once again. Looks like FaZe Clan are looking to get aggressive in towards Trophy.
Coming up close towards that final 60 seconds of the round. For FaZe Clan, obviously being a man down, it restricts a lot of what you can do. That is a bold move from Herds, though. He really was taking the mickey in that one, and finally gets punished because of it. KDS getting the angle across him with the opening into the soft wall, so he can barely spot him out and take him down. Bit of a rotation coming out there as we see a player last dropping through the hatch and potentially looking for a bit of a backstab. FaZe, you're leaving yourself with not too much time to make this one happen, though. Down to 40 seconds. Yuna, he's on the site, and he's got to crack that diffuser open and get it down by the pool table. KDS with another frag into the round, really outgunning the opposition, and it's looking beautiful so far for them. Unfortunately, trapped between a rock and a hard place, gambles to push his way back through the Sanguine Arsenic and dies in a puff of smoke. Ion coming in with a buck to shut down Freezal, and it's all left on one man, the Wamai, in a 1v3. Angle is held as soon as he peeks round. Even if he gets the kill, he should be dropped. They give him a fighting chance though, Tim. He clears the corner, finds the peak, nearly gets the follow-up frag. It would have been a 1v3 clutch, but Ion spots him on the buck and says you're out of luck.
So close, Sagi on the 1v3 there. Just came in, as you say, very much down to the last man, 1 versus 1. He had one down, so that had already been started for him. Yuna was, of course, down but not out at that point. Still, the shot onto the Maverick at the close angle was really clean from Guy, and ultimately FaZe able to get in. And I think there's not been enough downstairs presence for W7M there on the Dorm site. I always like to see the option. We saw the Wamai drop down underneath, but obviously Wamai very limited in terms of options, being able to have any sort of impact vertically on a plant where you've got a Valkyrie on the board who has a Nitro. Get her playing underneath in the late round. Have that opportunity to deny that plant. We've seen it done successfully a number of times, but KDS was able to just shut down the Valkyrie without any problems whatsoever, and he moved out and just tried to impact on that plant. But round 4, we find ourselves going in favour of FaZe, and they now sit 3-1 on the scoreboard, and this is much more what we have expected from FaZe all along.
Oh, it's a million times better. It also feels like the pressure for Live to not be on the entry anymore, where he has to perform in the early round, where he can afford to go back to his roots and play a little bit slower in the late round, where we know he can consistently hit shots. He's doing that again. It's worked out wonders for both of them. KDS, when he has been given an opportunity to find those critical kills as well, there's been at least 2 rounds where he's been able to get good openers on the board. It's been nice. Looks like, again for W7M though, they want to try and use the aggression against FaZe and play a tenacious attacking side. Ooh, a couple of seconds of difference there, and that could have been a bang straight through the reinforcement into the noggin of KDS, Tim.
It's one of those that you just try round after round after round, and it's probably, 1 in 300 rounds it comes off. But if it is the round where it happens, you are left with a big smile on your face. But I'm sure that the attackers will be glad that that did not happen that time around. Valkyrie just using those black eye cams, just trying to gather any intel, any information that there is available right now. Just try and get an idea exactly where this push is coming from. Heading towards kitchen and dining. Showers is usually a very important location. We've seen Padrin be completely dominant on this site previously, but hasn't brought his ACOG along this time around. Usually will play an ACOG. It's been a dock previously on a long angle out of showers and done a fantastic job, but chooses not to this time, and it looks like FaZe are pushing in from the opposite side anyway. They've got themselves established into meeting there. It looks like the focus of their attack is going to be attic initially and then towards kitchen.
Herds rattling off bullet after bullet, pumping out the steel and hoping that one of them would connect to shut a man down. It's a bit of a pixel peek if he wants to run the risk of going for it, and he hits it. Oh, the pixel sniffer himself on a filthy curt angle gets the kill, but the same could be said for Live, responding with a vertical shot, a hurty-verty indeed, as it slaps him upside the head, drops Herds, and this round keeps on giving for live. Another frag is found. A bludgeoning headshot there onto Panico, as he will certainly mute the mute and leave W7M in a horrible position, Tim. 2 players alive, nowhere near sight, effectively giving it up. They have to retake their own bomb site at this point, and it is not looking good for them. Astro with a clean-up kill onto Freeze Out. It's all down to the Valkyrie towards the stairwell. He will find one, but that might be the only frag he gets. If he gets any more, they're not really going to be impact frags, and KDS has a perfect positional play, second guesses himself as he walks down the stairs, and KDS will clean it up.
It's looking easy for FaZe at the moment. It certainly appears as if they've got the jump start that they needed to get the engine running, Jackie. And now that they've started to get some traction, I am sure that they will continue fighting their way back into this stage to head for the major. They are looking very, very solid so far here on Oregon. It's going to be difficult from here. 4-1 now, W7 facing. And for me, this is one of the first real challenges that they've had. The first time that they've really found themselves on the wrong end of a little bit of a beating so far.
Yeah, that was naughty. This kill was actually pretty ridiculous, right? Like, genuine pixel peek, disgusting little face, and he just does it. The man is quite literally pixel sniffing, Tim. He smelt him before he could see him.
Oh, he's right up in there in the monitor. There's absolutely no way he sees that pixel change colour without being up there.
Absolutely wild. Clean stuff so far. I think here's the one key takeaway, though, to look at it, right? FaZe Clan, night and day, looking way more like their themselves, looking more like the team we saw at the major, Tim, compared to what we've seen at all so far throughout Stage 2.
Much more so. They've been absolutely unrecognisable in the first 2 games, and it's been a shock to us. And there has been that element of sort of assuming that before too long they were going to get running. The question is, even if they do win here today, Jackie, and go on a bit of a winning spree, what damage have they done to themselves in those first couple of weeks? How telling is that going to be come the end of things here? You know, realistically, 15 points and above was enough to get you into the major last time around. So arguably, they've dropped 6 there, but there is still plenty for them to go at. There's 27 points available overall. So for argument's sake, let's say they were to clean up from here on out, that gives them 21 points. So they do still have a little bit of wiggle room, but then again, they've still got all the big boys to play. So it's unlikely that they are going to close things out with 3-point wins all the way. Those 6 missing points could be defining come the end of Stage 2.
Yeah, it definitely could hurt them getting into the major, right? Like that's the big point to look at it. In terms of relegation, they're going to be fine. Like for how they performed last season, they've still got enough games left to go this season. They shouldn't really fall into that danger zone territory. But when it comes to re-getting yourself into the major and having another fighting chance, that's where you raise some eyebrows. That's where you get a little bit worried, and it is going to be a matter of, can they actually qualify? Or will we see that 4th spot go to a different team this time around? At that point, it just depends who's going to come out on top, right? Because it still kind of feels like our best teams from last season, it made sense. Team 1, they were certainly deserving of being there. They had a huge run. They looked fantastic. Liquid NIP, 100%. They've been fighting tooth for now. I mean, for NIP's comeback throughout the season as well, it made sense. FaZe Clan at the time, yeah, it was solid. They were a great looking team. So far right now, they look nothing like the team we'd seen. This is probably their best showing yet. So it gets to the point of, does someone lap them? Does someone steal that spot and be able to find their way through? Is this where we potentially see, say, an INT or a squad like that making it into the major instead?
For me, the big team that FaZe need to be looking at is MIBR, because MIBR have looked electric so far, and I really cannot wait to see MIBR play again this weekend, because they've just looked so ridiculously solid and scary. It just seems like everything is clicking for them now that Cameraman's really settled in. They've tempered the aggression, but it's still there for them. It seems to just be there in the perfect amounts at the minute, and so for me, FaZe need to be very careful, because if they trip up, they've got MIBR hot on their heels, and they will take any opportunity they're given. And if we look at it that way and, you know, say, right, let's assume that NIP, Liquid and Team 1, they've all started out well. Let's assume they all get to the major. It's that 4th spot that FaZe are going to be fighting for. Can MIBR come in and take it? I think they probably can.
Yeah. Definitely. It does seem like that's the way things could be shaping up, right? And although it is only a couple of games that have been played so far, it gets a little bit scary. But in the meantime, whilst we get this lobby set back up as our players are starting to rejoin, it does seem like we've had a couple of tweets that have been coming in. Of course, use the hashtag BR6 if you want to get involved with the show. Producer Simon will be hand-picking those. What has he picked for us this time, though, Tim?
Looks like FaZe there, ready for our first W. So FaZe coming in with a bit of big talk there, making sure that they are going to get this one locked down. Obviously confident coming into it. I mean, you can see that there's work been done. Things have changed. And I think behind the scenes, I think there was probably some confidence there, and they knew that they were going to come out looking like a different team.
Yeah, no, definitely. I would agree, right? I think that's kind of been kept in the pocket just for the right time to pull it out, and they've whipped it out now in terms of obviously making the change. You've played 2 officials with the roles being reversed, with Live on the entry, with KDS essentially on that support role, on the Maverick being one of your hard breachers, taking him off it, letting him have more freedom. I think it's really paid dividends so far. We're also seeing Live come out of his shell again, which is fantastic, right? Although it's not on the role that they wanted him to do it on, it's so much better seeing him actually starting to hit his shots again, surviving into the late round, and not just dying for the cause without actually getting any entry kills.
Well, I mean, ultimately, it doesn't matter, does it? You know, at the end of the day, if you win a major with KDS on entry and Live on Maverick, you don't really care.
You still won the major.
Versus not winning a major with Live on entry and KDS on my, you know, what's the point? It really doesn't matter. At the end of the day, these players are playing to be successful. They are competitive and they want to win. And if that's what gets them the win, they'll do it.
Well, let's find out who is going to get the win. More specifically, who will be winning the half as the competition continues. Back into the action on Oregon. If you're just joining us, these are the scores on the doors. It is a 4-1 split so far. Very one-sided to FaZe Clan that have been on point on their attack, Tim.
Oh, they've looked just absolute demons today compared to what we've seen so far. They've been coming in, they've been securing kills, they've been completely surrounding site, they've been executing very well, they've just been shutting W7M down at every single turn. Whether W7M have tried to aggress onto them, as we saw in round 2, FaZe were able to deal with that and shut them down. When W7M have played a little bit more passively, like they did in round 4, it just hasn't really made any difference whatsoever to FaZe. They are here to play, they're here to win, and whatever gets put in front of them right now, they are just washing it away.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Here we go. Back into the action now. Strap in for this one, especially all the W7M fans that were out there. I know looking at the start, Tim, I gave the bold call. I said I reckon FaZe, they're going to be bested today. I didn't think they'd be able to win this bout, but they've already impressed me with the 5 rounds we've seen so far. They've looked way better. It seems like they're starting to look more like their former selves. We knew that there was going to be damage done to the team with Mav's departure, but at least now they've started to settle in and found their footing. Let's see if they can maintain it or if they will be knocked over and stumble into this one. I'm curious to see more aggression as well from W7M. Obviously, they were running the risk fairly early on. We had Herds. He was on the Jaeger. He was going for some of those wide swings off the back of the Valkyrie cams that were put out. No Valkyrie in play this time. Herds instead coming off Jaeger and going on Wamai. It's not as worth him going for those early aggressive plays. Obviously, those Wamai discs, you got to wait for him to recharge, or you're just not going to have any magnets if you go for a bold play in the early round.
That's it. You can't be losing him. Much like your smoke, you've got to think about those sort of time-based utility operators and keeping them alive into the late round, because A, the gadgets can be very important, and B, you get fewer of them if you lose them, as you say, Jackie. Now, we can see quick progress being made inside the map from Astro there. He's just going to pick up those couple of default cameras and just start gaining a little bit of access towards site, just opening up that barricade leading down the laundry stairs, and aggression here from FaZe all round really as the pressure starts to mount onto the freezer entry as well. They start to move down. They've already forced the man back away. They've burnt the ADSs, and that is going to start giving them access down the stairs, and the drones are raining in, and I'm sure it won't be too long at all before FaZe know that the path ahead is clear. Now then, 2 at rear stage. They're going to look to move downstairs and apply pressure to pillars. So far, so good for FaZe. W7M, they're about to start feeling like they're in a vice.
Ooh. And that's never good. If you're in a vice, it can be quite painful. There'll be a lot of pressure applied. So let's see how well they can contend with the pressure. Will it turn them into a diamond, or will they shatter like a ceramic object that definitely should never be put into a vice. Time will tell in the round so far. We've got about 1 minute and 25 seconds left into this one, and FaZe have been slowly encroaching further forward, bit by bit, taking inches of map control at a time, not trying to overstep the mark. When they do want to go for the execution, though, they're going to need to be on point. They've got a lot of utility coming into this, though, with the operator picks, obviously bringing the Ying out this time around. Issue is, you can have all the utility in the world, but if your face gets blown off by a shotgun on a close angle, it will not matter. And that's why I'm looking at Zhao. All 3 of those canisters remaining, trying to dash them out. One of them going to get zapped clean out the air, gets the follow-up onto the second as he will be able to get it down. Holding strong for now, and at least buying a bit of time for his team. Live going for the bowl play of pushing up through it and tanking it, taking it all on the chin. Gas mask in tow. Ying nearly going down as well, but the first frag does go their way. Issue is, here's the follow-ups, Tim. 2 back in favour at the side of W7M, leaving us into a 3 versus 2. Pedrin is low on the Kaid, and Panico still fighting strong. Equalizes, 2 versus 2. Astro and Live, the last 2 remaining members, drop from behind the shield and drop clean out of the server. Panico, do not panic. Keep your composure. 17 seconds left in a 1 versus 2 on the Jaeger. Is this man a yester, or will he be able to clutch it out as he peeks onto the doorway but misses the opening shot? Being flanked from the left, it won't matter. He won't arrive in time, but Live will end his life as FaZe Clan get a critical round.
Great adjustment at the end of the round there, just to get the pinch onto the Jaeger. As soon as they knew that he was locked in playing at pillars, you saw Live just move one way and the other man separate and just create that pinch moving through sight, and just made it so that Panico had absolutely nowhere to go. Not a turn to make, nothing to hide behind, and he was shut down in 5-1 on the hard. Signals what I think will be the start of a quick phase win here. They get themselves onto the defense now, and that is a scary prospect. W7M coming in and having to find rounds on the attack here, Jackie. Quite often we see on Oregon the defenders taking the advantage and coming through, putting rounds on the board. W7M were unable to do that, but I think round number 6 there, that last attack coming in from FaZe, shows exactly why. It was clinical, no two ways about it. The aggression was timed well. It was brought forward from multiple angles at the same time. It was just so difficult for W7M to deal with.
Great stuff. Definitely keeping them on their toes. At this point, spreading the load very well off the back of the rehost. That round, nearly a team ace coming out from FaZe Clan. They all would have taken a frag apiece, but Live had to double down with 2 of his own. Now, of course, off the back of the side swap, let's see how it works out. Another opportunity to get another glimpse at Malusi as well, Tim. And this is one of the maps I think we both agreed on, that she has a lot of potential with those Banshees.
It can be a very oppressive gadget. We've seen it used very well here on Oregon. Of course, for anybody who doesn't know how the Banshee works, once you get within a radius of it, it will slow you down as an attacker by 25% and will also emit a nice sound to let the defenders know that you are approaching. As you get closer to it, it will slow you by 50%, so it does have a big impact. And there's only a few ways to clear that out, and that is by using a gadget such as Asher's breaching charge, very similar to a Maestro camera. Shooting it will do absolutely nothing, or you can go up close enough to it to be able to use your melee attack, but obviously very difficult to get that close when you're suffering that serious slowing effect that it will apply to you. Now we can see some early progress here, but interestingly, the Selma will be impact naded, I think, off the closet wall there, so there is not going to be a hole open big enough to actually move through. Right now it is nothing more than a peek hole, and we can see some aggression from Astro here. He's surely going to get one. He misses a lot of shots, but eventually manages to put Padrin in the dirt, and that is going to be the ace off the board. I think his job was done, and closet wall, it's not open very well, Jackie, not very well at all.
Not ideal. This could certainly come back to haunt them in the late round. Live nearly being left as a ghost. It's that encounter as the nade gets dropped in through the window. He has to back off to try and stay alive and kicking. Herds, he could cause a little bit of a mockery here, blowing the floorboards up. The reaction shot comes out, but it's a little bit too slow. He knows he's towards the stairwell, and he plays it perfectly. G360 later as he clears into that one, landing the headshot and dispatching another man. That was a lovely frag to pick up, Tim, with the support of Guy. And this leaves us here in a bit of an awkward spot as Live He's taken it directly on the chin. I'm surprised he even has a chin at this point. It should have been knocked off alongside the connection. That is rough. It's a 4 versus 4, but look at the difference in sustainability. The health bars of W7M are ginormous compared to what FaZe Clan have to play with. Their sustainability is at an all-time low, but luckily they've still got utility. Dashing it out to slow down the course of the round. As time ticks by, getting closer and closer to 40 seconds, they have to make a hero play. But the only hero plays are going towards W7M. Freeze out. He sprints in, guns down live, and leaves them in a 4 versus 3.
Starts to get the diffuser down, but has to back off as the kills start to rain in. Astro gets himself 2 more on the round. That's 3 overall. Ion steps up to support, and ultimately it's Astro with a 4K to shut things down on the round. Round 7 goes in the books. It's 6-1 now, and a guaranteed draw here on Arrogant for FaZe. They are really phasing up. They are stepping up, and they are shutting W7M down.
Oh, mate. They are not phased whatsoever by a single inch of what W7M have been bringing to the table today. In a round where, once again, it seemed like they started to pick up the pieces, they had a grasp on it. In the final few moments, it falls to bits because of the individual play from FaZe Clan. The team is looking so much better again. And this is crazy as well because W7M, this season, they have been having a great run. They look so much better than they did back in Stage 1. And they still look damn good in Stage 1. That's why this result is fairly impressive because FaZe, they have not been themselves for quite some time. Now it finally feels like they've seen the light, they've woken up, they've made the necessary changes, and they are hitting their shots, Tim. The roster has clearly woken up on the right side of the bed this morning.
Well, FaZe, they just look like there's nothing that they can do wrong today, Jackie. It's a complete difference. It's absolute night and day from what we've seen from them previously. Live there, taking a grenade basically to the face. He just managed to eat that like it was some sort of spicy meatball. Just got it down there, and nope, that's absolutely fine. I can stomach that one, boys, and on he goes. And that really just sums up FaZe's performance here on Oregon, where W7M have got themselves close to frags. They've never just quite been able to get themselves over that line, rarely managing to get themselves close to winning rounds, where FaZe, they've just been super solid. They've been shutting down every angle, getting every kill. And where it goes 50-50, they find a way. Astro moving out onto the balcony. There was a lot of shots missed there, Jackie, but he still comes away with the kill. They can't give that up that easily. Padrin on the ace. He's got a great gun in the AK. He needs to be able to slay with that and shut him down.
It's so rough. Ooh. All right. Talking of rough, that is a rude awakening here into what could very well be the final round between FaZe and W7M. Ion, he bites off far more than he can chew in the early encounter, gets slapped about by the bullets, and is left down below 50 HP. It seemed like that was going to be a kill for Herds, but he's not come out on top. In fact, he's been ruined, absolutely decimated there by KDS on the response from the Wamai, bludgeoning him, Tim, and leaving them with a ginormous advantage into this round already. FaZe Clan on the defense, quite a tenacious defense at that, because they are playing so aggressive and they're getting away with it. They double up, they play together with a buddy system. If you went down, there would have been a trade. Trade wasn't necessary, as they just outright ruin Herds, give themselves a large lead now into this round, Tim. 2 minutes left to work with. W7M down into a 4 versus 5. Ion and Astro are both low, but you need to get something in your side of the map soon.
It's just the same problem for W7M again, isn't it? Just absolutely nothing going right. On a different day, Herds peeks that corner. He's 1v1, and he comes away with the kill. It's a nice entry frag. But you can just imagine his face as he pops round the corner, and there's not one, but there's two, and they're coming from opposite sides of the corridor. There is absolutely nothing he can do to challenge onto both of them, and at that point, you just sort of know that it's going to be one of those days. It's just that terrible timing, and terrible timing for Freezow as he steps out in front of Yuna, who hits him with the shotgun. Absolutely shuts him down, and that leaves us now 5 versus 3. Maverick and Ash off the board. Padrin taking damage. It's all going in the direction of FaZe Clan here. Surely this is not long. Surely this is just a matter of time here in round 8 before FaZe shut this down in quick fashion. We can see the confidence coming out of them. Yuna, he's willing to just get aggressive and take the challenge on Freezer Stairs. He will down Padrin, but be shut down by Guy, who as of yet I don't think has been quite brave enough to pick up his man. They know that they're being challenged, but they will get a second down now going on to Ion. That leaves them 3 versus 3 and able to collect the downed man. So now then, we are squared away. 3 versus 3. Big duo coming in. Padrin Panic or the Punishers will shut down 2. 3 versus 2. 30 seconds to go.
The peek around the corner, barely finding their way down the stairway, but Live, he has it all to do. This could be the clutch of the game. If he finds more frags here, KDS assisting him, this dynamic duo, clutching at straws, but making it all come away with their victory. It's down to Gui, the Nomad. No signs of life, as KDS will leave him with lacerations, finishing off the round and finishing off the map. Oregon goes the way of FaZe Clan. A very decisive victory, dropping 1 round throughout the entire run.
I love that KDS and Live have been the one to change over roles, and how many times have we just seen them double up their jacket, support each other, have each other's backs, and come out on top of tough situations. It's been a great performance from them as a duo there, and it just goes to show they just needed maybe that breath of fresh air, both of them, to switch up the roles, and they have come in, they have absolutely seized that opportunity to swing their fortunes so far in stage 2. It's been a pleasure to watch them on Oregon.
It has. Signs of life for both of them the whole way through, right? Again, a situation like that just goes to show the synergy was there, they're hitting their shots. It's not just KDS performing in his newfound role, it's not just Live performing in his new role, right? Both of them were playing very well together, and so was the entirety of FaZe Clan team. They have dominated on Oregon. Beautiful, beautiful first map, but there is still more to come. This one is not over yet. Join us for the sequel when we come back in after break.
Party, 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 nos ponemos farrea, nos encanta el perreo. Habla mucho, mucho, pero ¿dónde están los haters, baby, que no los veo? Los dos en la pista, esto se puso feo. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Pejo, le gusta lo malo, lo underground. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Suri no queda el que siempre me round. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Pejo, le gusta lo malo, lo underground. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Siempre estamos a la altura, pero perreamos bien down. Vamos a pecar con perreo.
Join Face It, Play Siege, win prizes. With 45,000 Ubisoft credits up for grabs every week in the EU Open Cups. Join the action at fce.gg/R6EU.
Y tra, tra, tra. Y no es pa' tanto, esto es una prueba que apenas estoy empezando.
Me aseguro que todos esos shots se pusieron a fluir. Baila cerquita pa'lante y pa' atrás, si quiere encima de mí. Duro, duro, pam, pam. Luego le gusta lo malo, lo underground. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Suri no queda el que siempre me round. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Luego le gusta lo malo, lo underground. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Siempre estamos a la altura, pero perreamos cogiendo el feeling. Le gusta la verde, le gusta entonar. Aquí estamos chile. Party, 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 nos ponemos farrea, nos encanta el perreo. Habla mucho, mucho, pero ¿dónde están los haters, baby, que no los veo? Los dos en la pista, esto se puso feo. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Luego le gusta lo malo, lo underground. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Suri no queda el que siempre me round. Duro, 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 pam, pam.
Hello, everyone. We did not want to keep you waiting for the sequel. We got it to cinema very, very quickly, Tim, as this one deserves to be on the big screen. FaZe vs W7M2 Electric Boogaloo.
Oh, we thought we'd get that break done as quickly as we got the first map done, Jackie. A big victory for FaZe there. 7-1 on Oregon, and they come out looking like the team that we know and love from stage one. Much better than the first two play days, and all it has taken is the reversal of roles for KDS and Live. They have swapped places within the lineup, it seems, and boy, have they both come out invigorated from it, absolutely dominating W7M. There was nothing that they could do. It was completely out of their hands back on Oregon. Will things change up here on Cafe, though? It's a map that we have seen consistently banned out against W7M, so does that tell us something about the performance that we might see from them on it? Are other teams scared of playing them? FaZe certainly weren't. They're happy to go here, and they're going to try and close this one out and claw back 3 points in stage 2.
Let's see how it is going to go as we head into our second map. Bit of a 6-pick play coming out. Off with the smoke and on to the Warden. A cheeky move to make there from Astro. Let's see if it will pay off towards the end of this one. We're back on Cafe, Tim. What are you feeling like today? What's the dish of the day?
Dish of the day today, honestly, Jackie, I'm feeling like a really good burger.
Oh, yeah? What sort of burger? What's going on?
Well, for me, I love like a double barbecue bacon cheeseburger.
Oh, you were prepared for that.
I'm slight in stature, Jackie, but I do not mess around when it comes to food. W barbecue bacon cheeseburger. So you've got 2 burgers on there. You got some cheese in between. You got a couple of strips of bacon. You got some barbecue sauce. That is definitely my burger of choice.
Oh goodness. That sounds like the, God, is it, you know, from The Simpsons, the heart attack burger?
I don't think it's quite at that standard, but it's certainly not messing about.
Where it's
definitely need some exercise on that day if you're eating one of them.
Oh, yeah, just pure burger into the old arteries. Let's see, though, what arteries are going to be seized into this one. As we head back into the game, opening round, let's see who will be doing the punishing and who will be the ones receiving the punishment.
The rooftop control is just being applied now. The hatches being opened up, and that is going to allow them to start putting pressure onto Astro on the Warden, and he will be shut down in short order there by Padrin as he moves in and gets aggressive into Cigar. So that's going to be the Warden off the board. Bit of a shame we won't get to see exactly what the plans were for him necessarily. Don't see that gadget used too often. He does have a pair of special glasses that allows him to see through smoke utility particularly, and also to negate the effects of any flashbang or candela that he is caught with, but can be a tricky one and quite situational just to use to any great effect. Now, you can see KDS has taken some damage there in the back bar storage area as well. The wall being opened up into Piano. Pressure is mounting for FaZe right now, and W7M Padrin, the Punisher, comes in with the punishment and sits Live down. That is his second kill on the round, and it's 5 versus 3 heading into only the halfway stage of the round. Not looking good for FaZe here in round 1.
Now, picture this in your brain box for anyone watching at home as well. W7M have not had an opportunity to play on Cafe yet this season. It's a map that they're very well versed on, and they certainly know how to serve up success in the greasy spoon of Dostoevsky. Right now, they are doing some damage. It's already a 4 versus 1 into this round with 60 seconds left. Ion, though, does have a fighting chance potentially. Can Castle defend his keep in a 1 versus 3? Spots out a bit of elbow. Ooh, and W7M are trying to make his life so much easier, doing damage to themselves as Panico nearly blows his legs off. Bucks Ghost there, fighting back with a nade as he nearly blows himself to bits. Ion getting a headshot off with a UMP, the Universal Machine Pistol, serving up Universal. Amazing punishment if you can just get the angle. Tim tried to overextend, wanted to go round on the close corner, get the peek onto Hertz. He knew that there was an opportunity to pick it up in the 1v1 versus the Sledge, but he gets gunned down, trapped in the position. Hertz goes for the peek, and they do secure themselves a first round. A first round that would have been incredibly clean, but it did start to go wrong, and then went from bad to worse very, very quickly.
It's fine margins, isn't it? It's always fine margins that we're dealing with. Ion really getting himself a decent distance along that road to a clutch, but just as he peeks into back bar, so he's an absolute fraction, a couple of millimeters away from picking up the head of Herds, and if he does that, he's in a 1v1, and at that point, it is absolutely anybody's, but he just doesn't peek far enough around, and Herds is able to move forward and get the kill onto the castle. And that was a tough one for Iron. It's a real shame. You could just see a different set of circumstances where he gets that kill and at least leaves himself with a fighting chance. But FaZe, they are going to lose the round to open things up, and W7M, they desperately needed that. The last thing they wanted was FaZe coming in here and just continuing the onslaught of Oregon.
Rough. That is really rough. That's an unfortunate round, obviously, to go in the manner it did for FaZe Clan. They nearly fought back into it. If you win a clutch like that as well, you would have been tanked up. The whole team speak would have been gassed. Everyone would have been loving it. They would have been so hyped coming into this game off the back of the win they've already found in the series. But here's the flip side for it. W7M, this is your map. This is your home turf. You've come out strong with the initial opening round. They were hitting some tasty shots. A couple of plays that definitely left me a little bit confused and scratching my head, looking towards Panico with the nades there. But we'll let it slide. They won the round, so it doesn't matter. At this point, it can all be forgotten. Ayo, nearly forgetting how to breathe there as he tried to run away from the bullets cascading through a wall, Tim. That would have been a sickeningly quick opening entry frag if Pulse's pulse flatlined.
I'm just having to dash away there, nearly getting hit through the soft wall, but will escape with his life. And the play goes on for W7M. They are going to try and take control over top floor here. We are, of course, attacking onto the reading room site. So if you can get yourself in there and get some good control, they've got the sledge on board with Panico. He will be able to open up a large portion of that floor above site. You get that vertical control, force the defenders away, and then it's just a little hop over the balcony, drop down to pillars, and move straight inside the reading room door to the default plant spot. And it's very difficult to challenge onto that if you've lost that vertical control as a defender. But we can see Ion on the pulse. He's now back in sight. He's going to do some hard work in here, and he's going to just be trying to feed in as much information to his team as he can. And as that vertical control comes in, there is always the option of a nitro from him. So that is one to watch out for. See if he can make that utility pay dividends. He's just feeding back in that there is a man there playing inside of pillars. The challenge does come in. Astro will shut down Padrin. So that is great comms there. You just saw firsthand that information being picked up by the pulse and fed into Ion, and just closing it down.
Nice bit of chilling classical music to try and slow the tempo of the round and bring us back into a nice state of mind. W7M needs to keep their composure and see if they can conduct this round into a nice classical win. Keep it going with the style of play we've already seen. Unfortunately for them, they suffer another casualty. Live, killing another man, leaving them dead on the ground. Sledge has been broken as well. This is not looking good for the side of W7M. There's a bit of bite coming back, but it's too late. It seems like the bark of FaZe Clan is so much louder, reaching huge decibels as they crush them under the pressure. Live, performing fantastically today. This is so much more like the Live of old. This is the man we wanted to see for the previous two play days, Tim.
We kept saying it. We said, you know, it's absolutely no fun for us to see a player struggling in that way, especially one who we've seen such great performances out of previously. And so to see Live getting himself really functioning, up and running here is a great sight. That much is for sure. But FaZe coming out there, this is turning into already a map of very big blows. We are talking about haymakers coming in from both sides here. W7M convincing in that first round, 4 versus 1 at a point. It was down to Ion to fight back, and he did good, but ultimately it was a hell of a body blow from W7M. But FaZe, they come straight back with one of their own to the jaw of W7M, and they just make them take a step back, I'm sure. And these two are going to continue trading as this one goes on.
I think that's probably the best outcome we can hope for as well. Because obviously, if this is FaZe Clan now getting back towards their true power level, I'm liking that. I'm thinking that's the dream position we want them to be in. We need them to perform well. They are a huge roster with a big backing behind them. They have to live up to that mark. But for W7M, this is their territory. You've walked into their domain. Right now, you are definitely in the lion's den. You never want to be in a lion's den, Tim. That's just not going to work out well unless you're a lion tamer and this is some sort of, preset negotiation where you're going in there to give the lion food. You're just going to get mauled.
Well, that's it. If you're not going in there with a big chair to, as your only line of defence, and even then, you know what, Jackie, I'm still going to feel shaky about that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it depends as well. You go in there with a plastic chair, it'll probably just eat the chair and you. You know, that's the thing about lions. They're quite big.
Probably just use the chair as cutlery.
Oh, yeah. Break it into like a little fork, a little stabby stick. Dude, imagine that. If lions had opposable thumbs, that's it. It's game over.
Oh, forget about it. It's absolutely job done at that point.
It'd be ridiculous, wouldn't it?
Just as ridiculous as we find ourselves here. So far, the performance from FaZe has been ridiculously good, as they have shown us that they can really turn things around. When their backs are against the wall, and there's absolutely no question coming into this play that is exactly the position that they were in. 0 points so far on the season, and to say that they were major finalists last time around, that is not something that they have shown us so far, but they are showing now that their bite might actually just be worse than their bark. Finally, 1-1 it is in the round, but 7-1 they started us off on Oregon. This is the second map of the best of 2 against W7M, and we can see FaZe holding on to that top floor dearly. Not really any progress from W7M into the map drastically here. They've not got themselves any control of Piano. We're halfway through the round. In comes the nade, just trying to clear out anybody that they can from the top floor, but unsuccessful really. A small amount of damage done to Yuna, but he's just going to dip himself back into the freezer there on the Echo. He'll be trying to use those yokai drones as much as possible, keep them alive in the late round, and just deny any potential plant. And very difficult to get into him to have any real impact in the freezer. There's no destructible floor beneath him, so he is pretty much safe unless assaulted from directly in the center of sight.
Oh, talking of assaults, look at that! Herds, that man has been turned into a prime rib as he gets served up on a platter. Response coming back though, as the chefs are angry. Quee! His vision's going to be dipped as he tries to push forward, looking for the light into this round, but hopefully avoiding going into the light. Trapped in a 1 versus 3, likelihood of him coming out on top is slim. And in the end, it's completely taken away as Yuna charges round on the Echo and picks up the pieces to clean out the round. Another one getting wired into the bank account of FaZe Clan already, as they looked very decisive into that encounter. Unfortunate for W7M, but it's good to see FaZe already starting to find their footing once again, and it's on their defense as well. That's one of the bigger talking points for me. I think FaZe, right now, if you're able to have a solid defense, it sets them up for success in the later game once we have that side swap coming over.
Yeah, I think you're right. Ultimately, W7M in that last round were just unable to really get themselves established inside the map. We see a beautiful headshot there onto White Stairs. And if your Ash is moving up White Stairs and getting killed without getting boots on the ground on that top floor, if that's what it's come down to, then you're going to struggle. You know, there's absolutely nothing wrong with an east side push, but they are not easy to achieve. You need to do something to start dislodging those defenders. Usually that's get down into reading, open up the floor beneath them to force them to move away, and then push in to the east side and use that cocktail balcony to your advantage. Try and get yourself established in there and move forward. But ultimately, W7M just couldn't get themselves really established inside of the map there, and it really paid dividends for FaZe. They just held their angles and killed them as they moved in, and really, there was no teeth to the attack from W7M.
Imagine that. Like a gummy shark, a gummy tiger, just with like no teeth. Just getting in there, just gumming you up like a koi.
Well, at that point, I suppose you could... I was going to say you could make an argument that it might be, a more suitable sort of interaction with a tiger, but you've still got the claws to think about, Jackie.
Oh, yeah, no, you're still getting, you're getting
still
mauled.
going to do you some damage. They are big paws. Big paws.
You're still getting mauled, but it's also, obviously you go to like a fish pond, or you go to like a garden centre, and they got that koi carp pond. You put your fingertip in, and a little carp comes over and like sucks in the end of your finger. Be like
I don't think it's going to work out quite the same with the tiger. I think there's still a good portion of that claw bite attack available.
Yeah, the little combo. That's what we've seen come out here, I think. Pedrin, he's gone in, expecting the teeth to have been removed, forgotten about the claws. He's been swiped. Ion, he's going to come out as well with the right-hand claws. Right hand, straight across the face of Herds. He has been dealt with. At this point, you're left into a 3 versus 5. This is a horrible looking round, Tim, for W7M. And a lot of it has been down to the aggression we've seen coming out from FaZe. They have had a complete grasp on this all the way from the get-go. As soon as the starting pistol went off, they have been slapping them, going for the wide peaks, taking the fight towards them. And W7M have no response. They're not really getting themselves into a position where they can actually play for trades either. And KDS, at this point, all he's got to do is stay alive. That's the game plan for him. but Panico, he decides to kick up the tempo as he peeks into the site, clearing up 2 of them. Unfortunate for KDS there, he was so low and all it took was 1 bullet to bring this back from a 5 versus 3 to a 3 versus 1. The one being Yuna. Goyo in the kitchen, walking around. Can this man cook up something tasty and clutch round 4? Or will it go 2-2? W7M showing a lot of resilience here, but they still have to get it over the finish line. Yuna slowly skulking his way round, creeping into position. He hasn't spotted Panico, hiding in the stairwell, lurking in the shadows, and he'll be sitting pretty as they've somehow brought back an unbelievable deficit into the round to win it against FaZe.
Great round from W7M, and it really doesn't feel like this fixture should be 2-all. It doesn't feel like it should be square on the scoreboard. W7M have been struggling to keep in tow here. FaZe Clan just seem to be tearing out in front of them, but ultimately, one way or another, W7M, they've kept themselves within touch and distance, and they are poised here to take themselves a good first half still, but there is work to be done. They cannot rely on rounds like that. It was a great double from Panico to get them back into the matchup there, to really fire them up, and the team responded well, got themselves into position, and just collapsed quickly onto FaZe and got themselves the next couple of kills on the board, which then left it very, very difficult to be overturned at that point. And as you say, Yuna just completely unaware of the man just hiding out under the stairs there, able to shut him down and close out the round. So in round 5, we're going to be heading back to the reading room now. We'll see if W7M can do a better job this time around of taking that top floor control. As we know, last time the final kill came in from Cocktail Balcony. There was no top floor control in place for W7M whatsoever, and it is essential when attacking onto this site.
That's crazy. That's a hell of a comeback into a round, though. Like, fair play for the resilience there of W7M. If you wondered why we were kind of hyping up their cafe gameplay, it's because they can pop off on this map. And it's also because this one man did not panic under pressure. Panico going against his namesake here as he played perfectly into the round, netting entry frag after entry frag and getting them the impact kills that they needed him to barely get themselves back into it. Beautiful play the whole way through, and of course this now means the game has gone 2-2. It's tied up, but it's looking a lot more competitive here in Dostoyevsky.
Ion has brought the pulse along once again, obviously valuing the information that can be brought from that heartbeat scanner. Just playing out there at the moment, we can see that scanner working overtime right now to try and pick anybody up, very aware of the potential of a White Stairs push, which is what we saw W7M attempt the last time, and it was shut down, so it's no surprise this time to see them just reverting back to a more standard cigar room push. But we can see the IQ of Panico just getting up on the rappel there, looking with the scanner, just trying to find that pulse potentially. Of course, IQ's scanner does have a longer range than the heartbeat sensor of pulse, so she does have an advantage in that matchup. She can see pulse before he can see her, so not always a bad move to make to try and track him down and put some damage early round.
A minute and 40 seconds. No casualties yet. A very slow round this time around. We're not seeing any initial aggression that could be used against W7M, and no overextensions from FaZe. Learning from their mistakes and playing a more reserved style. The IQ scouting out and scoping out, getting a lot of information off the back of the reconnaissance and trying to figure out where exactly FaZe Clan have set up and what particular plays they might have gone for in terms of the utility brought into this round. They've got a fair bit of delay tactics up their sleeves, obviously on Astro, but on the Legion, that man can be a massive nuisance maker if played in the right manner towards choke points, of course, to just slow you down, make your life so much harder when you've got so many fawns in those lion paws.
Final minute, we come into it. 5 versus 5, still all 10 operators on the board. Ion still able to feed information into his team as to the location of the attackers and where the push is coming from. And right now, W7M, they've got themselves into position. They've got themselves angles and surrounded the defenders here, but they need to just be very aware of the potential for that top floor being used against them. There are still defenders on the White Stairs who can rotate. We've still got the Legion of Astro up on the top floor, and those vertical angles will be used to hurt them if given the opportunity. 25 seconds left to go, and they've very little choice here but to start pushing into sight. We can see the challenge. Out comes the Nitro. It could be big, but no, I think the man is just shut down and held away from being able. The Nitro likely eventually shot out. We can see able to sneak into sight. Panico gets himself a double, but Yuna and Ion, they keep things squared away. Out comes the pistol onto the Goyo. He gets him. That's 3 on the round for Panico. Can he find himself more? Right now, the diffuser is in place. Gee is starting to get it activated on the ground. Astro gets himself 1. There comes the kill from Frizo. 1 versus 2. 1 versus 1. Astro does the job. He gets himself a double at the end of the round. Moves in to disable the diffuser, and that was an absolute brawl in the last 20 seconds.
Mate, there's so much that goes into that round. So many twists and turns. It was like an M. Night Shyamalan movie. The amount of guessing I was doing of how it was going to go, Tim, is ridiculous. Basically, the self-attack, the silent assassin play from Panico, getting the first, being able to follow it up with a tight corner onto the second, and the most awkward 1v1 I've ever seen, where he wins by pistol whipping the man that pushed him. That's ridiculous. That is a round that I will not forget anytime soon. Absolutely bizarre, but finishes putting us into this position. A 3-2 split now off the back of FaZe picking that one up and somehow scrambling to win it.
I mean, FaZe looked like they had every advantage coming in there. The Nitro was obviously shot out as it was thrown by the Mute over to the reading door because he wasn't able to detonate. But ultimately, they still had that vertical control. They still had the option to just quite simply drop over the barrier, hit him on the flank. There was many different things that FaZe could do. But somehow, W7M just gave a real account of themselves, made you feel like it was possible every second for them to win it. But ultimately, coming down to a 1 versus 1, and Astro just kept himself cool there and able to shut down the last man, get onto that diffuser. But it was a hairy few moments, that much is fair to say, especially if you are a FaZe fan. Now, we find ourselves 3-2, FaZe doing well here. They can pick up a 4th potentially on the defense. They are back up on the top floor of Bar. They did win this in round number 3, but did lose it in round number 1. So they are 50-50 in this location so far on the day. The possibility is really here for W7M to come out and to level things up here before they head onto the defense.
Critical final round here. This is your last opportunity to get any ounce of edge moving into your second half. of FaZe, it's the dream if they take it 4-2. That'll set them up for a massive success onto their attack. For W7M, it's a matter of survival. It's a matter of getting themselves into a position where they can actually keep the game competitive and keep it close. If they can at least tie it up here and split the scoreline right down the middle, 3 rounds to 3 rounds. Right now, a few seconds in, still got about 2 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. Not too much has gone down, of course, just the standard early round play coming out from W7M, as they'll open up the hatches, give themselves multiple entry points, and work their way down from the top floor to clear out and see where exactly FaZe Clan are posted up. If they're going to be posted up like gangsters, or if they'll be able to spot them out and worm them out early on. Utility being chucked in to try and burn out those ADSs and give them a clear pathway in, as they seem to be attempting to take control over towards Cigar.
Well, that defensive utility has been burnt away now and should allow them to move in and clear that shield out, and that will force KDS further back into the washroom, or potentially even rotating around White Corridor and back into sight. I think he's actually just rotated into the back bar storage area, so they must have the hole opened up there to allow him to do so. But one way or another, he has been forced away from Pixel Corner in Piano, so that allows W7M to start moving in and gaining control of that side of the map. And Padrin, I'm sure, is going to be looking to make some impact with the ace, get in there and start opening walls up in towards that freezer area to make it more difficult for the defenders here. Now, you can see more utility being taken out. That is the shield dropped from the cocktail door. Shots will rain across from Herds on the Ash. He's been unable to have too much of an impact in this game so far, and I'm sure he would love to take a round by the scruff of the neck. We can see Yokai Drone just pinging out information there, left, right, and center, using those yellow pings just to identify where the attackers are coming in from. Heading into the last 35 seconds, and once again, it's another slow round in terms of the opening kill.
Panico, fantastic adjustment there. A slight flick, a calculated one, and And a fantastic frag to pick up. Yuna on the overextension. It felt like he was going to go down, but he stays alive. Live, in fact, is the one getting the frag, but he'll be overthrown. Close quarters combat going in favor of W7M, and it seems like the whole round will go in favor of W7M. Astro, your only play is to try and keep your heart pounding and deny the diffuser going down, but he's been denied. He's the one that goes down, as Freeze Out will make him freeze, quite literally, ending it at the closest possible position there towards the end of the first half. 3 rounds to 3 rounds. The game is tied up when we get to the side switch.
Absolutely nothing to separate these two here, and this is a lot more of what we expected to see between FaZe and W7M. FaZe coming in 7-1 on Oregon was a bit of a surprise to us all, but W7M, they've not been shook by it too hard, and they've got themselves back into the fight here. Of course, if they can win the map on Cafe, then they will take 1 point, and they will share the spoils with FaZe, but a draw or a win will benefit FaZe. It will be 2 or 3 points respectively, depending on exactly what that is at the end of this match. Now, first site is an interesting one. We're going to the mining room. It's not a site that we see too often, Jackie. The mid-floor site tends to be reading room out of choice. W7M, maybe. I'm sure they've got a strat in mind here. I'm sure they've got a player that they're going to be bringing. They've got the castle on side with Guy. An interesting choice to begin things on the defense.
I almost want to go out on a win here and say they're going to use this to play hyper-aggressively, potentially. I feel like they've got the roam to actually be able to manage that. Also, glancing back over as well, just to point this out in terms of his performance today, because it has been ludicrous. 11 frags to 3 deaths. Panico, not only has he had clutch round hims, but pretty much all of those 11 frags feel like they were impact frags. He's been absolutely giving it. The man is on one.
Oh, he's been going big. He's been going big round after round with Sin. A number of times we saw him push into Reading and get himself a couple of kills. We saw the double down in Kitchen, and it's just every time his team really needs it where they're starting to fall behind, and there was a couple of kills picked up at the same time as the double in Reading room when FaZe just got themselves firing, but Panico just kept things level and gave them every opportunity. Ultimately, they lost the round, but they were still able to get that diffuser down and fight to the very end of it. And Panico right now, as you say, is an absolute staple for this team, and the mirror is going to be played by Padrin just looking into Piano, and that will make it difficult to push from Washroom, but they do need to be careful of the south side rappel, because obviously utility can be reined in, and it looks like that is exactly what Astro is trying to do. He's got the mirror really pinned down at the minute, and this sort of locks it in. There's not much that Padrin can do there, but how about that? Padrin just takes a little run and allows Panico to take the jump out and get the opener onto Astro. Great headshot, ripping the man off the rappel.
That's ridiculous. That's absolutely balmy. They've pulled off the play, hook, line and sinker. They have baited him in and made it work. Not only do they get away scot-free, they get themselves the frag as well. Look at the damage done, though. Even though you've lost Padrin, everyone is low on the side of FaZe Clan. Live, barely alive at this point. The man might as well just rename himself to Dead right now, as they're left in such an awkward position. A 4 versus 4. Panico on the pulse as well. Back on vitals, looking around, trying to see who is actually alive at this point. The roam from Freeze Out as he dashes out of there. They've got sight control. They've got their firearms, and they are itching on the trigger, ready to end the lives of any one of the FaZe Clan members. Grouped up in a bit of a wolf pack at this point, and they need to be. They have to play for trades effectively, as they're so low. They could have someone cough near them, and they would topple over. Yuna dashing out the Selma device. This will remove those hard breach walls and give him an entry point into the site and give him an opportunity to fire off pot shots from the stairway. Ion, he instead takes the mantle of opening up the vertical angles, looking to try and drop the hurty verties on anyone that might be lurking below. They're doing good in terms of at least giving themselves opportunities here, Tim, but they're just so restricted when it comes to their overall HP and the position they're in the round, and the fact that you've got Panico, the man that could be the most devastating roamer in this round if he's given a chance.
They just can't push into those gunfights with any confidence at this point. As you say, they are going to lose the lives quickly. Ion falls, and he was one with more HP, if anything. That is a terrible, terrible moment for FaZe in terms of this round. They've got themselves inside, or at least towards Reading Room, pushing through. Freezout gets the kill onto KDS, 2 versus 4, and this looks like it's going all in the direction of W7M, and it is only seconds until we see the end of the round. That's round 7 going on the board for W7M there, and I've just got to come back to that opener opening play, Jackie. What a huge piece of teamwork. I really hope that was discussed and purposefully timed. It certainly appeared like it was. We've got the run out now. Look at this. The mirror, just at the absolute split second that jump out is coming along, the mirror moves across just to force those shots out of Astro. Padrin, it's almost as if he said, right, I'm going to move across the door now just to take Astro's attention, and it's an absolute freebie for Panico. I'm going to call that as beautiful teamwork. I hope that is exactly what the plan was.
It had to be, right? They had to count that down. They played off his contact, and they played perfectly. Really smart moves, clear-cut comms there, and the way they executed it, flawless through and through. But for W7M, they have the lead. For the first time in this game, they are the giants standing at the top of the beanstalk. And FaZe Clan, they are Jack, attempting to climb their way up. Start climbing quickly, Tim, or this beanstalk could keep growing. They get themselves to 5 rounds. They are 1 away from a guaranteed draw here. They get themselves all the way to 7. Of course, that is a victory, and it will split the series 1 map apiece. The scoreline back on the first map of Oregon was ludicrously one-sided in favor of FaZe Clan. They destroyed them at every single encounter, whereas this time it has been much more of an equal fight. FaZe Clan have had their rounds, but W7M have certainly had their rounds as well.
History isn't on the side of FaZe here. That's the problem. We've seen them play on Cafe so far, and on the attack, they struggled. They only got 1 win out of 5 rounds on the attack. They were unsuccessful attacking Bar and Cocktail twice, unsuccessful attacking Kitchen twice. So the 2 generally accepted primary sites, they were difficulties for them. They managed to get 1 win on the reading room. Astro comes in with a big opener onto Panico, but that was just about the time that a rehost was being called, so we can see everybody just leaving the lobby there, and that's not going to matter for FaZe as an opener there. It's going to be sort of stripped away from them as we go to remake the lobby. That was already called for, so we will get that one back to you as soon as possible. But as I was saying, Jackie, it's been a struggle on this map, previously for FaZe. Not great attacking onto Cafe the one time that we've seen them play here in Stage 2 so far. They're going to have to come away with something different, and given the round 7 there was not easy for them, big questions to be asked. Can they see this through and get the majority, or is it going to be another opportunity thrown away from them?
No, yeah, you're right. A lot of question marks for this one. I'm glad it's given us so much more of a competitive game, though, because this is what I was expecting out of W7M versus FaZe tonight. This is looking fantastic in terms of a spectacle of Siege at the very least. Now, Tim, another question, one that I've got for you, if you'd be up to go toe for toe. Are you up to step into the cell for another time tonight? Another rehost riddle?
Always ready to get in the cell with a riddle. Always up for it.
Fantastic stuff. I'll prepare this bad boy that I've got right here. Now, Tim, what is made of wood, but no saw on earth is sharp enough to cut it?
Made of wood. You see, I don't feel like that's actually something that's going to be made of wood. I feel like it's something maybe with that noise in the name of it. I could be wrong. No, so you know, I can't think of an example.
You mean like the letter wood? Or the word wood,
yeah, the word wood as part of its name, is what I'm looking for. Something that is made of wood but cannot be cut by any saw on earth. It sort of also leads me into the question of whether there's a saw not on earth that could cut it, but that's probably going to be a discussion for a different day. I think I might be going too far outside of the box there, Jackie.
I mean, you know, space is endless, Tim. You never know. There could very well be
struggling to rein it back in and keep it sort of serious today. Something made entirely of wood. Is it entirely of wood? Is that the wording?
What is made of wood, but no saw on earth is sharp enough to cut it? It's not going well today, is it? It's not going well for you,
Not going well today. My brain just seems a bit sluggish today, Jackie. I don't know what's going on.
You are right up struggle street.
Really am. I think you've got me on that one today again.
You've been stumped.
Stumped? Normally much better on the riddles.
Nightmare. Well, if anyone in chat thought that you've got it right, let us know. Hit us up on Twitter, #rehost_riddles, @Jackie Esports, @Ace of Pyrite. Tim, do you feel like you can't get this one? Do you feel like you're giving up? You give it in?
It's making my brain itch is the problem.
Ooh.
I feel like I want to just get into a dark room and really focus on it, take away all of the stimulus and just really get the noggin ticking over and
just get into that flow state.
Yeah, exactly, and come away with a win for it. But no, I'm gonna have to relent, Jackie. I don't want to hold Twitch chat hanging on any longer. I can feel them on the edge of the seat waiting for the response.
Sawdust, Tim. It's sawdust.
Sawdust. Okay, it's already been cut.
There you go. See? Because it's been cut. You can't really cut it. It's tiny.
I'll give you that one.
What are you going to do with that? A sword will do nothing. A sword? A saw will do nothing. I reckon you could probably get in there with a Dremel and maybe like Dremel open some of the sawdust a little bit.
Yeah, I'm sure you could do it a bit of damage, but it certainly wouldn't be sewing it.
Nah, yeah, probably not. Probably not. There you go. Sawdust on that one, Tim. That's unfortunate. You're now 3 for 5. You've not done well tonight, mate.
I want somebody to rock up with a YouTube video of somebody with some micro saw. Like some real microscopic action going on where they cut a piece of saw. I want somebody to rock up with a video of that or something.
Well, that reminds me.
Come and defend my honour.
Have you ever been to Ripley's Believe It or Not, Tim?
I have a few times, yeah. I've been to a few different varieties of them around the world, and they're always fascinating. I like, I like oddities like that. I like the intrigue.
Oh yeah, they're fun. They're a good day out. I've been to a couple of them as well. I've been to a couple in America, a couple in England. They're a good little place. What I was going to say about that though, have you seen, like when they get the people that do pencil art, so end of graphite, and they'll like hand sculpture it and have like a really intricate design. They'll make like the White House on the end of a bit of like graphite. Yeah. Ridiculous, isn't it?
Oh, it's something else. The one that really got me that I have seen in a place like that, normally you can gain some sort of explanation for it. You can get your head around it, like the water that goes upwards. It's down to strobe lighting, and we can all get our heads around that, no problem. The one that really baffled me, and no matter what I did, I just could not get around it, was this room that was built with really weird perspectives going on. So there was a pool table in the room, and it just looked like the balls were rolling up but the pool table was at an angle. So obviously you assumed all the balls would roll down, but they just went up and into the top left pocket or something that looked like it was about 2 feet higher up, but the floor was at a funny angle, the walls, and it was just this huge perspective game. But the brain that has come up with that is unbelievable, because no matter how I crouched down or tried to look at it from different angles, there was absolutely no getting your head around it. No matter how I looked at it, they were rolling up.
He just couldn't figure it out. Well, much like a pool table, we're pocketing this game. I don't know what that transition was, but we're back. We're carrying on with this one.
You went for it, Jackie. You went for it. You committed, and that's all that we can ask for.
Look, honestly, Tim, since 2004, I've been an entry fragger. If there's one thing I've learned in my life, you just got to have confidence and just go for it. Half the time, it pays off.
So W7M, they'll be looking to pocket themselves a big win, Jackie. There we go. That's the transition that I think you were looking for. They are looking to come away with some prize money jangling in that pocket of theirs, and they are looking to take everything that they can here from FaZe to enable them to push towards that major and ultimately fight for that big cash prize and the SI bonus points as well. But there's a long way to go before we start making decisions like that. And right now, W7M, they need to focus on the task at hand. They've got themselves ahead here, 4-3. They find themselves. It's the first time in the match that they've actually been ahead here. FaZe have been very, very strong and difficult for them to move. But as I said previously, coming in, historically, what we've seen from FaZe is them struggle on attack here on Cafe, and they are going up against a site that in stage 2 they are yet to actually win here on attack, so they're going to have to overturn the odds if they want to square things up and put a 4th round on the scoreboard for themselves.
Right then, let's see how this one is going to go down. This game has been very competitive so far. We've had some wacky rounds, we've had some crazy clutch rounds, and we've had some awkward plays that have fueled those crazy clutch rounds. Into round 8, though, let's see who is going to be moving on. If W7M will get themselves a 5th and get ever closer to the draw or the coveted win, and if FaZe Clan can equalise the scoreline once again. Ooh. Suspicious to see if we can actually catch Freezedow if he does go for this play as well. You can see him softening up the castle barricade, of course, getting those melee hits off so that it's in that breakable state. So when he wants to go for a wide play, but barred it down and do something drastic and crazy, He can. If we will see a bombastic play coming out from him, though, is yet to be seen. So we'll wait and catch that one, hopefully a little bit later on. Rise of the Automatons coming out, though, as the drones will head in through Cigar early on, looking to do a little bit of reconnaissance. Only gets one of them off with a buckshot, couldn't quite take them down, and unfortunately for him, suffers a bit of a heavy hit from the grenade, but he's given so much leeway! How's he got two of them? Big Papa Pump is a greedy man! As he slays two of them towards Cigar, he's quite literally smoked them, Tim!
Frieza taking full advantage of the power of the shotgun there and giving W7M yet another big start in a round. First one coming onto KDS through the soft wall, and then the second he just steps out and takes the man down. Astro will square things away though. This Clan certainly not being rocked here as they find themselves 3-0. Astro on low health at this point, probably 2 bullets away from death, so needs to be very careful with how he proceeds. Can't be throwing his life away too easily, and look at that, the Goyo, an absolute pixel away from exposing himself. That will happen. Out goes the Nitro. Great kill onto Ion, and that will be the advantage once again for W7M. Herds really stepping up and using those explosives to great effect. Just tossing it through. The hole opened up in Frieza and absolutely shutting down the man. 2 versus 3. Both on low health here. Live just above half. Astro on about 27. This is going to be a big job now for FaZe Clan to shut this round out. They've got the clock on their side. 1 minute left to go. Plenty of time. They've got the drones. They can use those to gather as much information as possible. But ultimately, action is what is going to be needed. And action is what comes out of Herds as he steps up with a headshot onto Live. Guy gets one of his own onto Astro, and W7M take round 8 and put themselves further in the lead. They are heading at breakneck speed towards a draw and towards putting another point on that league table.
Here we go. The temperature on this one is really starting to reach some new heights. The barometer is rising. The temperature's way down low. And tonight, Tim, for the first time in history, it's raining potentially a draw here against FaZe and W7M. If they can maintain this pace and keep it up for another 2 rounds. If FaZe Clan have let it slip, if they can't get back into the game on their attack, they will be paying for it, and they will be very sore in the morning after this one, as they are getting a good seeing to right now from W7M. We return with the game into round 9. Their defense has been great. It's really let them come out of their shell. They've been able to play into it an awful lot. Props to Frieza as well. I don't know how in the universe he was able to get away with a 2-pump play towards Cigar. That is madness.
It certainly is. And I'm not too sure about the site choice here. W7M won avoid kitchen. They've successfully defended bar and they've successfully defended mining, so they don't have a choice. It has to be reading or kitchen. But given out of the 2, FaZe Clan, they have won a round previously, historically, 100% win rate on reading. They got the diffuser down, they played the objective well, and they showed some prowess on this site. Whereas Kitchen, they are yet to get a win on Kitchen. So really the stats would support Kitchen as being the site to go to against FaZe. 2 unsuccessful attacks there so far. We'll see how the round plays out. I can see W7M's confidence coming out of that mining cold, given that it is another mid-floor site and very similar process for holding down reading. So they're going to hold on to that top floor for as long as possible, opening up the vertical angles as well, just to try and make it difficult for FaZe to move around. You can see the angles they are opening up lead onto those doorways. So as FaZe try to move across, they can be challenged vertically as well.
Drone ready.
Okay. This is a pivotal point in the game then. A critical round to pick up, and potentially a very interesting duel here, a bout between Frieza and KDS that could be occurring. In the meantime, though, over at the barn, we see Herds getting the first kill, as he'll stun Astro with the SMG. Backing off, Frieza giving up control towards the shield, realizing that all was lost, as that ship will be sunk, going down off the impact coming out from the grenade launcher there from the Ash. For their side, it's not looking ideal for FaZe. You've lost the first pick very early on into the round. You've got 1 minute and 40 seconds left to contend and try and pick up the pieces. You're down a man. What do you do? Where's the play? panic right now as they reposition, sending in the drone to at least get close contact. They spot out Freezow and know where he fell back to. They do have another drone to utilize, switches to the shotty and misses the initial shot, dashes out that canister. Smoke will fill the hallway and deny the oncoming onslaught for a few seconds at most. But he's got Big Papa Pump ready, locked and loaded, slugs waiting to pop off and try and pick up a couple of frags. If they push into him, Tim, he could do some damage.
This is not the first time that Freezo has proved himself to be an absolute brick wall on this defense. Ion it is who's going to shut down Herds, so that leaves us now in a 4 versus 4. Freezo tries to get aggressive, but completely closed out. Here come FaZe. They are absolutely romping through this map here. They find themselves now 3 versus 2 with vertical control, and they need to make it pay dividends. They also need to be careful just how much of themselves they expose as Panico. He comes out with the Nitro, just looking to use those vertical angles wherever possible. He's just absolutely fractions of millimeters from getting a line of sight, but ultimately will be pushed away from reading, and that is exactly what you are trying to achieve with your top floor control. FaZe is now in a position to hop over the balcony and get the diffuser down potentially. They do get caught out with a backstab from Padrin though. He's going to punish them, shut them down with a headshot onto Live. 2 versus 2. We find ourselves 20 seconds and the clock is ticking, working against FaZe Clan. It could be the 6th defender. We've seen it so often. Stepping in through the reading door, that puts the diffuser down on the ground. Panico with an important kill once again. How many times have we said that here on Cafe for W7M? They've found a way. They've shut the round out. They are just escaping with their lives at the minute. Ion gets one onto Padrin though. Can't pick up the diffuser and get into sight. Has to chase the kills. And ultimately, as I said, that clock becomes the 6th man and wins the round for W7M.
Man. Seemed like maybe there was a very, very slim chance there towards the end. He went over the banister, but he couldn't banish them. Couldn't take them both down. They kept their distance. They played it smart, didn't give him a chance. The one frag he got was just that, a mere consolation frag at the end of the round to give him a little bit of steam. But overall, they have picked themselves into a brilliant position here on Cafe. W7M, we were hyping up their Cafe gameplay. This is a map that they can excel on, and they have put their foot down, Tim. They are accelerating. Big MPH all the way to the finish line now. One final round is all that's required, and they will split the series. 1 map apiece. FaZe Clan, you might have 7-1 them back on Oregon, but it seems like this map has Oregon a completely different way. Cafe now looking like it could be a 7-3 victory here for W7M.
If we'd have seen this W7M on Oregon, able to get in and be aggressive like that and win rounds from difficult positions, we could be seeing a very different overall result here. But W7M have guaranteed themselves a draw, so at absolute best now, it is 2 points for FaZe Clan. One more round, one more mistake from the FaZe Clan will see W7M reduce them to only 1 point, and another disappointment for FaZe. I am sure after Oregon, they will have been certain that they were going to come in. They will have been confident that they could come in and get themselves an overall win. However, Ion comes out with a big opener. That's an entry onto Herds, and that is a big start for FaZe Clan. When they have no room for errors, they will not make one to start with.
Not ideal. Definitely a rough way to start off the round. Risky business when you get into a position like this. You know you're at match point. You can afford to try and slow it down a little bit. It's not the worst case in the world, though. You do basically have 2 rounds of buffer to throw away if you need to, but don't let them get close towards that 6th round. You can afford to make a mistake into this one, but start to realize you might have to rein it in going forward if it hasn't worked now. FaZe Clan, they get a very early entry frag off the back of the Vigil play. Gee. He could actually make a mockery out of him here. Playing towards the stairway. Oh, but cheeky stuff with the drones. Brilliant use of it there. That camera relaying all of the information over. He knows he's there. He won't extend around. Live pretty much should just rotate off at this point and head in for a different perspective. Or he can wait and see if Gui will rotate and find a frag off the back of it. Going in, will probably be suicide though, Tim.
Live really should not be peeking that. He is going to lose his head too sweet. It's not a problem though as the nade rains in, and that's going to force Ski away. That was exactly what the action Live needed to take. He had to get that man moved. He couldn't push him through the window as it was. FaZe now looking to move down the white stairs, starting to get themselves into a position to push towards site. But Freezo, he's going to use that shotgun once again. Big Papa Pump coming in and doing some real business. We've seen it a number of times now. Shuts down Ion. That is the book gone, and that is the vertical destruction gone along with him, so they will be restricted now pretty much to the lines of sight that they have already got in place. 4 versus 4, and we find ourselves nice and even in terms of man count coming into the last minute.
So close towards the final 60 seconds. 4 versus 4, a bit of a stalemate into the round. Based off the fact FaZe got such a fast entry frag, you would have thought they would have kept the tempo rolling. Instead, they have slowed it down massively. Now looking to use their utility to drop nades in from above, through the holes in the floorboards, and create even more entry points. They have a hatch right there. They can drop in, leave one player there, working the vertical angles to try and get off a tasty little frag to give them an entry point. But right now, they're not getting it, and they might get fragged if they're not careful. Where's the response? KDS, is this man deaf? There's no trade. He doesn't flick around. He's been shot in the back of the head by the shotgun, and it's taking it into a 3 versus 3. 25 seconds on the clock. Live cracks open the diffuser. He gets it down. Padrin the Punisher running through the smoke to try and smoke some fools, but he's acting a fool. Gets gunned down by Astro. 3v2. They've got the diffuser down. They've got a hand on the round, but Panico and Gui, can they somehow save this one? They rotate over, using those vertical angles that were created by FaZe Clan against FaZe Clan, Tim, but they're not given anything. No opportunity to get a kill, and time is rapidly ticking by. If they're going to clutch this one, they need to go now.
FaZe in a position to just use that defensive utility against the defenders who deployed it now. They can just hide behind those reinforcements, those deployable shields, use those angles to their advantage, and that's exactly what they do as Live steps out with a big kill onto Guy. The time ticks by. There is absolutely nothing that can be done now. Live, he secures himself another to shut down Panico, and that's going to be the round to FaZe Clan. They don't make a mistake here in round 10, and there is absolutely no room for mistakes whatsoever if they want to take away the lion's share of the points. It looked a little bit dicey for FaZe, I have to say, coming in there, but they managed to just stealth their way into sight and get that diffuser down, and it just goes to show how important playing the objective can be. It's not always about going in on the team deathmatch and getting those kills. Sometimes you can just completely flip around on its head by activating the diffuser, and that's exactly what FaZe did at the perfect time.
That's so scary as well. Oh, KDS, man. Tim, the amount of shots that were being taken at him, and he still had time to switch over to the shotty. Oh,
it was so strange, because that wasn't even about hearing him. He literally took shots at the player, didn't he?
He was getting shot in the back of the head.
He actually took shots at him, and there was just no reaction whatsoever.
It was bizarre. Oh, I don't know. Right, Tim, lucky stuff. I mean, FaZe Clan.
They got away with one there. They got away with one.
It's getting scary, right? Especially when you think about the fact they got that entry frag. They were basically gifted that one at the start of the game, killing the Vigil on Herds. Crazy stuff. We've got a tweet coming in, though. Hashtag BR6. If you have some thoughts and feelings about this game, send in your tweets. We'll get them on the stream. Laura, the not-so-good gamer, how are you guys doing today? These games are so awesome. Hashtag BR6, hashtag Siege, hashtag Latam. Laura, you are not wrong. These have been some banging matchups so far. And this game, a game that looked like it was pretty much done, put in the pine box and shipped off to the graveyard, Tim, it has come back with a vengeance.
Well, I mean, to answer a question, Jackie, how could we be doing anything other than fantastic with the quality of games that we've had so far? A real mixture, some unexpected results. We've had the whitewash of 7-1 coming in from FaZe, really dominated Oregon, and then we've had a super close game here. We've had tight games between Furia and Santos. It's been an absolute pleasure to cast these games so far.
I've loved every minute of it, Tim. I always enjoy my time with you and big man producer Simon and the main man Jacob on the replays. But when we get games like this, it just brings the whole family together.
There goes the Toxic Babe Cannon. I think that was very well landed on the little fire exit sign there as well. Clever placement to just secure that one and just slow things down as the push comes into Cigar. That is a bad nade for the smoke though. Live shuts down Freeze out, and there goes the castle barricade and the shield with him. I don't think it's possible to get any more value out of a frag grenade.
Cooked perfectly and used brilliantly. This is where things start to really crumble. It's looking a bit rough here for W7M. 4 versus 5. Back into a 4v4 though, and from a substantial distance, Padrin trying to go for a long shot and see if he can knock someone's block off, but he can't for now. Bullets getting blocked. He's got to retreat and try and stay alive. In close proximity with Herds, they can buddy up and play together for the trade if necessary. It seems like there could be a backstab forming as well, and Guy might have been the one to pull it off as he's assaulted Astro, coming in with a headshot and taking down his crack. putting a bullet through where his thoughts get processed. Bullets through the walls as well, as Panico is going crazy. Gets the assault onto Yuna, and Tim, from an opening frag for FaZe, it's all starting to fall to pieces. They certainly look like they've been phased into the round, as it's all on KDS. But will his KDA be good enough to clutch this one? Finds the first frag, headshot on Padrin, 2 more to go. He's got to overcome the hurdle of herds and shut down Gee with 50 seconds to try and do it in. Walks his way out towards the site. Bullets whizzing in from behind. He peeks towards the shield. He was given an opportunity, but he couldn't land it. Gets the reload in. He spotted him. Surely that's got to be a frag, and he does find it through the rotate hole. He won't land the shot, Tim. KDS crumbles to bits as Gee will pick it up on the Wamai. They've only gone and done it as W7M clutch it out in the 1v1.
So close to KDS there. I really thought he was going to hit the man in freezer and to clutch that one out and send FaZe battling into the final round, but absolutely not. W7M having absolutely none of that. They come back from a 7-1 hammering on Oregon and manage to get themselves a draw overall. That is 1 point each for FaZe and W7M, and while FaZe, they certainly look like they are in the midst of a resurgence from those first 2 play days, Jack, there is certainly still work to be done, unable to close things out there.
Oh man, that is absolutely crazy. That's a hell of a game, a hell of a couple of closing rounds there towards the end. I think the last 3 rounds of that game, Tim, were giving me heart attacks with a lot of the plays that we saw. It's bold, it's brash, it's confident, and it's some really sickening Brazilian siege that we just got to witness there. Huge game, and I think that's the best result we could have asked for, right? These teams going 1-1, it goes to show W7M, they are a good squad, but I love to see the fact that FaZe Clan, they're back on their feet. They're looking miles better than they did in the previous 2 play days.
They did, but as I keep saying, they need to get themselves rolling quickly. A potential 9 points so far, and they have secured only 8 points have passed them by, and I'm sure that they are going to be disappointed with that today. Ultimately, Cafe was W7M's pick, but these teams, you need to be capable of playing on as many maps as possible, and you need to be able to come out and find the wins on other teams' picks. That is just how it goes, and there's certainly a little bit of work still to be done, but promising signs from them.
Yeah, across the board, lovely stuff. A hell of a series as well. I think for what it was, that was a treat, not only for me and you, but I imagine for the viewership at home as well. If you came and joined us for that one, it had everything. That was a banging 2 maps, Tim, and it set us up for a glorious day. I said right from the beginning, I thought this one was going to be really enjoyable. My money was on W7M walking away with both of the wins. It going 1-1, I think that's a fair result.
Well, I just feel like we're building as the show goes on. We started with a tense thriller between Furia and Santos. We've now moved on to an absolute banger between W7M and FaZe that went all the way. And then we're heading to that big crescendo of Team Liquid versus Black Dragons.
Oh, man. And it can't come soon enough, right? It's going to be a huge way to close out the day. It's going to be really exciting. We've seen how good Liquid have been looking. We got to speak, of course, to the MA man himself, Alamal, from the side of for Black Dragons as well, and they were looking great. It was all starting to come together, Tim, and I just can't wait to get into that game. But we do still have another treat in store. There's still going to be more to go down before we get to that point, as we do have Panico joining us. Now, this should actually be a really fun interview as well. It'd be great to actually speak to Panico.
It will, because he went absolutely huge a couple of times there on Cafe, and getting his perspective on a few of those players will certainly be interesting, because he really did dominate FaZe a couple of times.
Oh, yeah. I mean, specifically for me, I just want to ask what was going through his mind. I think, what was it, the 3v5, where it all started to fall to bits, and he basically just popped off, completely converted the round, and brought it back from the jaws of defeat towards Kitchen. That was crazy, Tim. He had a game.
Yeah, it was an absolute beauty. It was that double kill that just squared things away, brought it back to 3-0, and it just really seemed to pump some confidence into W7M immediately, and the rest of the round just absolutely fell into place. Clicks started all over the map, and they were able to close it out. But yeah, all started by the catalyst of Panico.
Yeah, definitely a big mover, shaker, and producer of rounds into that game. A hell of a series, though. Both maps were fantastic. And I can't wait until we can get into this interview. We're just getting things prepared with Panico, and then he'll be joining me and Tim to talk us through those 2 maps before we have our downtime before the last series, of course. There is still one best of 2 to go tonight. Tonight has flown by, Tim. It feels like it has gone very quickly. So we won't waste any more time. We'll keep that ball rolling as Panico is ready to join us. We will be bringing him in now and having a word with the main man. Panico, how you doing, brother? Well played, man.
I'm doing fine. I'm not good because the first match was rough start.
Mm.
But on the second map, I could help my team to get the win.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you about straight away as well. On the second map, there was a pivotal round where you absolutely popped off. It was a 3 versus 5. You brought it back massively with a 2K towards Kitchen. Just what was going through the team's minds at that point? What were the comms like?
We was like almost a lose round because our hard breacher was the first one to get down. So I just try to take the front and do something to win the round.
And you certainly did. I mean, coming off the back of the Oregon result, that must have been tough. How do you go about turning that around and staying positive for Cafe?
That part was easy because we know we can beat them, but that first map, I don't know, everyone was afraid, or we don't put our game to the match and just let them play and see how it goes.
I wondered as well, from your perspective, obviously playing against FaZe on Oregon today, they made a big change with putting KDS on the entry role and moving Live back onto the Maverick. How did that affect things from your perspective? Because they looked like it was working a lot better for them. Did it feel that way playing against them?
It was harder to play against him on Oregon because there are 5 guys playing together on every inch of the map, so you can't do much.
You've had a really, really good start to the season, Panico. It's been, obviously a lot of work over the break. Are you guys confident that you can get into that top 4? Is now the time to push forward and get into the top 4, get to the major?
This draw, it's hard because it takes us 2 points, but if we manage to beat MLBR again, we can go to the major.
Well, Panico, I wish you all the best of luck when you do get into that position. It's lovely to speak to you, brother. Before we let you go tonight, is there anything you want to say to all the fans out there for W7M?
I just want to thank you, everyone. We are growing a new fan base every game, and it's good to see people sharing for us.
It's definitely deserved, man. The team's looking better every time we get to see it. You're one of the funner teams to watch in terms of the aggression. Well played tonight, dude. Definitely a well-deserved draw.
Thank you.
Cheers, man. Thanks for popping on, Panico. We'll see you soon.
Nope.
There he is, Panico. He's a nice guy, man. It's always good to get a bit of a chat to him, Tim. I feel like W7M, they're one of the teams we didn't get as much limelight and time with in terms of interviews last season, so it's nice this time.
It is, and I think W7M are turning into one of those teams that it's sort of like the outsiders love to support W7M. It's, you've got your big names, FaZe, NIP, Liquid, that really dominate the Latam scene in terms of fans. Team One coming along there as well. But W7M, if you want a little outsider to back, if you love the underdog like we do, W7M, you can't go far wrong, and they are picking up fans left, right and centre, and it's absolutely no surprise because they do play an exciting brand of Siege. They will go in and take gunfights. We will have those challenges. They've got players like Herds, Panico, Padrin that are able to just spin rounds on their head sometimes, and it's just an absolute pleasure to watch at times.
It is indeed. And a pleasure to watch is what is coming up next. Liquid go up against the Black Dragons. Will the Knights of the Liquid table be able to slay the beast, or will the dragon overpower them? That's what we'll find out when we get back into our last series of the night after the break.
Lo vamos a matar, toda esa curiosidad. Baby, si se nos da, será lo que será, lo vamos a matar, toda esa curiosidad. Solo yo sé de ese lunar, solo tú comes el pastel. Con estilo siempre te vas, pero te vienes con placer. Me dijiste no quiero nada, pero quieres todo, mujer. más rico que la miel, mi droga que te legalicen. No digamos el pecado, que hay cosas que no se dicen. Y en la piel tú y yo jugando, baby, ¿para qué te dices? Y tú solo dices que quieres más, que matemos la curiosidad. Eso hacemos, y si se nos da, será lo que será, los dos vamos a matar, toda esa curiosidad. Baby, si se nos da, será lo que será, los dos vamos a matar, toda esa curiosidad. Aquí viviendo roce, estamos solitos, ya son más de las 12. Pegándote bien lento, baby, para que tú goces. No somos algo serio, pero
Join Face It, Play Siege, win prizes. With 45,000 Ubisoft credits up for grabs every week in the EU Open Cups. Join the action at fce.gg/R6EU.
será lo que será, los dos vamos a matar, toda esa curiosidad. Baby, si se nos da, será lo que será, los dos vamos a matar, toda esa curiosidad. No fui el primero, ni seré el último, pero sé que... those things. I believe in those things. Paula, I believe in those things. I just wanna walk my way. I believe in those things. I believe in those things. Paula, I believe in those things. I just wanna walk my way. I believe in those things. I believe in those things. Paula, I believe in those things. I just wanna walk my way.
Chuva na terra pra vocês, valendo!
Deu a cara também, impressionante o pino! Belo trabalho, impressionante, 4K do Vitz. Olha a recuperação!
Que show de Rainbow Six!
Ooh, why hello there, and welcome back for even more lovely Siege as we go into our last best of 2 of the night. This time we get the Black Dragons going up against Team Liquid. Now, Tim, I think we've saved a particularly interesting game until the end of the show.
I think we have, because it's a nice little challenge for Black Dragons here. We've seen them do well so far. They've been reasonably solid, but there has been a few kinks that they need to iron out. That said, I also feel like this is a really big test for them. Team Liquid are a big test for anybody, to be fair, but it just really starts to give us an idea of whether, once that steel of Black Dragons is plunged into the water, is it going to crack, or is it going to fracture, or is it going to come out stronger?
That's a good question. It's definitely one that hopefully we will get an answer for over the course of tonight's best of 2. 2 final maps that decide the outcome of the show. So let's get straight into the rosters for this one and see how these two teams go up against one another when it comes into the head between each other. Obviously, Black Dragons coming up first. The underdogs. Fair to say the underdogs going into this, but they still have style, they still have grace, and they can certainly leave bodies all over the place.
They absolutely can. They've played very well so far. Lots of big names on there. PZD and Hornetau going particularly well so far. Being joined again. Lagonis had some big plays last time around. Very important on the support. Just getting jobs done that his team needed doing. And very, very good so far from Black Dragons.
Yeah, solid stuff indeed. They've had a good season so far. They just need to maintain it. It was lovely to speak to Lagonis before, obviously, right? First time we got to speak to him, he was a little bit nervous about his English, but he smashed it out of the park. And he was a genuine chap to speak to, mate. I hope we do get the chat to him again. He was really lovely.
Yeah, it'd be very nice. As you say, he gave us some really great insight. I've absolutely no idea why he was concerned about his English, because it was fantastic. So, yeah, it'd be nice to have the opportunity to speak to him again. Is it going to be today on the back of a Black Dragons win? I'm not convinced, if I'm honest.
I mean, I don't think he'd be able to speak if they somehow beat Liquid tonight and we got him on. Because, of course, they are up against Team Liquid, the TL boys in blue that definitely love to live it. They eat, sleep, breathe Siege, and there is a reason for it. This team is remarkable at the game, and this is their roster. 5 deadly Devastators here. All 5 of them can pop off when needed.
They really can. So far, we've seen Sexy Cake have a quiet season, but as he said himself, that's because he's moved on to a more supportive role, which is absolutely fine. The other 4 of them, 32, 32, 36, and 38, they are their kill figures. Simple as that. All really close. Nesk and Palu leading the way as you would expect, but it just goes to show that PSK and Moringa are just as capable of getting in there and contributing on those kill stakes as well. This is a deadly team from any angle, any which way you look at it. They will shut people down.
And those stats are over, 4 maps, isn't it? That's literally it. That's pretty ridiculous when you think about it. The fact they've all done that much damage. And of course, one of those series was against NIP as well. So they've not had a walk in the park. They've not had an easy day. They have really had to fight for those games. And that series versus NIP go to show that maybe NIP a couple of steps ahead still. You know, they did win the major. They've been looking damn good. They're looking like the beasts from Brazil. But Team Liquid are still naughty, Tim.
They are, and I think Black Dragons might be coming up against Team Liquid at the wrong time today, Jackie. Team Liquid took a tough defeat at the hands of NIP in the last play day. It went all the way to 24 rounds. It ended up 13-11 if we looked at it across the 2 maps. Basically, it came down to 1 round. That was it. It was 6-all, 7-5, and it was a tough loss, I'm sure, to take against their big rivals. So they're going to want to make a statement here, and it's not going to be easy.
No, it certainly won't be. But of course, before we can figure out how this one is going to go down and start to give our predictions for the series, we should probably have a look at the map veto for it and figure out where exactly it's going to go in terms of the map. Now, Tim, still been a bit of a rough day, really. Not only for the rehost riddles, but for the map predictions. Can you knock it out of the park? Can you give me a home run on the final game?
Having an absolute nightmare, Jackie, as I said last time around. I think looking at this one, I can't see Black Dragons being particularly in any rush to take Team Liquid to Theme Park, given what happened in the first play day for them. Liquid have consistently banned out Clubhouse and Villa so far. Coastline's been banned out against them a lot as well. So I think that leads me towards thinking we might see a Cafe potentially, maybe another Oregon, although I'm not sure whether Team Liquid are going to really want to see any more of Oregon. We'll see, I suppose, how it plays out. But I'm going to say Cafe, maybe a surprise of another Villa. I think we're going to start seeing that creep in a little bit more after the sort of a mammoth amount of bans that we've seen on there. As my last choice, I'm going to stick Clubhouse into the mix. Clubhouse, Villa, and Cafe.
Clubhouse, Villa, and Cafe, yeah? Full 3 locked in?
Yes.
Let's have a look. Simon, what are we working with? What's the veto looking like for the day? Oh, no, Tim. You've been living a nightmare, mate. I mean, it might get a bit better towards the end, at least, potentially. We are going to see Clubhouse, and it seems like we are actually going to Theme Park. Whoa, Black Dragons! Unless that's some ridiculous bold play, that's mind-boggling to me, Tim. They're going to get thrashed.
I don't even know what to say about that. That is the absolute... I mean, I think now teams are just trolling me. That's what I think is going on. I think teams are coming in here thinking, what is Ace going to pick up on? He's going to think, we'd never play Team Liquid on Theme Park after what happened. Let's pick it.
Mate.
Let's lampoon him, boys. That's what's happening.
That's ridiculous. If you would have told me that would have been the final map of the day, especially Black Dragon's pick, I would have said there's no chance. That's absolutely balmy. But the fact we've been given it is wild. We can rein it in a little bit, though, before we start going absolutely off the rails about that one. Clubhouse, at least, Tim. We've got Clubhouse to start off between these two. It looks like we're almost ready to get into this one. We've got all players in the lobby. So this series is set all thrusters go and should be kicking off pretty soon. I think that does outright just favour Liquid the whole way through the series. I always would have gone with Liquid just off the top of how we've seen them play over both seasons so far, Tim. But you look at the veto as well, this is Liquid all the way, right?
It certainly seems that way. I mean, let's look at Theme Park. Let's not get carried away. Obviously, yes, they had a very good result against Santos, but Santos didn't really show up on that map. So,
no.
You know, let's not get too carried away. Clubhouse is going to be important for Black Dragons. They need to come out and have at least a strong performance. Even if they don't get the win on there, they need to let Liquid know they're in for a game before they head to Theme Park.
Okay. And before we head to Theme Park, of course, we start off here as we head into the game. Liquid taking on Black Dragons. This is an important one. This means an awful lot. Obviously, for Black Dragons, you need to come out swinging if you want a fighting chance against Team Liquid, because Liquid, they are dastardly good. Every member of this team can pop off when necessary. They pass the baton. They are brilliant at the egg and spoon race that is Siege.
Certainly are, and I don't think that this is going to look anything like a child's sports day today, Jackie. It is going to be far more serious, far more aggressive, and far more terrifying as Team Liquid. They are going to be coming out here looking to send a strong message to the rest of the Brasileiro here. They will want to really prove a point after that loss against NIP, and we're seeing a very similar process in the bands. Thatcher and Monty going by the wayside. Very consistent across all maps so far tonight.
Yeah, that is true. Obviously, the return of Thatcher ban. A little bit of the classical mixed in with some of the new school. In terms of the bans we got going down here, I feel like one of them, of course, restricts one man an awful lot, and that is going to be Sexy. Big man Sexy Cake. And he's on the Monty, especially on Clubhouse. He can be so annoying, Tim. We've seen that reign true time and time again. He's very effective at wasting time, very effective at being able to penalise and leave you in an awkward position when he has that ginormous shield to contend with. So getting rid of that could hurt Liquid.
And straight away, we're heading into a site where it would have been of use to him. He tends to take that Monty up onto Garage Catwalk and does a very good job of dealing with that area, clearing it out and just paving the way for his team to get in there. PSK usually with that diffuser to move in and get it down on the ground now. This has been an interesting change, Jackie, because PSK, he put up some serious figures in the last stage in terms of getting that diffuser down. And I mean serious figures. He was topped by a considerable amount, and it's been completely handed off to Sexy Cake, and that's not to say that there's anything wrong with that. Sexy Cake doing a very good job of getting the diffuser down so far as well, and it really is freeing PSK up on the fragging side. You know, he's answering questions where you look at the, previous seasons and say he's not contributed as much in terms of kills. It is because he's been playing the diffuser, he's been playing that objective, but coming in and having that leash taken off him, as I said, 32 kills so far on the season here in Stage 2. Great performances from him.
Oh, yeah. I think that's the interesting part, right? Is it didn't really seem like it was one of those changes that needed to happen for them to find more success, but it's worked out. Sexy seems happy with the change, and it feels like he's fallen into that role very well. We're seeing a lot of shots coming out from every other gunner on the side of Team Liquid. They've definitely been getting their aim prac in, Tim, and we've seen that firsthand with some of the shots they've been hitting. Now, I just want to paint a bit of a picture about Black Dragons coming into this as well. Of course, starting off the defensive side for me is probably a bit of a blessing. I feel like holding angles is a skill that Black Dragons can definitely live up to. They are quick when it comes to the draw, always very effective at those flick shots. Basically, they're like a team of mini sentry turrets. You set them up, you leave them at an angle, and they'll probably be able to hold it. But can they shut down and quell what looks to be a very clumped together push from Team Liquid early on? We saw Ness going in, had backup with Palu. It seemed like they both wanted to head their way back up from the lower levels and worm their way around, clearing out in case there was any roamers. They now split off, and he'll rotate back over to join the rest of the Wolf Pack, leaving Palu in an interesting position.
Team Liquid moving very quickly into the basement level, as you say there. Obviously some information feeding in to suggest that there was value in doing so, whether it be that somebody's been seen down there on the roam and has potentially moved away before Liquid were able to move in and engage. But one way or another, it's going to put Palu in an interesting position to be able to push into the garage. There could be the thought process with the electricals being applied to the two double walls. It's going to be that we see now on our right hand side. It's going to be very difficult to open them. Maverick is going to go in there and just start to do some work on those reinforcements. But generally speaking, you do like to clear that out because it allows you some safety to move in under the catwalk. Palu's just still holding his angle there. Obviously, very keen about the potential for somebody downstairs at the minute.
Bit of paranoia. Let's see. It will come back to bite him in the bottom. If the seeds of doubt will help him. Yeah, now we're coming in close towards the 60-second mark. Obviously, all 5 alive for Liquid. As I say that, though, Hugzord giving the hug of death onto Moringa as they'll gun him down and pump him full of lead. This could really put them into a great position now into the late round, of course, because there's only 50 seconds left, and Liquid being down a man on a full site execute versus 5 defensive players, it's going to be hard for you to get much out of it. And Hugzord, he's the gift that keeps on giving. That's another fantastic frag to find. He's killed Palu, the man, the myth, the legend, the big beast himself has been bludgeoned and broken in 2. Team Black Dragons, they're in for a first round here.
It's a surprise from Team Liquid because they seemed so aware and conscious of that roam, moving in early on the basement level and looking to challenge onto Lounge. We can see the nades raining out, and no way does PZD escape that. He is an absolute magician, just moving away left, right, jinking, weaving and keeping himself alive, but ultimately shut down by Ness. Sexy Kate gets in with 1 for himself as well. 3 versus 3 at this point, but they have to move in quickly, and that is exactly what they will do. The Maverick starts to get the diffuser down on the ground. Hornetau, he will challenge in from the CCTV window. He gets himself and kill as he comes in. Patoxy gets 2 along the way. And that's going to be a great retake from Black Dragons there. They really were on top of Liquid throughout that entire round. And the questions that need to be asked for me, Jackie, revolve around that Hugzord roam. Went in as if they were aware of a man around basement and mid-floor, but were just never able to shut him down, and it really did hurt them.
Lagonius getting given the defuse at the end there as well. Coming in to add to the stats in the last few seconds. A rough one, man. Tim, I completely agree with you. I feel like it is a bit bizarre from the stance they were in, where they clearly had a good read on the round, right? They had read it like a book, an easy to read book as well. Not like something hard, something relatively easy. And what blows my mind is the fact that it all just started to fall to pieces in every firefight they got into, overstepping the mark, overexposing themselves. You don't expect to see players like Palu going down in the first few seconds there as the commotion kicked off, right? If he's one of the players you're going to lose as well, you will struggle so much more into the late round. Fair play for him to even bring it back and get the diffuser down. I didn't think it was going to happen at that point. I was also trying to see if there was actually any of those canisters left in the utility belt of Lagonius. I was expecting him to dash one out and basically win the round off the timing, but that's not even necessary because you have the main man Patoxy that runs in with a shotgun and just ends it, literally ends it. Crazy round. Beautiful way to start it though. If you're Black Dragons, or if you're a Black Dragons fan, you are going to be living it right now. You're going to be hyped up. And for Team Liquid, they need to reset themselves, bang their heads together and come in fresh into this second round, because that one was a bit of a write-off.
Oh, Black Dragons will be absolutely loving life with that start. Now, we can see the top floor hold is going to come out, and that's no surprise. That last round is going to give them confidence out on the roam. We have got Hugzord on the Mozzie. He's going to be playing up there with Hornet out on the mute. The castle barricades have been put in place to offer them a safe drop back to site. So the hatches are opened. The castle barricades are employed, as we can see, in and around bar and stock, just to offer a quick option to get those top floor roamers all the way back down to the bottom floor. But now they will not be going anywhere. They want to hold on to things and challenge for as long as possible, because that is what they are there to do. They are there to waste time. But we can see Team Liquid, they are wasting no time whatsoever in getting into that top floor and looking to challenge on to any roamers that do remain there. We can see there's one left over in the far side of Cash. It seems like the roam game has largely dropped back to that middle floor, but Patoxy on the castle, just heading his way back up the main stairs to cause a nuisance of himself on the flank.
Coming up close towards the 2-minute mark then. Team Liquid, once again, similar style of execution into the early round. Sending, of course, 2 players towards the dirt tunnel. Sexy's over there as well, actually, so you've got a full triple threat setup. Obviously, previously, they did leave a lot of map control up for grabs. This time around, with the site down there, they are going to be a little bit more wary about the potential push. We do still have a player back over towards Garage, though, and in the early encounters, it seems like it's an unfortunate draw for Ness, because he's been gunned down by Lagunis. Prior rounds, there was a lot of popping off that occurred from one man. and that was Hugzord. Hugzord not getting a chance right now in terms of the fight, though. It's going back and forth, leaving us into a 3 versus 3 so far, with a minute and 20 seconds left. Sexy, PSK, and Palu, all 3 men down on the site in close proximity, but being overpowered as the shots are whizzing by. Hugzord taken out by the HE as the nade will roll in towards his feet and blow his legs clean off. PZD low, oversteps the mark, peeks into the crosshairs of Palu, and he's bludgeoned because of it, leaving it all on one man. Hornetow. He's certainly got a stinger, but can he use it? Can he get in there and be a bit of a busy bee to try and punish? Gets the peek. Sexy walking into the crosshairs as he crouch walks his way towards the angle, but he still hits the shot, and the rogue Maverick will walk away with another round.
Great approach onto site from Sexy Cake there. I think he's made his way down Dirt Tunnel to get into that spot and be able to get the diffuser on the ground. Meanwhile, his team created a lot of noise in and around the map and managed to get those kills raining in, and ultimately were able to get into a position to cover to see that diffuser go active and on the ground, and it was a very solid attack from Team Liquid, and that's what they needed, because to be honest, that first round it looked a little bit disjointed from them, Jackie. I was a little bit concerned on the back of that. I'm never one to get carried away after just 1 or 2 rounds, but it just looked, the best way I can describe it is it just looked uncharacteristic for Liquid. There's nothing wrong with them losing a round. It just felt, like I say, uncharacteristic. They just weren't as clinical as they normally would be. They weren't picking up on the roamers and holding them out at arm's length and punishing them. They just sort of allowed Black Dragons to play the game they wanted to play, but certainly coming back stronger there, and Black Dragons in round 3, they're going to head down to Church and Arsenal once again and give it another try.
No, you are right. That is how it looked. It's just a bit messy, a bit bizarre. Obviously, you know, when we look at Liquid, it's normally very decisive, especially since Mav's come in. I know, obviously, we haven't had the biggest sample size to look at in terms of that, but Mav has done a lot for this roster already. You can see the tactical play has been increasing. They can rely on just aim alone in a lot of these games, especially when they go into some of these matchups against opponents that are maybe a little bit lesser than Liquid. Yeah, if they want to just run and gun it, they probably could get away with a couple of rounds here and there, because they are damn good when it comes to the firepower. A sick group of aimers, but with Mav's addition to the team, it's only up to the tactical element. The strategy's been looking better, the playbook's been expanding, and that takes a little bit of stress off having to get those fantastic early game frags. It means that you can do more in the late round. The executions have been looking better and better. So let's see more of that, Liquid. Not any more mistakes. It's coming into this. They've already given up 1 round, the Black Dragons. It is now a 1-1 split with the way it's gone so far. And of course, we're down to about 2 minutes and 20 seconds on this one. Not overstepping the mark, no over-aggression from Black Dragons as well. They've been playing this entire game very close to their chest. That is unfortunate though. Hugzord dropping out. He's been quite a key player so far. We saw obviously the 2 entry frags into the opening round of the game. He was a big damage dealer for them. And I think obviously at this point, we're past the no returns. There wasn't any first blood, no first contact, but we were already quite late into the round. So I think we are playing this one out from this point forward. Continuing on now. That is a bit of a shame for Black Dragons.
Yeah, I believe it's beyond 30 seconds into the action phase. If you're within that first 30 seconds and nobody has died, no damage has been taken, then yes, you can call for a rehost. But beyond that point, the round will be played out and we will resolve that and get Hugzord back in for the next one, unless he reappears in the meantime, in which case we will continue. Now, 1-1 it is on the scoreboard. Nothing to separate these two in the early exchanges. Both have had a good round each, really. Round 1 was a great round for Black Dragons and round 2 great for Team Liquid. And we can see round 3, they are certainly making good progress and will look to professionally take advantage as they can of the situation in the 5 versus 4. It is a round that they will certainly want to get on the board to give themselves some advantage up there. Now, you can see the angle coming in vertically from Moringa on the book there. He has opened up the majority of the kitchen floor. The Maverick is just starting to go to work on those walls as well. Out comes the Nitro Agonis onto PSK. And I tell you, Sexy Cake was very lucky not to lose his life as well. In goes a nade to try and force the defenders away, but there's another Nitro in hand. It comes out. I think it just got stuck on the wall and couldn't quite penetrate deep enough into the Team Liquid lines to push another one beyond the grave. But right now, it's 4 versus 4, 4 versus 3, as Black Dragons are fighting hard. Can they overcome adversity here to put this round on the board, even after losing Hugzord? 34 seconds left to go, and it's time for Liquid to start pushing into sight. PZD, however, he says not today. He takes down Sexy Cake and puts the diffuser on the ground. It's quickly recovered by Palu, but 2 versus 4. He's trying to get an angle, loses out. through the ex-Kairos hole as well. PZD is going ham at the minute. Moringa will shut him down, but 1 versus 3. He's got it all to do. 14 seconds. Diffuser down cold on the ground. He gets on his belly to try and wriggle through, but not even the bodies of his teammates can hide him from Lagonis, who trades him out. And that's going to be Black Dragons. They win from 4 versus 5. Fantastic round for them.
Rah, that's ridiculous. That is absolutely crazy when you think about it. Doesn't seem like he'll actually be able to get back in here, of course. So it will be a rehost for this one. One that shouldn't take too long, hopefully, as by now he's probably got his PC booted back up, or the game at least relaunched. We do have a replay, though, that will fill in the time in the meantime. I think this was the incredible back and forth where we saw Nitro after nade, after everything just being chucked through those tiny gaps in the hard breach team. Madness, basically equal damage transition from either side. What gets me, though, what I'm looking at there really is I feel like Team Liquid are giving them far too much respect. They're playing a very slow style of Siege. They're effectively allowing them to play positions. You've come into a round where you're 4 versus 5, or not even off the back of having to, make an overextension, make a play, one through no fault of their own. You could run with that. You could play a very aggressive style of Siege if you want to. We know the level of aim capabilities there is on Team Liquid, but at that point, it felt like they basically defeated themselves, Tim. Playing far too slow, but not baiting out any utility when going for the execution. You've walked into a site, sat in a corridor, and had Nitro after Nitro dunked on you.
Well, the problem is you can be as good an aimer as you want, Jackie, but ultimately, if you're going to find yourself in no man's land with a Nitro coming through a hole that you've burnt in a reinforcement, it doesn't matter how good an aimer you are, you're going to lose your life. It's as simple as that, and I feel like that's what Team Liquid were there. They were just in no man's land. They'd got the line of sight, it wasn't even really a line of sight, it was a hole to allow nades to rain in from, but you've got to remember that those things work both ways. You can't expect to just throw explosives in one direction and not to have any comeback out towards you. At the end of the day, loading into the round, they know the operators that they are facing on the defensive side. They know that there's nitros on the board, and it just felt like they weren't really switched on to that. It's ultimately rotating around that motor door at that point until you've started getting that wall actually open. You're asking for a bit of danger, because if you think about where the hole was located, so if you're looking at Church Wall from the corridor, the hole was located off towards the top right. It's not possible for any explosives to come from that hole towards the double door at the bottom of stairs, because there's a brick wall next to it, so you can't get the angle there. If they're going to come through that hole, they're going towards Motor Door, so you can't be stood around that area. Equally, you can't be stood around the double doors at the bottom of stairs, because they could come over the top of the wall, as we see quite often. But to have so many men crowding up around there when they know that they haven't baited out the nitros, they were asking for trouble, and that's exactly what they got.
Yeah, no, it is rough. As P Money once said, too many men, Tim. The Nitro just went over and rinsed them all. It's rough. Again, though, it does look like, honestly, Team Liquid, with the way they're playing this, based off that opening round as well, where we saw the mass rotation going around, so much time being wasted, and they never really got an opportunity to try and take a stab at the round before they'd already lost so many players. I feel like it is a respect game. They've come in and they're giving an awful lot of respect to them. And fair play, Black Dragons are a good team, but with the stature we've seen from Team Liquid, you have to go in and act like it. You need to be more commanding, more confident. We've seen them do it in the past against some of the world's best. Why are they faltering now in a domestic matchup?
That's the question, and as I've said, it seems to be a continuation of the end of last season. This is the lack of consistency that we saw from them. They've come in, they've had a good win against Santos, they've lost against NIP, anybody can lose against NIP, but the point is those performances coming through haven't necessarily seemed as solid or consistent as we would expect out of Team Liquid given previous seasons. And again, those questions continue to be asked. I don't want to get carried away, we're only 3 rounds in here, but Black Dragons have won 2 very convincing rounds there. Very well. And Team Liquid, they need to turn this around quickly, because otherwise they're going to find themselves on the back foot. At this point, do I still expect Team Liquid to come out and win Clubhouse? Absolutely. No two ways about it. Can I see a line from here where Black Dragons actually steal it away at this point in time? I can.
And I mean, let's not forget, right, the one key reason about why we had that rehost and why that round is a bit of a shocker to lose. They had a player drop out. They had Hugzord depart the server in the opening moments of the game. He had no opportunity to do anything, no impact, just taken out thrown into the void. They still win it, fighting back 4 versus 5, staring death in the face and saying, not today. Huge round from Black Dragons. Impressive stuff. Is it maintainable? Is it sustainable? Are Liquid going to make that mistake again and again? And stand there getting blown to bits whilst bombs are being dropped on their heads over the top of the map? Probably not. Hopefully not. But we do step back into the server now. Let's see how the story is going to develop as we continue on with the 4th round in this matchup. Of course, if you're just joining us, it is a 2-1 split on the scoreline. Black Dragons have just picked up the prior round. They won the opening, and Team Liquid, they bit back in the middle in the second round and have gone quite since. Let's see if it will keep going back and forth like metronome, or if this is where Black Dragons guarantee themselves 3 rounds on their defense already.
20 seconds in, we can see that the preparation continues at this point in time. Nothing unusual there, but quick progress being made by Team Liquid as well towards this east wall. We can see the Thermite has been brought along, and it's the first time that we've seen Thermite for quite some time, Jackie. Very little Thermite play so far in Stage 2. It's been all about Ace at the moment, and PSK obviously getting back onto that comfort operator, bringing along the hard breach instead of Ace, and will get that east wall open very quickly. That is within the first 45 seconds. So there's going to be a lot of pressure for Black Dragons to absorb here. Now we can see the construction wall just being pinged out there, and I think the suggestion is that that should be the next location that PSK opens with the Thermite, and that's going to allow the Hibana of Parlu to get in there and potentially start opening up that construction to cache wall. So it looks like they want to create an awfully big pinch here, but as you can see, absolutely no red silhouettes on this side of the map. So whilst the east wall has been opened as an option, it certainly isn't being used as an angle at the minute.
All right. Nearly a minute and 30. No early commotion just yet. Black Dragons keeping themselves low to the ground. PZD trying to keep his nose clean, keep himself out of trouble. Patoxy just attempting to hold back the oncoming drones that are racing towards him like a very aggressive micro machine. We get ever closer towards that final minute mark, and finally there's a bit of a play being made by Team Liquid, of course. Sexy on the Maverick starts to open up that wall. We've got utility being chucked out from the rest of the Liquid members over towards the side, as they will use the utility to, of course, remove any of those ADSs or my discs, suck up the magnets, and stop them from being able to hold back the wave, per se, when they do push in. I'm glad we do get a bit of Hugzor perspective as well. He's actually been a key player for Black Dragons. First round came with the 2 big impact frags, effectively won them the round in my eyes, and if he can maintain that once again, that's a huge point to look at. Whoa, that's a huge nade though! Sexy! Brilliant timing with a Maverick, dashes it out and detonates it right on cue. Cooked perfectly, like a hard-boiled egg, as it puts them into a hard stuck position. Tim, this is not looking good for Black Dragons if it continues to go in this manner.
Once again, explosives really raining into the site and proving much more effective this time around. PSK, he will pick up the opener, and that is onto the downed Patoxy. So we find ourselves 4 versus 3 now as kills start to rain in. Diffuser going down, and here goes Team Liquid's collapse. They don't need pressure from that east wall. They've been successful without pushing in through the construction side, mixing things up, stopping themselves being predictable, and the kills all raining in the last 10 seconds there. They completely shut down the defense of Black Dragons and once again square things up. It's 2-2 now, and Team Liquid, it seems like at the minute they can't have 2 good consecutive rounds, Jackie.
Oh man, it's crazy. It really is quite crazy, where there's just, you know, a constant back and forth. One side will perform well, then the other side will. It seems to be somewhat the story we've had the whole day, Tim. Even back from the first game, right? This has kind of been what we've maintained. The only map that, in my mind, doesn't conform to that was obviously the first map between FaZe and W7M. Every other game has felt like this. And it's definitely been a day where we kind of looked at it and said, a lot of these should be fast games. A lot of these should be close towards a 7-3, that sort of margin. But none of them have really gone in that manner. They've all been very bloated. They've been very back and forth. We've seen a lot of respect being given to the other teams and a lot of wacky crutch rounds that have been coming out. And at this point, the game being brought back 2-2, it's close, it's competitive. It does mean, at least, that for Black Dragons, your likelihood of getting more than just those 3 rounds at the end of the half is starting to slip away. Also, the scary factor is, do you throw away that chance of even getting yourself a 3rd round? Obviously, if you make many more mistakes, Tim, that is going to be sucked up by the big Hoover that is Team Liquid.
Black Dragons deciding to take their chances on CCTV and Cash once again here. I'm sure they're going to be reasonably confident they can get this one locked down. They had a good first round where they were able to secure this site successfully. Team Liquid have done very good at playing the objective so far. They've got the diffuser down 3 times inside of 4 rounds, definitely focusing on getting in there and getting it down, which is nothing unusual for them. Usually it would be PSK, but this time Sexy Kate really getting in on that diffuser action, and that's something that we've seen throughout Stage 2 so far, but still successful. Team Liquid very good as a team at creating the room that they need in order to achieve that. And rather than the Thermite this time around, it's going to be the Maverick taking out the hard reinforcement, and that's going to allow the Book of Moringa to get in there and open up that soft wall. That's east wall access gained, and we saw that last time within the first 45 seconds, and very similar here again, but Liquid completely left it alone last time around. They got it opened up and then applied no pressure until the very end of the round and just allowed Black Dragons to feel safe from that east side. So we'll see this time around whether they decide to use that breach more directly and just apply some pressure in towards site. Cut off a few of those rotations.
Whilst you're at it, try and cut off a couple of the heads of the Hydra that is Team Liquid. Let's see if you can really slow them down into this 5th round. So right now we're coming up close towards 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock. Obviously, as time is starting to get down towards the crunch point, this is when Liquid need to speed it up. And I'm surprised we haven't seen them toying with the tempo a little bit and turning it on and off throughout the course of this one. It's been very static. It's been relatively slow the entire way through for them. They haven't been taking many risks, which, although does conform to how Team Liquid usually play, I feel like, again, it's the respect card. Finally, they do seem to pop off as we see Palu coming into the forefront of the round. One of the few times we've really had an opportunity to praise this man's name, which is very bizarre. Normally, we are screaming about him and ranting and raving back and forth the whole way through. At least now, he's rocked up and he's done a bit of damage, fragging out onto Hugzord, who has been a key player for Black Dragons, putting him down into an early grave. And starting off the round in a good manner. 45 seconds left then on round 5. This is a key round to pick up. It decides who gets the 3rd on the board first and puts you into a great position going forward. PSK also with a follow-up shot as Patroxy has been blown to bits. Unfortunately for him, there's no opportunity for him to strike back. Hornetow does have the rotation cut off towards the doorway, but will he be barking up the wrong tree? Or can he bite down and get a frag? A little bit of a delayed reaction there on the encounter from the Gonus on the doorway. Could have been a free frag, Tim, if you would have hit that one, but instead it gets a bit risky. We're tight. We've only got about 10 seconds left. Liquid, you got to execute. You got to go now. They charge their way through, but PZD playing towards Garage, he's still being a massive thorn in the side. A key player in the round, but they both get gunned down. All on Hornetow. Pixel peek around from Nesk. Get him a peekaboo, but it's a bit different because he's got a gun.
Liquid having a number of solid passages of play there, just able to get themselves those couple of entry frags to start things off. 5 versus 3, then a little bit of a lull through the mid-round, but ultimately able to apply that pressure when it counted in those final seconds, and almost all the kills reigning in their favour. And that was much more solid from Team Liquid, and Black Dragons are in a slightly different position than we have seen so far. They haven't been behind as of yet, for starters, and playing from that position where Team Liquid are out in front of you is never an easy thing to do. They are a very good team at taking full advantage of that situation and applying pressure from being in that position. They will put you on the ground and they will kneel on your shoulders until you can't breathe. They won't let you back up. They won't let you back into this game. Right now, Team Liquid, that's exactly what they need to do. They need to really force that pressure onto Black Dragons here. They need to get the 6th round on the board, 4 for them, and then head into a strong defense.
Obviously for Liquid again. You might have got the round, you might have been able to pick it up, but it's so close into these encounters. It's so back and forth. It's not looking anywhere near as decisive as I really thought this game would be, Tim, coming into it, right? You look at these two teams in terms of their position, in terms of Stage 1 and Stage 2. Liquid, for me, would take it every time. Especially on Clubhouse, especially on Theme Park as well. But now it starts to pose the question, right? If we're seeing Liquid giving so many opportunities to Black Dragons, what if that was a very smart calculated pick coming out on Theme Park? They clearly want to take them there. They clearly want to play it. with how much respect they're being given, how well they're playing right now as well, if Liquid don't change up the pace, don't start to play a little bit more aggressive, start to hit their shots and create some space early game, Theme Park might not be as clear-cut as we're thinking it is. Black Dragons, they could be thrill seekers for a reason on that map.
30 seconds into the round. Good drone work going on early from Team Liquid to gather as much information as they can. Try and locate those defenders down on the bottom floor. Just recognise exactly where they're playing, what they're doing. Are they out on the roam, or are they just looking to hold their angles from inside of sight? And that is exactly what they will find. This is a turtle defence with all defenders just stacking up, looking to hold tight angles. And you see shots raining in to open up vertical angles for the time being. Team Liquid doing some great work here to get things into the round very quickly. The hatches being opened inside of the first minute, but how about that? Out comes the Kaid Electroclaw there just to prevent that exothermic charge from being activated. I think it was pulled off, so I don't think that PSK has actually lost any utility to that, and the Kaid has certainly been moved away and his interest taken up elsewhere with that hatch, so he's not able to challenge onto the kitchen hatch, which will be opened by Palu. So that now leaves us with 1 minute 30 to go. Vertical angles are plenty for Team Liquid to work from, but yet to be a kill on the board.
They've effectively renovated the entire floor at this point. Ooh, and that could have been Moringa getting dropped down to the floor if he was unlucky. Bullets through the bottom of his shoes would have made it much cheaper for him with one of his shoes getting blown off. Sexy Cake gets down this time though, and that is the diffuser dropped. Impact nades going up to try and create more space. Moringa, it's going to be risky. If you want to stick this to get him back up, surely you should pay the price because of this. This should be a costly revive, but he gets away with it scot-free. Sure, they're low. They've sustained damage, and sustainability is going to be a big question mark going forward. But the fact they've got away with that revive, Tim, and then got a frag in their favour is absolutely wild. They dropped them way back into the site. They need to clear close left as well. Moringa committing to the plant. He's safe. That smoke ain't going to touch him. Hornetau, you need to peek, but he can't. Nest comes in on a rampage. Windmilling one after another. They get knocked off their feet. Black Dragons, they were playing it perfectly. They had map control. They were slowing them down. They essentially had two frags lined up for free, but they didn't get it, Tim. And I tell you what they don't get. They don't get the 3 rounds I thought they were going to get on their defensive side. Liquid back in, starting to give it now. The wheels are in motion. 4-2 there as we go into round 7.
Liquid coming through like an absolutely raging torrent there, just washing over Black Dragons, who were, as you say, unable to take the opportunities presented to them and just shut down in quick order there. 4-2 to Team Liquid on the attack, and they now move to the defense. And Black Dragons, as much as they had a solid start, they really got themselves onto the sort of best foot forward coming into this one. They need to be very careful that it doesn't get away from them quickly, because right now that is exactly what Team Liquid are threatening to do. They are going to take us down to that bottom floor site. We'll be in Church and Arsenal, and just think this is a very important round. If Team Liquid can get this first defense successfully on the board, it leaves them 5-2, and I think that's the sort of margin, the sort of deficit that Black Dragons are desperately going to struggle to come back from.
Yeah, this is really rough for them now. Oh, I was going to say, right, I do wonder as well, Tim, what the scoreline would have been if there was no Monty band out. But you know what? I wonder what the scoreline is going to be now you let Sexy Cake play on a Clash. Since the rehost, obviously, 0-1, he hasn't really been able to get off the ground too much. But it's been very, it's not really been that long in terms of the rehost since we got back in, right? Also, in terms of assists, he's up there. 5 frags, 5 assists rather. He's definitely fulfilling the role that he needed to conform to and helping out. Now you put him on a Clash. Sexy is unreal with the shields. I don't know how he does it, but he's like a Time Lord. The man's like Doctor Who, Tim. He basically just wastes so much time. You're sat there thinking, how on earth has this even happened?
Just pops out of the TARDIS and just picks up kills one after another, and then disappears back into the round. Moringa opening things up there with a kill onto Hugzord. Hugzord having an absolute nightmare on the entry so far. 3 times in the last 3 rounds he has been that opening death, and that's not something that we've seen from Hugzord so far. He's been a really positive sort of driving force for Black Dragons, bringing those really disruptive operators like the Kali and the Blitz, and really getting in there and making life difficult for the defenders. But so far, not so good for him, as he will be shut down in yet another round.
Hugzord. They've definitely found one of the linchpins for Black Dragons. He was having a good game coming into this series. It felt like he had Liquid's number, but that number has been blocked. Return to sender, it seems. And he's the only one that is paying the price now. Round 7. A little bit of time left to work with. It's still manageable. You don't necessarily have to rush things for Black Dragons, but they do need to get a frag back in their favor. That kill has to come soon. We'll see if it actually will creep up, or if, unfortunately, this ship has sailed. Obviously, time is still ticking by. Reposition coming around. Hornetow, he can link up with the rest of the squad. They do open up towards Dirt Tunnel. If they want to wolf pack into this one, you can open hatch, drop in, basically go to a 2-2 split into the site. The Liquids, they've got a mass advantage, Tim. No matter what, it feels like they should be set to defend this one.
Great impact trick there, just using the underside of the table, the explosive damage, the splash damage, taking out those ex-Kairos pellets. Once again, successful in doing so, so that now leaves 2 sets of pellets gone, and the last will be used to get that kitchen hatch open. We can see shots being exchanged there, and damage is done to Nesk, I think, just underneath that kitchen hatch, but certainly not sufficient to force him out of this round just yet. Lagonis takes a few HP of damage for his pleasure as well, and we can see that the kitchen hatch is still not been successfully opened, so that is a lot of attacking utility that has been burnt in that one location without really having too much to show from it. But there is a danger. Dirt Tunnel moving along is a very quiet progression, but of course Team Liquid have the door barricaded, so they have to signal their approach in opening up that barricade, and out go the Toxic Babes from PSK to slow down that push. But right now Team Liquid are finding themselves pinched. There are men at the bottom of stairs. Sexy Kit will take shots on the back of the shield before spinning on the 180 and shutting Hornetow down. A quick double from Nesk will finish us off there, and that was a flurry of kills in the last few seconds from Team Liquid to close out the round, and they look scary right now. Jackie, Team Liquid have woken up.
Yeah, Team Liquid are back, man. That's big. Beautiful play. I think we can't understate it enough, right? Obviously, for some of the viewers that might come in, might potentially be a little bit newer to Siege or unfamiliar with some of the more intricacies there of the play. That was brilliant in terms of denying them getting into that hatch. You would have had 2 separate entry points into the site if they could have got through that way. It makes it so much easier. You go for a 2-2 split, you try and overwhelm Liquid, you get down in through that way. You can also push through and through the drop down. You've also got the third access point towards the stairs as well, right? It would have worked so much nicer for them. Instead, Clutch coming out clutch there with the last set. Sexy Cake still had 2 impact nades to work with, didn't even need the second one. At that point, you would drain all of the utility off the Habana. Every single one of those ex-Kairos pellets going to waste. That means a lot. That was really nicely played. And then when it comes down to the core mechanics of a game like Siege, Tim, they hit their shots. They held their crossfires. Beautiful 2-2 setup in the way they were playing it towards the site. You push out a dirt tunnel, you're going to get slain. You run into the site. Oh, what's that? You can't go through the hatch. All right, I guess we're going to have to go into the choke point. And look who's there. Sexy Cake, effectively dancing. Just basically stunted on a mate. He did the Dougie as he turned around with the shield and just rinsed them with the SMG. Lovely round, Tim.
It was absolutely wonderful to see. Just, again, showing just a thorough understanding of an operator. That just shows another use, another way to make Clash useful. Let's not forget, when the shield is moved away, it sits on the back. So move away and do so in safety. And Sexy Cake made it very difficult to challenge that. And then all of a sudden, you know that he's going to pop right round. You know he's going to peek that door again. But this time, he's going to do it with that secondary weapon in hand and will get the kills as well. So Black Dragons, they are seriously on the back foot now. And the thing that's worrying for them is the pace with which Team Liquid are starting to pick up these rounds. They are moving through them quickly. They are just getting one after another. They're starting to chain them now. That is 3 in a row, and momentum is something that Team Liquid build and keep very, very well.
Oh, they definitely do, Tim. Scary stuff, mate. It is a little bit of a rough ride here for Black Dragons, and it seems like with the way this game has been going, I wouldn't be surprised if we were sat here talking about how well Team Liquid have played towards the end of this one. Yeah, they came in, and they didn't look like they were really themselves. It felt like it took them a couple of rounds to pick up momentum, to start hitting their shots, and to most importantly, not give so much respect to Black Dragons. You are the better team here when it comes down to it. You look at stats, you look at the results historically, you look at who is on Team Liquid, you've got to act like it. And they have started to act like it. And they definitely showed it when it came down to the small intricacies and also just the base mechanics when they hit their shots into that prior round. Now at the round 8, once again, they're playing that slow style. It makes sense. They love executing last 30 to 20 seconds. That is their prime time to try and run away with things. It's what Team Liquid did on their attack as well. But for Black Dragons, it hasn't worked out as effectively. Can they get anything this time around? Will they be able to at least gain control? Maybe find a first pick? Time will tell, Tim. They got about 1 minute and 15 left to get something going.
A long-range barrage of explosive grenades flying in from Hornetau on the Zephyr all the way out from that external catwalk, and then he's just going to hold a real long angle with that long-range scope right into sight and prevent Liquid from being able to rotate around freely. But they've got Sexy Cake once again with the Clash, who's going to make an absolute nuisance of himself. But in order to try and challenge onto that, Hugsword's going to move down into Lounge and start opening up the floor beneath them with that skeleton key. There we go. First kill onto Moringa, and then the challenge comes in from the door. Patoxy getting in on the action with a kill onto Nesk. Sexy Cake now finds himself all alone, and this is not going to be easy for him to move away from safely. He does manage to get himself into Garage and find himself a friend facing Palu, and that's going to leave them now 5 versus 3. Black Dragons still seriously in the ascendancy here, but Palu comes in and has something to say about it. He will take down the Book of Hugsword. Lagonis, however, has got himself into a position to plant inside of Cash. He is likely going to find himself challenged any minute now as Palu looks to move back in. That continues to happen, and Lagonis keeps dancing backwards and forwards. Palu with another. Sexy Cake swings the man advantage into their favour. 2 versus 2 now. Time ticking away. Kills raining in. 1 versus 1. Hits the shield, and the time ticks down. He had the shield moved, but was unable to fire the killing shot.
Oh, dude, the shield was up. The shield was literally up. A second longer is all it would have required. He would have been able to get the shots off, could have finished him off there if he could have unloaded enough bullets quickly enough into his legs. Oh, Tim, that's a frustrating round. From a position that it seemed like it was theirs as well. It felt like they had effectively won that one, but Team Liquid, as we've said so many times, never count them out. They're only ever on pause. They're never completely turned off, and in a round like that, once again, they flick themselves back into fast forward and grab a critical round, 6-2. 1 round is all that's required, Tim, for this to be a 7-2 game. And from the way it was going in the first 2 rounds, I didn't think it would be this fast.
I would completely agree with you. It's just absolutely hit a speed ramp here. It's just absolutely taken off, accelerated down, and no stopping Team Liquid now. As you say, that round really should not have been theirs. They had absolutely no right to win it. Sexy Cake somehow finding his way back into the garage, and that for me was a really pivotal point of that round. It allowed him to team up with Palu, who came out and got a couple of kills on the round, and then ultimately there was just such a quick swing in momentum there. I think it just left Black Dragons completely punch drunk. It was Lagonis in sight trying to get that diffuser down, but just kept being shifted off. It was unable to make it stick, and Team Liquid just gave them absolutely no breathing space whatsoever. They were just on top of them constantly, just hounding them, just not letting them think for a second. And Black Dragons, they just weren't able to operate under that sort of pressure and threw away that man advantage and gave up another round to Team Liquid on the defence. Now, this time around, they have to successfully defend the tertiary site in gym and bedroom, so maybe an opportunity for Black Dragons to just break that momentum that the champions have built up at this point. But it's going to be a big ask for them.
Right, squeaky bum time for Black Dragons. This is it. It's do or die. This is really your last opportunity to prove your worth in this map. Obviously, there's still another map to go. It is Theme Park. Technically, that is the map pick of Black Dragons as well. So you would give them a little bit more stock there. But we've seen Team Liquid on Theme Park, and it certainly is a bit of a wild ride with how they played it in the past. Black Dragons, what have you got? What can you do here, potentially, in the last round of the game? So far, it's slow and steady. It's a reasonable round. They've made the standard plays, of course, sending out the Maverick, backed up by the Buck. You get control of the wall, tearing open a large side of the hard reinforcement. PZD has actually got into a fantastic angle as well. They've effectively given up garage control here. They aren't playing towards it. Sexy's normally sectioned out there, or you'd imagine Moringa would be there on a Maestro. Okay, they've been given the entry frag. Hornetau, he's able to take the first peek onto Nest. You've downed the Wamai. That's great. That's an early entry. You've still got 1 minute and 30 seconds left to work with. Sexy, What can you do? A lot of this falls back onto him for me. He needs to stay alive to the late round, Tim. We've seen how annoying a clash can be in the last few seconds of a round, especially when you're trying to get a diffuser down. If Sexy dies, so does the dream of this round for me.
I don't think Nesk had any idea that he was going to be pushed there. His crosshair just seemed to be in a really strange location, just aimed at the very bottom step. I don't know whether he thought there was going to be a drone to take out or something, but he certainly wasn't ready for the push unless he thought maybe it was coming on the very close angle, not on the wall, sort of furthest away from him. But one where Rugzor getting in, Hornetau getting in and getting one of the big names off the board. That is Nesk gone by the wayside, and it leaves us 4 versus 5. But I tell you what's happening once again, Jackie, and the sands of time are shifting. They are ticking away through that hourglass, and it is going to leave Black Dragons short of time to execute. Sexy Cake is just preventing any progress into logistics here again, and burning the time with that shield is something that he's done fantastically well. Keeps himself safe. I'm not sure if they were aware of PSK or not, but they certainly managed to pre-fire the angle. Patoxy with the kill there. Hugzord backs him up, but Palu manages to put the shotgun to work. It's all going in the favour of Black Dragons, though. The clock is not going to matter at this point. 1 versus 4. Sexy Cake has got a mountain to climb, gets one through the soft wall, but shut down by Hornetau. Black Dragons, they managed to keep themselves fighting for another round here, but let's remember, it was the offsite. It is enough to shake things up, and it is enough to stop the momentum of the train of Team Liquid, which was rumbling ever forward towards that victory on Clubhouse. But now they have to go to one of those more difficult sites, and they have to continue this attacking onslaught that they've just brought there in round number 9.
Oh, Tim. It looked like things might have been done there. There was also the potential that I thought Sexy Cake was going to get the double through the wall, just somehow pick them to pieces. And you never know, man. Sexy Cake in a 1v2 where there's like no time left and all he's got to do is zap you up. A lightning fight from frightening heights on the clash where you can be a bit of a shocker and come in with a late round clutch like that. There was definitely a possibility. But the game continues. Obviously, Black Dragons, they get themselves a third round. A third round, finally. I thought they were going to be in this position way back at the start. It seemed like they were going to get at the very least 3 rounds on their defense, but they've only just got themselves a third. And it's now very late into the game, in a position where they cannot afford to make any mistakes. Backs are against the wall. For Team Liquid, all that's required is 1 round. At this point, effectively, you've got 2 rounds of buffer left. You can afford to throw away 2 more rounds before this gets far too risky. Liquid need wins. They cannot afford draws, Tim. That has got to be the big point.
10 seconds.
We'll be heading back downstairs to Church and Arsenal, where Team Liquid will mount what could be their final defence here on Clubhouse. Black Dragons, they need to find a way once again, and I think getting in there and getting the entry kill is a big start of that process for them. Taking Nesk off the board there definitely helped them push towards success. It just freed up those cache stairs, allowed them to start moving across that top floor, and was really the catalyst for the attack that followed. But right now, they need to pay some attention to that top floor once again, because it looks like we've got at least 1 roamer active up there, if not potentially more. So you can see, yes, one just out to the right-hand side there. And they will need to be challenged before anything else can continue here onto the basement attack.
PSK, he wants to give it. Looking from the way he's playing it in this round, it feels like he is revved up, just waiting for an opportunity to potentially floor it and go for something a bit cheeky. I don't blame him. Especially on the Kaid, like, there's a lot that he could do if he hits off those shots. A couple of one-taps, and at that point, a round could be sold already. Just playing on a bit of an off angle towards the stairs there if the push comes around. So, 2 minutes left here. Ooh, Moringa. I thought he was going to get, he wasn't going to get seen there, but the drone turns at the last second, so he does get rid of it. Obviously, could have potentially been a bit of a sleeper play. We've certainly seen that happen in the BR6 before, Tim. If drones don't clear their angles, we know what happens.
Oh, I absolutely love those plays where you can just see them just scoot past and you know what's going on in the defender's brain, and they're thinking there's going to be a man following this in about 5 seconds time, and that's exactly what happens, and they get themselves a nice cheat kill. But as you say there, good due diligence played by Black Dragons on the attack, and a bit more diligence coming in there as Hugzord will shut down Moringa, getting himself onto the right side of those entry kills now. He had a torrid time back when they were on the defense, and he took 3 opening deaths, but now he's managing to swing the tide in the favour of his team as the Black Dragons take flight here in round number 10, and they get themselves just starting to breathe that fire that we know that they are capable of. And if this can go to 6-4, you start to believe that maybe there is a draw can be found by Black Dragons.
Right, Black Dragons, This is it. If you're going to keep yourself alive and kicking in your lair on top of your piles of gold, you need to get around out of this. You've left yourself again in a position where you're executing late. Down to the last sort of 20 seconds is probably where we're going to see this one kick off. And of course, on the flip side, Team Liquid, they're in a 5 versus 4. All right, Hugzord coming out with another one. This is way better now. You can effectively play off this. This is going to be very hard for Liquid to get much momentum out of it unless they beat themselves, making that 6th player of the time a big talking point. PSK still has a Nitro as well, and there's 2 people lurking in close proximity. A well-timed Nitro here could do so much if it's done correctly. It could be 2 freebies, Tim, if he gets it off. Chucks it out through the wall, detonates it, there's the 2! As he shuts them both down, Palu as well with another one. He peeks up and over the top of the shield. PSK, the madman, blows them all away!
That's the moment that you were always waiting for out of Team Liquid. The Black Dragons, they were sat atop a pile of gold, Jackie, but unfortunately for them, it was malted liquid gold, and that was the problem. Team Liquid looking extremely good on Clubhouse with a huge Nitro finish from PSK there. Just perfectly timed, and what an explosive finish. It really does take your breath away. We can see since the rehost, PSK coming in on 10-2, and we commented coming into this game, Jackie, that PSK had switched up his role here in Stage 2, and he is delivering time after time.
Mate, it was all about the timing. And let me tell you, this man is a grandfather clock, because that was a daddy of a play. Cleaning up massively with the 2K, following it up as well as he just goes guns a-blazing, serving out gunishment with his big bad rifle towards the end. Lovely stuff. I mean, that's the sort of round that Liquid needed to win, right? You can't afford to give much more confidence to Black Dragons at that point, or they're going to be topped up. They're going to be believing in themselves going into Theme Park, Tim. Because obviously the series isn't done, right? Still another map to go. It's probably for the best that Liquid shut that one down there, Tim.
Yeah, they absolutely needed to quickly. They didn't want to let that linger and drag on, like you say. They want to take that confidence going into map 2 and really send a message to Black Dragons that they are not here to play today. And I think that's exactly what Team Liquid have just done. When you get shut down with a huge flourish at the end of the map there, it's always going to linger on into that next match.
Oh, absolutely, man. It'll fuel them back up, obviously, for Liquid. Start of the game, it felt like they were giving far too much, of course, to Black Dragons. But towards the end, the only thing they gave them was a one-way ticket to Loserville with that ending. A beautiful finale there in the last few moments, but there is still more to go. We have one more map, Tim, in this series. We're going to be back in with a Scream Fest, an absolute thriller of Theme Park.
Join Face It, Play Siege, win prizes. With 45,000 Ubisoft credits up for grabs every week in the EU Open Cups. Join the action at fce.gg/R6EU.
Deu a cara também, impressionante o pino! Belo trabalho, impressionante, 4K do Vitz. Olha a recuperação!
showed you, Rainbow Six.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back for the last time tonight, unfortunately, as we are heading into theme park. It's all come down to this. Tim, please, mate, for the love of both of us, keep your arms, your legs, and that beautiful bald head inside the ride car at all times.
I'm feeling some theme park games today, Jackie. I want to walk away with a giant teddy bear or something. Maybe get on the old hooker duck or something.
Oh, what was your best theme park game? What's the one that you can consistently get a win at?
I think I'm reasonable at the old basketball.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I don't know how much you know about theme park games, Jackie. Obviously, they're made purposefully difficult.
Yeah. They're all dying to try and scam you.
Yeah, I believe that one is the shape of the hoop. It's not a regular sort of circular hoop. It's actually an oval shape.
Yeah.
But from where you look, it looks circular. Yeah.
That's a perspective trick. It all comes down to the actual shape. You're right. It is an oval because obviously normally they're like regulation circular, right? So you can get it in. So the issue is it's much harder to get the ball in. You need it to be a perfect dunk every time, or you won't get it in.
Exactly that, and I'm not too bad at that one. I tend to see a little bit of success on there. And the question is, who's going to see a success on theme park here today? Who's going to come away with the big prize, and who is going to be leaving with nothing more than? I don't think you're allowed to give goldfish anywhere, are you?
No,
that's not a thing anymore now, is it?
Yeah,
quite rightly so. I have to say, it's probably not ideal.
Oh yeah. No, to be fair, you got to think about how many goldfish never got given a good life, Tim, off the back of that. Exactly. Here's an interesting goldfish fact, though. Obviously, goldfish, common misconception that they're a different type of fish, but they are koi. So the issue is with goldfish, right, is people get them and they keep them in tiny little, I was going to say cages, but tiny little, what are they called?
That's a big problem.
If you're keeping a goldfish in a cage,
that's your first mistake.
What are they? Bowls? I suppose a bowl, usually, right? Yeah, goldfish bowl. Yeah. So goldfish will literally grow to fill the size of their habitat because they are koi. So if you give them a massive place to live, they will grow bigger and bigger and sustainably just get larger to fill their habitat. Whereas if you put them in a tiny little bowl, they'll stay that tiny.
Get them in the bathtub.
Yeah. Probably not, but... I don't know. Get like a hamster cage, one of the big glass ones. Tip that upside down, fill that with water, and put the koi in there, the goldfish koi.
See what happens. Oh, maybe just a pond.
Yeah,
maybe more suitable.
That's more regular. That's regulation.
I feel like we're making this too much hard work, Jack.
See, that's the thing, right? Ponds kind of like the ranked world of keeping goldfish. That's where you're in competitive play. But I won't coy away. We are live. The game has kicked off. We're here on theme park. So fish talk aside, let's see who is going to be winning a massive stuffed toy into the first round of the game. Palu, here he is, straight away with the opening banger. He is the world's strongest man, it seems, as he's brought that hammer down and got himself a perfect 10 on the entry, Tim.
Certainly rings the bell, and we might just have a winner on our hands here. Team Liquid coming out strong to start. Ooh, but losing on the wide peak there. Hugzord will shut Palu down. So that is a very delayed trade. However, is it his partner in crime? It certainly is. Ness gets in on the action. Sexy Cake joining things as well. Up onto the scoreboard already. Lagonis gets a kill onto Nesk. And so far, Black Dragon's certainly showing a few more teeth than we saw out of Santos here on Theme Park. They are fighting back hard inside this round. 2 versus 3 they find themselves. But 1 minute 20 left, so the clock not too much of an issue for them. They do still have hard breach on the cards as well with the ace. So the Selma gadgets could well open up some of the walls in towards sight, but certainly a kill or two needed from them before they start thinking about an execute onto sight.
Okay. Down towards about 50 seconds then on this one. Black Dragons obviously slightly outnumbered. 2 versus 3 in terms of the overall grand scheme of the round. Sexy Cake is the only one on Liquid that is a little bit low. Everyone else is topped up on the red Liquid. They're going to be living it into this round. As long as they can play their angles, effectively just play on crossfires and win it off trades, it should be a Liquid lockdown. But let's see if Lagonis has any other ideas. Chucking out both of those breaching charges will tear down the walls. Can they get into the site? Oh, will this be a pretty sight for Sexy Cake? Good damage, but no actual frag. Could have tried to go for the risky spam into the soft wall, believing he had taken a left side rotation, but instead he runs off Scott in to stay alive, and it doesn't really matter if he does stay alive at this point, Tim, as he's got 10 seconds. Oh, I thought that was it. He was in the smoke. It seemed like the toxins were going to kill him, but he keeps on fighting. You can't really likely get the diffuser down. He goes for the gamble. It's better than nothing. Sprints towards the site, and Sexy will finish off the opening round here.
Good start for Team Liquid there, nice and solid on the Armory and Throne Room. And once again, if you remember, we saw a point in time in Stage 1 where it was practically indefensible down on the basement level, Jackie. But now it just seems to be a defensive stalwart at the minute. Teams very, very struggling, finding it very difficult to attack onto this site. And they fought hard for the top floor control, but they just lost too many men achieving it, and Liquid able to just drop back to site at the right time. For a tight angle there from Lagonis, fantastic kill, but ultimately they lost too many men challenging that top floor and were unable to really affect onto site late in the round.
Oh, mate. Rough. It really is rough. Lovely stuff towards the end, though, of course, to keep it all together. And for Liquids, I'm glad they've actually come in with a solid start as well, Tim. Because it looked shaky, right? I think Clubhouse, we both kind of agreed it wasn't looking ideal. It seemed like they were kind of second-guessing themselves a bit. I feel like they were giving far too much respect in the early rounds. At least now, you've come out looking more like the Liquid side of old. The side that we saw towards the end of that first map as well, where they were really decimating them with the detonation. It was looking luscious. For Black Dragons now, though, what can you do? Are they going to find a way back into the game? Obviously, eyes across back on Hornetal. I am curious about the fact that Kugzord is maintaining and sticking to his guns on the Amaru, though. Second time he's brought it out. Obviously, first time he did go for the play, utilised the grappling hook and sending himself flying through a window, but didn't really get much for it. It just sped him up a little bit.
And that is one of the many things that Amaru can do quite well, but as you say, that element of surprise sometimes, that unpredictability of being able to move around the map, up the hatches, through the windows very quickly, especially since the rework that's just sort of delayed the point where those sound cues will come to the defenders, just makes Amaru a slightly more viable option. We do see a chosen once or twice in competitive play now, but it looks like Team Liquid reasonably alive to that danger, just keeping the crosshairs on the windows around them as well. So I'm sure they've picked up on the fact that the Amaru was brought along in round 1, and they are not going to be caught out by any of those quick entries. Now, you can see once again a reasonably slow start here from Black Dragons, not moving in within the first minute into a position to get into any challenges. They are taking a slow and steady approach, getting the drones in there, just trying to locate all those defenders, get as much information as they can before they start pushing into this top floor site of Bunk and Daycare. Looking like they're trying to work on the rappel as well. We've got one man out there just trying to make things difficult, but if he tries to push in, he's going to come face to face with one thing that he will not want to see up close, and that is the shotgun of Moringa.
We know how lethal that big boy can be. The one pump man, that's all it takes with that big bad shotty. If he comes through the window, he will be paying the price. Looks like they were trying to actually get the read off with the drone to try and execute the timing just at the right time. Ooh, talking of execution, straight out the window, Moringa, he drops down to the ground, he's dead before he even hits it. They're all going for runouts, Tim. What on earth? The map has erupted into craziness as they're all just going for wild plays. We're left now at this position, a 2 versus 3, scratch that, 1v2 apparently, as it's all on Nesk. Can he shake this one up into a lovely looking milkshake, or will it just be a victory for Black Dragons? They've got the manpower. He's got a tight angle. He needs to peek into it, and PZD holding the angle. We won't be holding the trigger discipline. He'll pull it down and end his life, getting a 1-1 split on the rounds.
I think Team Liquid got themselves a little bit carried away there, just making challenges that they didn't really need to. Moringa diving out of the window to try and take the man off the rappel. It gives you an advantage in the round. It's one less attacker on the board, but is that man really doing anything from the rappel at that stage when you're holding a window on a tight angle with a shotgun? It's very unlikely that he's going to get in and make any serious impact onto the round. He's not holding any meaningful line of sight into the site realistically. And so for me, just wait it out. Just let him burn his time out there, because realistically, he's not going to have an impact until he makes a move. And by Moringa being the one to make that move, he gave his life away. And ultimately, obviously, there was a bit of a plan in place for that to happen in multiple locations, but it just really didn't play out for Team Liquid, I think, in the way that they envisaged it.
It's just one of those where I think it's like, if you look at it as a percentage play, right? It's not worth it. It's nowhere near high enough because you're dropping out. You know he's on a rappel. In a situation like that, I mean, unless you're very lucky and somehow you can get the shot off instantly, right? Then yeah, maybe you get the kill, but also you've got to factor in the distance. He's already moved back at that point. It just seems like it's always going to favor the people that are holding the angle versus the person going for the run out, especially like that where you're leaping out of a second story window. It's just not a smart decision to make, especially for the health of your ankles, Tim.
And especially with the armory that he had, the shotgun is unlikely to pick a kill up like that. I can't think of a single time that I've seen somebody jump out of a window and get a kill with a shotgun like that. So I imagine he's probably switched over to the SMG, but then you've got the recoil and the accuracy issues. It's a tough fight. It's like you say, as a percentage play, how many of those you're going to win? I don't think it's particularly high, and it just seemed like an unnecessary risk at that point. Team Liquid didn't have the backs against the wall. They still had 5 defenders alive, and I think really they're just a little bit more patience called for.
Oh yeah, it's not as if they were in such a bad position that you had to make a desperation play to get the team back into the game, right? So at that point, you could have just held the angle, potentially go 1-for-1 on the frag. Maybe when they push in, your shotgun's going to be way more preferable if they're the ones pushing you rather than vice versa. But we'll put that to one side for now. Obviously, the past is the past. Hindsight is 2020. In terms of the round, though, it is only round 3. 1-1 a split so far in terms of how it's gone up to this point. 2 minutes left on the clock. Hornetown, the entry fragging lunatic. He can definitely sting a lot of times. Obviously, we've seen him be very critical for the side of Black Dragons in the past. Is he going to be able to perform nicely this time, though? Pre-fire was actually really clean. He doubles down on it as well. Just fully commits to get the frag, obliterates the shield, blowing it to bits and taking him down in a rain of fire, Tim. 4 versus 4 so far with 1 minute and 35 on the clock.
Great kill from PZD, just takes the little pre-fire in on towards the shield, but then recognises that Nesk on the Jaeger is just slightly out of position, pops back round and gets himself a nice freebie. So that's going to open things up, but then finds himself shut down, and that levels things up, squares things away at 4 versus 4. Still half of the round to go, so plenty of time for Black Dragons here, but they haven't made much progress past Cafe. They've got themselves established there, but really been unable to impress themselves further into the map at the moment. Now, you can see a long-range angle is potentially going to get opened up into the site, but I don't think it's really going to pay too many dividends for them. It wouldn't get them too much of an advantage from there, and they might find that there's an ADS just on the far side of that wall as well, which will pick out that Ash breach in charge. But we can hear explosions going off left, right, and centre, so it sounds like there's certainly some remodeling going on somewhere to try and gain that line of sight, and that is exactly what Black Dragons have done. But as we can see, Team Liquid, they've got themselves locked away at the minute behind those boxes inside a site, and they are just holding themselves more patiently this time. Lessons have been learnt from round 2, and they are not going to make any silly challenges or put themselves in that line of sight. And right now, Black Dragons, they're going to have to do something desperate themselves to try and kickstart this round and get themselves moving. Right now, Sexy Cake shuts down Patoxia. Tight angle being held by PSK from the arcade stairs. And oh, what a double nitro from Moringa. I thought that was a lovely headshot from PSK, but he couldn't get the bullets to land before the explosive had come out from his teammate. And then all within a matter of seconds, Team Liquid shut down the round, and that is going to be 2-1 now.
Oh, the big man with a big nitro. How can he be a backup dancer when he's blowing their legs off? Bring in the storm into that round, Tim. That was tasty. I think we actually caught that one on replay, and we're going to be rolling that out. That was a naughty little round. And this is one of the factors, right? We normally look at NIP, specifically Julio, to be the one that just hits them with the rolling thunder, the bombs continuously. But tonight, Team Liquid, they're bringing out a bit of that spice, and they're really bringing it out, Tim.
I just love what I'm seeing from PSK. I know he didn't get the kill there, but I tell you now, if that nitro doesn't hit the Ash of Hornetown, he's running straight into PSK's shots. There must have been an absolute fraction of a second between the death coming in and that bullet whipping past what would have been the head of the Ash. PSK is on an absolute tear so far, playing very, very well. He's only got himself 1 kill on Theme Park, but he is making some serious contributions to this team, and I'm loving what I'm seeing from him on the change of role that he has undergone so far now. Sexy Cake is having a good outing here. He's certainly enjoying the thrill ride of Theme Park. far because he's got 4 kills and only 1 death. And really, he is somebody who needs to be slowed down, but he's great on the Wamai. This is exactly the operator that we saw him using against Santos as well. And wait until he's holding initiation down with the Wamai and just preventing any access from controls whatsoever. It really is something to behold.
Oh, yeah. You know, Sexy Cake, he can be a bit of a bouncer at times. You try and rock up, you try and get into his arcade, you know, he'll have a bit of a look at you, Tim. He'll be like, oh, sorry, mate, you know, over 16s, have you got any ID? And at that point, if you're not prepped with the ID immediately, that's it. He just smashes you in the face with a wire magnet, kicks you out the door, and just says, no thanks, mate.
They are some aggressive bouncers that you've got in your area, Jack.
Well, it's an arcade, Tim. You can't be too careful.
You can't mess about with those gamers.
You know, you never know. Someone might go in there with a USB killer, you know, go in there, just fry one of the arcade machines. You can't be having it. You've got to make sure everyone's got their ID. Oh, yeah. Well, that's the thing. Maybe that's what Sexy Cake's trying to do. He's in there with all my discs, launching them at the Pac-Man machine. It's a nightmare. Just
trying to take Palu's high score off there. You know it's Palu who'd have the high score on the Pac-Man.
Oh, 100%. He's dual wielding, mate. One hand on Pac-Man, one hand on the trigger, as he just massacres anyone that comes towards him on his defensive side. Palu, a bit of a powerhouse. But tonight, I think we've said a lot of names on the side of Team Liquid outside of him. Ringer's at his time. PSK has definitely been shining. Sexy seems like he's fallen into his new role tremendously. Look, you talk about him. We start to say we're not giving him the hype he deserves, and of course he pipes up, blowing down the first man he sees as Hornetau is overthrown by the Goyo. A glorious kill to open up this round, and it puts Team Liquid into a good point. You've now got 1 minute and 30 seconds left, and they've got a 1 frag advantage. You're going to be clamouring to try and get one back, Tim.
You're going to need one shortly, because ultimately you've got to remember the defensive side of Team Liquid. The clock is working in their favour, and the Nitros are working in their favour right now. Moringa swipping to the shotgun as well and getting a kill onto Lagones, so it is now 4 versus 2. It's only a matter of time, surely. 1 versus 2. We find ourselves with damage raining into Black Dragons there. Hugzord left with less than 1 bullet to his name. Finds himself in sight, but the diffuser's cold on the ground. He's got Sexy Cake on full health. Palu on the Goyo, still well ready for a fight. And there comes the peak. The Vector shuts the man down. It was on a headshot, so it doesn't matter how many hit points he has left. Palu was ready for that fight, and his movement was fantastic. Just watch as he quick speaks around this door, and there he is, straight onto the man. Fantastic aim, and that's going to be round number 4 going to Team Liquid.
I think this is way more what I expected as well between these two teams facing off. Like, genuinely fair play to Black Dragons, Tim. I think they are going from strength to strength this season, and it's looking so much better than what we saw back in Stage 1. They're a great squad. It's just when you come up against Team Liquid that now look like they're playing to their true power level, rather than making some silly mistakes into the first map of Clubhouse and not really putting the pressure on and just going for the throat immediately, it was a bit shaky. Whereas here, this looks way more clean cut. Each and every one of them stepping up, they're hitting some naughty shots, and I think now we're even seeing overconfidence into a couple of the plays, right? Like the jump out with the shotty, little plays like that I don't think they're probably going to risk doing again. And from this point, Tim, I feel like this is smooth sailing, and Liquid just seem to have their number now.
Yeah, I'd completely agree with you. As you say, that confidence has certainly crept in, but I think after those attempts at the jump outs, it's probably just reining them back in. And if anything, whilst the jump outs themselves weren't necessarily dangerous, I think the lack of success from them probably was quite dangerous for Black Dragons, because as you say, it's just really seems to have focused Team Liquid into, we are playing well, but let's not get carried away. It's sort of taught them that lesson early on in the map, and they have really just settled down now and are laser focused on getting these kills, and they are becoming very, very dangerous on the defense, and I can only see that continuing onto the attack as well.
Oh yeah, I don't see any reason why they should slow down now, right? Like, as you say, I think they've kind of clocked what was going wrong, and now they can just calm it down a little bit and effectively just coast this one out. 2 rounds left into the half. This is one of them as we go back into round 5 then. Black Dragons on the attack. Is there any tricks up their sleeves? Is there anything they haven't shown us that maybe they can pull out now to try and get a bit of a closer half? Obviously, dream scenario for Black Dragons. Tie it up. Literally dead center. 3 rounds to 3 rounds. Likely outcome here, I think we're looking at probably a 4-2.
At least, I'd have said at this point, I can't see with what Team Liquid have shown us in the last couple of rounds, I can't see that they come away from this spell without picking up at least one more successful defense. they're just very difficult to break down at the minute. As much as Black Dragons get in and get a couple of kills, we're seeing those trades raining. It's not often that Black Dragons have got any sort of serious man advantage, and equally, they just sort of always seem to keep pace to them with them to Team Liquid and just make it very, very difficult for them now. We can see the ping just coming out there for the location of, I think it was PSK on the Goyo there. He'll just manage to back away in time, keep himself on full health, doesn't take any damage there, and he's just looking to prevent any movement in through Armory and Thrones. Now, Lab is the site that we're playing into. We don't tend to see too much attention to this site from the defenders. It does tend to be one of the sort of lesser picked sites, if you will, but that also means that the teams don't spend as much time attacking it, so it can make it even more difficult. But how about that for a quick swing onto the window? Lagonis with a headshot onto PSK. Hugzor gets one of his own, and this is going wildly in the direction of Black Dragons right now. They are biting back onto Team Liquid here, and Sexy Cake and Moringa, they find themselves locked deep inside 2 versus 5. But I'd have to say, if you want anybody right now on your side, it would surely be Sexy Cake and Moringa. These are the two right now that can do it, but not if Hugzord has anything to say about it. Shuts down Moringa on the headshot. 1 versus 5 now, and surely this is going to be too little too late for Sexy Cake. Flawless round it is in the end for Black Dragons. They take round 5, and they bring themselves back into it. That 4-2 might not be looking a million miles away, Jackie.
No, that's legit. That's a really nice round coming out. That was perfectly played. Obviously, Liquid there just basically getting absolutely annihilated. A flawless round like that does a lot for confidence as well. That's one of those that can be quite pivotal, especially coming into a position like this, where now the margin of you actually maybe getting an equal standing at the half and going the whole way, 3-3. It's way more likely. Until you look at what you're up against here. Sexy Cake. If he's not 6-picking off of this and he is sticking to his guns, all right, there we go. Look at him, the cheeky man, Tim. Straight off for the clash, going into the Wamai. You know that is going to do damage to their mental as well, because you're going to be sat there curious about it. Until you get confirmation that he actually hasn't gone for the double bluff back onto the clash, you're going to be a bit worried.
Oh, no question. They are solidly now in the comms, thinking about exactly how and where do we deal with this clash. Where are we going to come up against them? Until the drones move in there and they recognise that that is not the case, it is going to be a concern to them. And we've seen the damage that Sexy Cake can do on the clash, so it's absolutely no wonder. But we are going to see the defence that I was talking about from Sexy Cake on the Wamai. We can see he's got 2 deployable shields, and it's a really interesting one to watch out for. So what he's doing, you've got Bunk and Daycare off to the left of your screen there. That's the main site, but generally the push is going to come in from the right-hand side of your screen, over from the west side, through controls, into initiation, and then try to push through into the bunk area. So Sexy Cake, he's extending that defense out into initiation. He's got himself 2 lines of defense, so he's going to play hard up against that first deployable shield on controls door. He's getting his magnets out in there to try and defend him, and he's going to burn as much time as he can. But when the pressure mounts too much, the intention is that he drops back to that second layer of defense of the deployable shield and just holds for even longer from there, and he can waste minutes at a time doing that, pick up kills as he goes, and it's something we've seen fantastic success with so far from Team Liquid.
Will there be success again, or will it be a little bit of a disappointing round? I feel like, based off everything we've seen in the past historically, everyone should be thinking, all right, this is the 4-2 I propose. This is Liquid being able to walk away here with a much-needed final round towards the end of the initial half. And then what's scary is you've got to contend with Liquid on their attack on Theme Park. I feel like there's only one site where I wouldn't be scared of them, Tim, and that's over towards Throne Room. But luckily enough, that's still a round away. Let's see how this one is going to go down. 1:55 still on the clock. Black Dragons, what's the play? Will they actually try and go for something a little bit wild into this one? Hornetow again, nice to have his POV. So a classic site take coming out where they do get their control towards Dragon Stairs. Obviously pretty much the entire squad. You're going for a 3-2 with the way they're playing it. Let's see if it is going to work out. Hornetow, concussion after concussion being chucked out, but not really getting much off the back of it. Sexy's just firing off warning shots and at least doing a good job of delaying for now. They take down the Goyo shield. I think that was probably the breaching round, going to be connected onto that and setting the entire place ablaze. But will this be a trailblazing success for Sexy? Can he get the headshot off and put one of these men down into an early grave? I think he's actually hightailed it. Looks like he's turned around and backed up.
Yeah, he's just moved himself to defend another angle, but exactly as I described, he works on that Goyo shield, falls back, works on the deployable shield, and just burns time. And that's exactly what he's done. 2 minutes before the attackers can even think about moving in towards initiation. And it is a serious shift being put in by Sexy Cake to prevent them being able to move towards the site. And the thing is, even if that access is then ultimately given up, you've got to look at the time that is remaining. 45 seconds and no direct access has been gained to site yet. No major damage has been done. Only now has Sexy Cake taken a bullet or two on the Wamai, and there is only 30 seconds left to go. Where did the attackers go from here? How do they get themselves into site? Because right now, they are currently just absolutely locked up in office.
Right. Well, who is going to be the Jim and Pam of this round then? Where will the relationships blossom? Will it be Ness because he takes the peak? Guns down the first as Hornetower has been slain. Palu coming out as well as he pops off, proving they are the protagonists in this round. Palu with a final killing blow as Patoxi's gun goes flying. So does their hopes and dreams into this round. As Liquid snatch away another one, taking the coveted 4-2 to the half there on Theme Park. As we head into the side switch now, they have a massive advantage. You look at it for what it is. Effectively, they get one round. They're then sat in a position where they need one more to guarantee a draw. One on top of that to walk away with a victory. If they come out with a big first attack round, Tim, at that point, I think it's just smooth sailing to the finish line.
It's very much the same as we saw on Clubhouse. I think that was 4-2 at the split. I will double check. And then coming in, I said if it went to 5-2, it would be too much. Yep, that was exactly the case. 4-2 after the split on Clubhouse. And just getting to that 5-2 marker is too much of a deficit to overcome for a team like Team Liquid, because ultimately, look across the lineup. Somebody is going to step up in 2 of those rounds. That's all they need at that point. It's just 2 on the board. It's just going to take Nesk to come in, Palu to come in, PSK to come in and have one of those big rounds. And that is it. It is job done, especially here because Team Liquid only need to get to 6 to guarantee themselves 2 points overall, having won the first map. Let's not forget. So really, if they get this one, they are 1 away from securing the overall victory. And it will, I think, just be too much for Black Dragons to accomplish. But Jackie, there is a long way to go yet because we're in round 7. And Black Dragons, quite rightly, are taking Armory and Throne Room as their first defensive site. It is a site that we have seen Team Liquid struggle to attack repeatedly. They haven't seemed to have another option. They always go in through the maintenance breach. It's left late in the round, and then they're unable to really do much except filter in to the waiting guns of the defenders. Will they be able to bring something different to the table this time around?
Oh, Tim. Just like MC Hammer once said, I like big butts, and that butt is a pivotal one. That is a critical factor to keep in your mind for this round, because look what Liquid are bringing to the table. You glance through, Sexy Cake for me immediately is the one that is sticking out like a sore thumb. This time, you've got an ace. You've got those Selma breaching charges. Normally, they get stuck clamoring with a thermite, trying to get it stuck to the wall, getting shot in the feet. Nitro's coming over the top rope. It starts to fall to pieces. Bringing an ace is the missing piece. I feel like this should make their lives so much easier when it comes to execution. We spoke to them in the past as well. We are sexy. This always goes wrong. What are you going to adapt? And he said, I can't reveal it, but Mav is working on stuff. Maybe this is the execution they were potentially talking about. PSK is over on the Cali as well, but Moringa is the first to find an entry. He's the one that slaps down against PZD and gets the entry frag into the round, besting the Wamai and leaving them in a 4 versus 5. PSK nearly blown to bits there as the Nitro was detonated, and he did take a bit of shrapnel straight to the legs, but he stays alive and still has that sniper with him. So let's see if he can try and wield that bolt action to have some impact into the round, Tim.
Still managed to use a bit of fancy footwork and just keep himself away from ultimate death there. Just taking about 50 health, and out comes the second Nitro on the round, but that one will not connect. Nesk, however, he will have a connection with a few bullets from Patoxi's rifle, and that's going to close him out of the round 4 versus 4, but then the peek on the door from Moringa, that's the second on the round, and he's going strong so far, taking Patoxi out and trading that death of Nesk, and that leaves us 4 versus 3, and Liquid, as much as they are making good progress, no access to site just yet, but it's not going to matter at this rate. Palu comes in with a big double, and now it is all down to onto Lagonis. He's wedged inside. He's got the shotgun. This is the horror location for Team Liquid that they've lost so many attacking rounds onto this site from, but I cannot see that being the case this time around. This is going to be too big an ask for Lagonis. He can't help himself. He wants to go for the peak. The Selma gadget is coming out and opening up, and as he pops up, Palu pushes him through the door and closes things out, and that is a successful attack onto Throne for Team Liquid. I'm sure that we do some sort of party or something there, Jackie.
Oh, Tim, they are going to be ecstatic. It worked. It finally works, but of course a lot of it doesn't even come down to the strategy. We did get to see Ace in play, and of course it's so much easier to rip those walls to pieces. You can chuck out those semi devices and they are going to come down, but mostly it was just down to the fact they were given firefight after firefight with no real trade potential from the Black Dragons. They had their wings clipped by the Knights of Liquid. And now these Knights are sat round the round table planning their big victory feast, Tim, because they need 2 more rounds to slay the beast and walk away with their victory. A 2-0 in the best of 2s tonight, and that will put them into a great position. Liquid, they're right now at the top of the standings. Obviously, with the points they'll get from this, they will keep that spot and secure it for at least another week.
Well, it's a solid message being sent, isn't it, on the back of that NIP game where they struggled to get themselves a draw. Ultimately ended up losing the 2 points to NIP, and it was tough. It was on the very last round that they lost it. Out of all 24, it was round 24 where they ultimately fell 7-5 on the final map, and they needed to send a message. They needed to come back strong, and that's exactly what they have done here. 7-3, they started things off on Clubhouse, and it looks like it could be similar scoreline again here on Theme Park. This has certainly not been a thrill ride for Black Dragons. It's been one of those rides that has turned their stomach, Jackie. I think it's going to be leaving a little bit of a sickly feeling with...
Oh, mate. It is a nightmare. They have just basically gone on Saw at Fort Park. They were convinced that it was a really friendly, nice little dark ride, Tim. You know, they've gotten on it. They've got to the first lift hill, and they are terrified. They want to get off, but you can't get off. You've got to stay on it right until the bitter end, and that drop is getting ever closer. Team Liquid are sat there grinning. They are loving the speed and aggression that is coming into these rounds right now, and they just have to maintain that. As we go back into round 8, obviously just coming up close towards the 2-minute 20-second mark, we see the pathway being laid out by Team Liquid. For Black Dragons, if you are going to wake up into this game, this has to be the time. You have to bite back now, or Liquid have a guaranteed draw, and they are 1 round away from a 2-0 victory in the series. That is the point you are looking at, and that is why round 8 is one of the most important rounds we've seen throughout this theme park game yet. Black Dragons, what is going to be different here? What have they actually got up their sleeves, if anything? A couple of cheeky peeks going out. They're suspect about the potential push that could be coming in, but Liquid, right now, are just keeping them guessing. Especially Nesk. He's doing a great job of distracting Tim.
Patox is playing in a very dangerous location there with the Jaeger just playing right into Cafe Double Door. He doesn't have a deployable shield. He doesn't have anything to play behind. He does have magnets, and he's got the Malusi gadget there. The Banshee on the wall is going to help as they try to push in. You can just see it taking effect there. PZD gets the kill onto PSK, and Nesk will be shut down at the door. Great aggression from Patoxy, but a quick swing there. PZD gets one onto his own man, helping Team Liquid. Palu follows it up with one of his own, and Sexy Kate gets in on the action. 2 versus 2 as we get a quick flurry of kills coming in. Team Liquid, they're just looking to continue applying pressure to site here. Hugzord and Hornetau, they are now content to hold their angles and allow the remaining duo to play into them. Now, how many times have we seen Sexy Cake and Moringa, the last 2 left alive? Their survivability has been great so far in this matchup, and they continue to be the ones that the hopes of Team Liquid rest on. With 45 seconds left to go, Diffuser is down cold on the ground. They have drones in hand, can use them, and are seeking any information that they can gain, but there is still plenty of defender utility left. Trying to clear out the Banshee here. We can see the nade is going to go in. That should have been successful. Yes, he'll be able to move through there. Moringa completely unhindered by the device, but 25 seconds left to go, and moves need to be made by Team Liquid. I'm a little bit concerned that they are just separated at this point, not really in a position to affect the other player's death if that should so happen. And with 15 seconds left to go, the time is starting to tick, but what a kill from Moringa through onto Hornetau, but Hugzord will trade it out. It's 1 versus 1. Sexy Sexy Cake has diffuser, but won't be able to get it down on the ground. He needs to make a challenge, and what a quick peek it is around the corner onto Hugsword. Absolutely deletes the man with a headshot, and that is Sexy Cake just snatching that round from the jaws of defeat.
Oh, mate. That's a big round. A tight clutch. And a lovely pickup there in the dying moments of that round. And now it seems like Team Liquid, they are almost on the line. Comes down to this point. You've guaranteed a draw. You need one more to shut it down. Walk away with a 2-0 victory tonight over Black Dragons. Quite commanding victories at that as well. Both of them looking to be shaped up around the region of a 7-2 game on both maps. That'll be madness. Last minute changes coming out. Nothing really too noticeable. Sexy Cake making a move off the Maverick, going on to the Ace. The Ace has been a bread and butter pick so far. It works well. It's definitely aided them an awful lot. It seems like it slotted in quite nicely into the way they wanted to play Theme Park. It helped them with their throne room assault. It's helped them all across the board. And PSK, he loves a bit of the Cali right now. Full DJ Cali, Tim. He wants another one. He's got one frag. Will he get himself a second?
Certainly looking for more, but just, I mean, I believe at one point, Jackie, we said that we hadn't really been calling out Palu's name too much. And then you look down the scoreboard, and without calling out his name too much, without him doing anything overly flashy, he's on 13-4.
Oh, it's the consistency. That's the crazy part about Palu, right? It's like you'll remember a PSK 13-4, right? But Palu 13-4s, they're just so forgettable because he does it every day, Tim. He's a lunatic, man. Like, you got to look at it for what it is, right? This guy is a genuine star. Unreal at the game, unrivaled when it comes to his fragging potential. Sick aim, even better game sense than a lot of the scenarios we've seen him in. 13-4. That's nothing to turn your nose up at. Like, it's consistent kills. It's the fact he's walking away with, what, 2 to 3 impact frags around? Like, that's balmy.
And as you say, he just does it in such a way that it's not even necessarily picked up on. It's just absolutely consistent, like water torture. Just drip, drip, drip away. Just kill after kill after kill. And it must be an absolute nightmare to play against because no matter what you do, it must feel like you just can't shut him down. 8 rounds in, he's got a survivability of 50%, which is absolutely crazy. He really is, as you say, just a star of the game. Patoxy, it will be to open things up. Headshot onto Nesk there, taking the Ash off the board once again. So a good start for Black Dragons. They start to fire themselves up, get themselves back into this round, and sort of take flight here in round number 9. But still a lot of work to be done. We have seen them lose from this position so far today a number of times.
Right. Liquid. A risky start into the round, obviously losing Nesk. That's a big impact fragger. Ooh, the smoke can as well. I thought was actually going to shut down the sledge. But look in the meantime, who's popped off? The sniper with a hell of a scope, taking down more than just a few of Black Dragon. A 2K with the SMG. He causes carnage, switches to the bolt action, and delivers a swift message that he is on a warpath. PSK wants to end the game, and he is really causing disarray. Oh, it seemed like he had another opportunity there to shut down another member. But PZD, a little bit too quick on the draw, leaves us in this scenario. A 2-on-2, Sexy Cake and Moringa. Sexy, the only one that's actually in a good position with HP now for Team Liquid. Moringa's sustainability is an all-time low, but he still has that hammer, and he can do a lot with it. Renovation coming out. Rotation hole created. Smashes up a bit of the floorboards as well to try and peer down. Sexy Cake, he's got the AK. When he throws the clip in, he won't be slaying from far away. He's hit the DECK as Lagonis over the top rope finds the peak. It's all on Moringa. It's a 1 versus 2. A tremendously hard clutch to try and win. You've got 40 seconds. You might have time, but he doesn't have the sustainability. He cannot afford to take a single shot of damage. He's been spotted on cams, slowed down by a Banshee. Is there anything else they could do to try and make his life harder, Tim?
At this point, I think the only thing they can do and will do is to pop a bullet into his head, and right now he needs to push through to get that diffuser. There is absolutely no option, especially with 17 seconds. It's not even really the diffuser. It's going to be kills or absolutely nothing. Kills or bust. Now, out goes the nade. How has he not got taken down there before that goes off? We can see the nade was absolutely pinpoint accurate, but PZD pushed forward and just got himself the kill. I think he was just playing that safe. He knew exactly where the man was. Steps out, gets the kill. The nitro was raining down on him as well. It was an absolute no-win situation for the sledge there, and ultimately Black Dragons, they keep themselves fighting in this for 1 round longer. 6-3 it stands at the minute in favour of Team Liquid, and 50-50 on the throne room. I think Team Liquid will take that, Jackie, given past performances.
I'd agree. I feel like surely, right? They should be able to actually make this one work this time around. Sexy, I'm assuming it's going to be, 6-pick over to the ace. Makes sense. That's literally everything they needed to try and make their lives a bit easier going into this one. Previously as well, it wasn't even a matter of them really having to execute the strategy to a high level. They were just given the frags. A lot of those wide peaks that came out from Black Dragons, just hope at straws and maybe get something. It didn't really work out well for them. They have to adapt going into this round. You can't make the same mistakes again. I don't imagine they really would do. Palu as well, slowing down a little bit, even though he is on 13 frags. He hasn't got any more impact, of course, since the previous two. But when it comes to a round like this, you're going out onto throne. You've got Palu with 13 kills. I feel like this is where he really does make a big last-minute impact and shut this game down, put it to bed, and close the series 2-0.
Yeah, I think Team Liquid need to just get it shut down now. They don't want to let Black Dragons any further back into this. At 6-4, you start thinking, this could be a little bit of a problem. Still a very strong defensive site available to them in the form of initiation if they do get this one won, and then they can start that rotation round again, and you can just see how it starts to slip away. So Team Liquid, they need to step up and just show some real dominance here, and that they're able to just close this game out, get it done. 3 points on the board is exactly what they need to be walking away with. The setup will continue. You can see a lot of awareness from Team Liquid over potential peaks there, just very concerned that they're going to be seeing some early round aggression, and I think they might have a fair point. Black Dragons have got a number of operators just pressed up against those external walls, trying to take the defense right up into the faces of Team Liquid, and they are certainly being careful. The drones are raining out now, gathering as much information as they can. They're aware that there's a big presence out here on the east side of the map. They are going to try to push in any second now, I would imagine. We can see the pings coming out, and they are aware they're going to look to challenge from the barricade. And for now, it's just a little game of cat and mouse.
Tom and Jerry. But who is going to come away on top? Will they be able to outsmart the competition? Will Team Liquid put this one to bed into what could very well be the final round of the game here? Looks like the standard execute starting to come out. Sexy pushing up. Obviously, they're fully aware of the location of that Banshee, so they're not going to want to run the risk of extending out if they can't at least get a trade off the back of it. Ooh, very awkward placement, though. That's going to be hard to get rid of. And it means if he does want to fully commit and hold the angle in that manner, he could be given it. PSK trying to make the play, also backed up by Sexy Cake. Of course, they can tear down that hard wall. They do know the Banshee's there, but it just depends on the way they play this. It could still get messy, and if it does, that's when Hugzord can swing in. He's also got a Nitro, so the second he hears the audio cue of them being slown, he could chuck that in and do a lot of damage, but he doesn't need to use the Nitro. It seems like he's got explosive rounds as he bombards his way in to kick it off. The sledge has been shattered, and he still wants more. There he goes, chucking it out. It lands a little bit high. Ooh, over towards the barricade. No damage done. No shrapnel riddling its way into the Team Liquid members. They finally take down the Banshee, but can they take down the rest of the Black Dragons?
Very difficult angle to hit the Nitro from there. It was just couldn't peek any further around that door. Had to take it as best it came. Unfortunately missed its target, but Patoxe, he will get a kill, not missing his target in the slightest. And we find ourselves now 3 versus 4 for Team Liquid. Time ticking away, only 30 seconds left on the clock. They need a couple of frags, and they need them very soon if they are going to have any success in this round. You can see them moving through, deleting all of that defender utility. Out comes the smoke canisters, but out comes the kills from Black Dragons, and they certainly count a lot more than the utility of the attackers. Now 1 versus 4. Nesk has it all to do. Killed on the close angle by Hornetau, just waiting for the man to move through the double door. Black Dragons, they keep themselves fighting. They've got themselves back to 6-4 on the scoreboard. They might just be able to pull this back for a draw and restrict Team Liquid to only 2 points.
All right. This is actually really quite surprising, right? You know, we said their backs are against the wall. They're in a position where you can't afford to make any mistakes. So they just haven't. They've just decided they're not going to make mistakes, Tim. They're running away with it. They're playing really nicely. Some of the setups are really smart. I love the Malusi usage as well. That's a great place to put that Banshee. Such an awkward location. It's hard to get rid of. By the time they push past, it's just going to be a nightmare for them. We do have a little replay of that actual attack that came out as well. That's a tasty round, but we look at what they brought to the table this time. They're not bringing her back out, of course. They're going to be changing things up a little bit. Valkyrie on PZD. Do they go for something bizarre? Are we going to see a bold and brash play coming out, Tim?
I'm absolutely here for it. If that's what they choose to do, Jackie, if they want to get some cams outside and go for a wild jump out and really roll the dice, they're exciting plays. You know, whether that is well thought out or whether it's the best course of action at this point, but ultimately, Black Dragons have nothing really to lose. They're unlike they're not going to be challenging Team Liquid at the end of the season. I don't think that won't be part of their expectations. If they are looking to get in towards those major places, they know that they're likely to be fighting around the mid-table, trying to hit that 4th or 3rd place potentially. And Team Liquid are likely to be outside of that. So reducing them from 3 points to 2, it's not really the end of the world for Black Dragons. So they could well come in here and just go absolutely wild and just do something really crazy just to try and take the round off them.
All right. Let's see if they hit them with a crazy tempo play, if they do go for something absolutely wild. It might just catch Liquid off. I think Liquid, they thought this game would be over by now, and you wonder when they're going to start sweating. If they don't win this round, this is effectively all of their buffer burnt through. Because at that point, you cannot afford to lose another round. If they do, it'll be tied up as a draw. It'll be a 1-map win, 1-map draw result for Team Liquid. Liquid, you cannot afford to draw against Black Dragons, Tim. That would do damage to them in this season. That could actually spice up the overall standings and would be a crazy underdog upset to come out. Even if it is just a draw on a map like Theme Park, where we were looking at it thinking, unless they've really anti-stratted them, unless they really feel like this is going to be a map where they can somehow turn this game into a barn burner, Liquid should best them every damn day. This is getting very interesting, and it's certainly showing that there is a lot more tricks up the sleeves of Black Dragon that potentially we gave him credit for coming into it. Right now, though, there's 1 minute and 50 seconds on the clock. Liquid, of course, on their attack. I mean, PSK, he's had a couple of crazy plays coming out with not only his primary, but also his secondary. When you get another chance to do that once again, though. Nitro tossed in through the window. Not going to get much. A bit of a throwaway, a bit of a freebie. It won't matter.
Black Dragons have certainly given Team Liquid something to think about over the last couple of rounds, and you can see that by the slow progress coming in from Team Liquid. Patoxy opening things up with 1 onto Moringa. Once again, a good opener to start things off for Black Dragon. They've certainly put their best foot forward. Patoxy gets a 2nd on the round. That will be Sexy Kate going by the wayside, and that is ace off the board. An absolute freebie of a 3rd onto Ness, completely unaware of Patoxy's location, and right now the pressure is mounting. Lagonis gets in on the action. Down goes one with the Carly from PSK, but he can get himself a 2nd. That's 2 on the round. Surely you can't do this. Surely you can't just keep hitting them on the long range with that super long sniper scope. And right now, he's got another 3 to find. He's got 50 seconds, though. He can take his time here, show a little bit of patience. Diffuser's down on the ground. That's something he'll need to think about. But let's not forget that sniper rifle can be used very effectively for remodeling. And quite interestingly, you can see that Black Dragons, I think the word to use here, Jackie, is have absolutely scarpered.
Hightailed it out of there. You're right, Tim. They have cheesed it. Ran away, all of them playing in different angles, and that's all you got to do. You know exactly where the diffuser is. Oh, PSK, hands off the keyboard. I think they're taking this one as a bit of an extended timeout, Tim, just to potentially talk about the flow of the game. Obviously, there's no chance he's going to win it. The round is done. Save KD. Use these last 15 seconds to just talk a little bit about what you do going into your last round, because that's now the point we're in, right? Team Liquid, your buffer's gone. If you lose another round, you draw the game. You don't get the points you were destined to get from this series. This game looked like it was going to be over a long time ago. Ooh, it's certainly starting to get interesting, Tim. Essentially, this is it. It all comes down to this round. Will this be a 2-0 victory for Team Liquid winning both maps? Or is it a 1-map win, 1-map draw? That's what we're looking at based off of this last round.
What a thriller of a fight back we're witnessing here from Black Dragons, showing that they are ready to hang with the big boys and be able to really take them down to the wire. It's a shame that we couldn't see this sort of performance out of them on Clubhouse. They just didn't show us the same sort of strength, but maybe we're seeing a little bit of the reason why they decided to come to Theme Park after Liquid had that absolute run over against Santos. And, you know, we might have assumed that nobody would have wanted to play them here for at least a short while, but no, Black Dragons, they were quite confident in bringing them in, and we can see exactly why now. They are stretching them all the way. But Team Liquid, if anybody knows, Jackie, the potential value of 1 point, it's Team Liquid. Let's not forget they lost the top spot on the tiebreaker to Team 1. They drew on points with Team 1 and lost on the overall tiebreaker last stage. So they know better than anybody the value of that 1 point that they are now fighting for. So make no mistake, this is not in Liquid's mind a win's a win, 2 points, 3 points, doesn't matter, just get the win on the board. This is, we need to come out here strong, professional, and we need to clinically shut this down and take this 12th round. We need to close this out and get that additional point on the board. This will mean an awful lot to Team Liquid.
Very critical round. You're right, Tim. It means so much. And if they basically throw it away now, ooh, they are not going to be happy. You can imagine they would definitely be frustrated. But I'll tell you one man that will be over the moon. Lagunis, he was saying to us how he wanted to come on more, to give more interviews to us. He wanted to get more wins this season. He wanted to prove that Black Dragons were going from strength to strength. And look at them. Across the board, Lagunis and Potoxi, 10 frags a pop. Hugzord and PZD are both on 8. The whole team is stepping up when it matters most. And it comes down to this. Who is this cheeky fellow? PZD with a nitro, pre-pulled, ready with a double-sided tape. But will this one stick? Or will it miss when it comes to the execution? It all depends on the timing for this. If he does want to go for a bit of a bold play and try and launch that out, to blow them to pieces early on. Liquid playing on the high ground early. Palu watching for a bit of a cheeky wide swing as well. Drones going in bit by bit, trying to do some reconnaissance to recover the information. I'm liking the play from Liquid. It's a lot slower. Valkyrie not really given a chance as well. Did have the camera up there, but that black eye's been spotted, and I think now they want to give that Valkyrie a black eye, Tim.
And that was the exact view that the Valkyrie PZD was waiting for, to toss that nitro out. But as you say, I mean, he's certainly confident and intent on making this work. He's just going to rip the cord once again and get it lined up. We can see an explosion on the window that will be unsuccessful. But for the time being, a lot of time is being wasted. 1.5 minutes so far, and some aggression shown by the Valkyrie there towards the single door will dip away. No shots exchanged, but it's going to make Liquid think. Nesk, however, thinks about only one thing, and that is a kill onto Hornetow. And right now, Team Liquid, they are trying to whip up a hurricane. They need to turn this into an absolute maelstrom of a round, and that is exactly what they will do as the kills start to rain in. PSK gets one onto PZD using that Carly sniper rifle. So we find ourselves now 4 versus 3. 1 minute left to go, time ticking away, and this is the decisive moment for Team Liquid. This is the moment that decides whether they take away the full 3 or whether they are limited to only 2 points going on to that stage 2 scoreboard. And believe me, come the end of the stage, every single one of them can matter. We've got Lagonis just holding himself tight. He knows that the doorway is being approached. He takes his shots, but he's a little bit late. He does move in and get one, but an immediate trade comes in from Nesk. 3 versus 2, and right now Team Liquid are winning the war of attrition. Hugzord is downed as well, so it's effectively 1 versus 3 for Potoxi. Not looking good for Black Dragons right now. He needs a strong start. He needs to come out and find himself a free kill, so he's not losing any HP. The Jaeger looking to move back towards site, but he does miss one man inside. He's going to come head-to-head with the Ash of Nesk, and will be shut down as Palu finishes Hugzord. He was downed anyway. That's the kill that reigns through. And ultimately, Team Liquid, they managed to secure 3 points, but they were really pushed to the wire then.
Oh, Tim, there's a lot that goes into that last round that was good play from Team Liquid, especially Nesk hitting his shots, but it felt like they were throwing it. There was one round where they literally, I mean, there's one point there where as soon as you saw the Valkyrie get down, right, PZD, when he hit the deck, 3 of them were peeking. I was about to just start screaming, why are they peeking, Tim? They were giving them so much. They could have played sight. They could have backed off. You were still in a 4v4. Effectively, if they wanted to, they could have tried to slow down the tempo of the game and played for trades. They didn't. They kept getting aggressive. They barely put the brakes on, tried to dial it back. It just felt like it was a couple of mistakes thrown into the misc. Yeah, if they would have been able to get something off the back of that Nitro play or one of the early peaks, bang in. You've got yourself a free frag at that point, then play slow. But they didn't. They were getting into a bigger deficit, Tim. And it felt like they were going to make that deficit even bigger off their own back.
Yeah, it certainly did. They didn't do themselves any favours towards the end, but Palu coming in there with 15 kills, Jackie. Absolute legend of a player, and another fantastic map coming in from him. As you say, it's just Mr. Consistent. There is no two ways about it. You can almost bank on there being 15 kills on the board from him every time he steps foot on the server.
He's crazy. He is incredibly impactful whenever he comes out, and it looks like we're trying to get an interview set up with the man himself. Hopefully, the big beast of Palu will be joining us. Of course, we got to speak to him a couple of times back in stage 1. It'd be lush if he does join us here so we can actually pick his brains a little bit, Tim. I don't know how he does it. I don't know how he performs so well.
That's certainly one question to ask him, is where does he find that consistency? It's just unbelievable, really. Like I say, you can absolutely guarantee it's going to happen. But we had big plays on both sides of the cards there. It was a very interesting, exciting game to watch, particularly the theme park element of it. Clubhouse was a little bit more one-sided with Team Liquid showing some real dominance. But Black Dragons, once again, showing that fighting spirit that they've shown us so far that really is sort of propelling us towards thinking that they can get themselves up the table a little bit. I think they are going to be a formidable opponent against some of the other teams in this division.
Oh, yeah. I think that's why it hurts so much that last round. Oh, genuinely, my hands were in the air. I just sat there like, please stop peeking. Please stop peeking. Just fall back, play sight, play time, just slow it down. Oh, I don't know. Bit of a rough one. Overall, one round that had a couple of mistakes in what was otherwise a great series as a benchmark for them. You can't be unhappy with that result. You got to look at it for what it is. Getting that many rounds off Team Liquid, especially on Theme Park, in a result in that manner, Tim, that's still really good. They definitely took them to the core. They took them to the very end there and shook them to the wire.
Oh, it's no mean feat. Absolutely. I don't want to take anything away from Black Dragons. Once again, there's, the odd thing or two that they can learn from that, I'm sure, but they'll be happy overall. It's certainly a good building block for them.
Oh, absolutely. Someone that is a bit of a builder himself, always a labour of love, is how many frags he will get in a game. It is Palu, and he'll be joining us to have a bit of a chat about Team Liquid's performance off the back of that one as he comes in alongside me and Tim. Palu, hello, mate. Welcome back. Beautiful game. How do you do it, brother?
I'm doing great. Like, kind of scary match on the end here, but we were able to close it.
That's the thing, right? It was a bit scary. I think a map like that going that far, straight down to the core. What were you thinking in that final round? Because it felt like there was a couple of opportunities where they just kept peaking. They kept giving opportunities, especially for Nesk. You must have just been hoping they'd keep facing.
Yeah, like Park, a really hard map to attack. You have like so little entrances in the map, so they play like very aggressive, so you can't even enter the map. And when you do, like, there is like how can I say, it can go really great or really bad, and they were like losing every fight, and we were winning like map control, and that was great for us. On the last round, we try a different attack because we knew that our their defense were from the dragon side, like, I don't know how to say it, and we tried to go from the other side, but it was really hard because we didn't know exactly what everyone was going to do. It's not something we are used to do. Like,
the opening map on Clubhouse, Palu, it was a little bit of a slow start initially. Black Dragons got a couple of rounds on the board, but then you just took off in the second half of things. Was that down to their play style, or was it just a slow start for you guys?
I think it was a slow start for us. We, like, on the first round, we got, I think Moringa got picked from the gym, I think, or I don't know, but that kills like slowed us down a lot, and we didn't have the flashbangs to use the grenade to kill the guy on the garage. So it was a little things that get us really slow, and we couldn't like make the first rounds.
Now, I do want to ask as well, obviously we spoke to Sexy about it a couple of days ago and was just asking about Mav's impact in the team. I was just curious from your perspective, Palu, how much he's been able to do, and obviously how much he's really helped with the team's growth so far.
He's really
a bit of a giveaway thrown into the mix there as well.
Yeah, sure. He's really helping a lot. Like, FaZe Clan has a really different style from what we used to, and he brought like this vision that's totally different for us, and we are like getting our wiki spots. I don't know what to say, like, and we are like using that knowledge to complete our things, and it's helping us a lot. Like, we lost NIP, but it was a really close match. Always with them is like that. And how can I say, he's like doing a great analysis on the teams and bring a lot of things a lot of spots like we can get kills with C4 and stuff like that, and it's helping us a lot.
It's a good start overall for the stage so far. Obviously, as you say, it was a difficult game against NIP, but it always goes to the wire. We know that. The question now is, Palu, can you guys take the top spot?
Of course we can. Like, Team 1 has a playstyle that's kind of difficult for us to play against, but we know what we need to do, and we'll face them like really prepared.
All right, lovely stuff. It certainly looks like things are starting to come together, Palu. It's always a treat to watch you play, mate. I don't know how you're so consistent with the amount of frags you get. You're a bit of a beast. Palu, before we let you go tonight, anything you want to say for all the Team Liquid fans that have been out supporting you in today's games?
I want to thank everyone that's always messaging us, supporting us. It's really amazing, everything that you guys do. And go buy the sledge, right? It's beautiful, man.
There we go. We saw the giveaway for the sledge skin. Definitely get in there and make the most of the R6 share. Cheers again, Palu, mate. It's always a pleasure to have you on.
Thank you, guys. See you.
Thanks a lot, man.
Oh, he's such a happy chap. I think that's what I love the most about Team Liquid. Every single one of them, they're so chill about it, Tim. It's like it's just a day job. Don't give a damn. They just rock up. They're like, yeah, it's all right. You know, we're winning.
Yeah, they're always good to have a chat to as well. You know, they're always happy enough to answer any of the questions we throw at them, and you get a really good insight into the team. And I tell you what, Palu's not wrong with those R6 share skins either, is he? They are some absolute crackers. I'm going to be mopping up all of the Latam ones, I think. Obviously, I'm a little bit biased now, but...
Oh, mate, I do wonder as well. Obviously, probably one lucky person in the chat that was able to catch it. We did see the code that was given away there. If anyone snapped that up, let us know. Tweet at me and Tim. I want to see who was able to snap that one. Send in your tweet with your new R6 share skin. But, Tim, off the back of that, I can share one thing. We're done for the day, mate. Have you had an enjoyable one?
It's been fantastic once again. Basically, nothing short of what I expected. You know, we came in with a great sleeper game to start us off. Furia versus Santos, competitive all the way. And then FaZe, they came out looking so strong, but stumbled once again and find themselves with only 1 point out of a possible 9. And then, really, I think we all expected Team Liquid to take the full 3. But Black Dragons certainly did run them close in another exciting match on Theme Park.
Oh, man. Crazy stuff. Theme Park was definitely a scream. It was a thrill fest, and the whole day was. So let's have a bit of a look back at the day at hand and see how it's gone down. Because, of course, if you've missed any of these games, if there's one thing I can tell you, go back and check them out on the VOD. If you're going back through the VOD anyway to try and snap up that full sledge set, you might as well catch the other 2 banging games we had tonight, Tim.
There's been some amazing plays, Jackie. We've had nitro kills aplenty. We've had clutches. We've had big opening kills. We've had exciting jump outs. It's been a real mixed bag tonight and a lot of fun.
Oh, dude, genuinely, it's been so enjoyable. All 3 of these games were fantastic. For Furia and Santos, I think it's beautiful to see the growth we've had from Santos, right? They come out of 10th place, they move into 9th. W7M versus FaZe, we saw the best of both worlds, quite literally in that one. And finally, Black Dragons, Lagunis was giving the hype talk. He was saying how they are going to improve, how they are going to show so much more this season. And off the back of that game, Tim, in my mind, they did.
They absolutely did. You know, as we say, this is coming out against a Team Liquid team that are looking great. Palu's come in and dropped 15 kills on Theme Park. That's not going to be easy for anybody to play against. So Black Dragons have put up a solid fight there. And really, that is a message to all the teams around them. And what I love is the growth that we're seeing in the middle of the table here in the BR6. We've got MIBR coming on leaps and bounds. W7M are still doing some serious business. Black Dragons in the mix as well, really improving, and you just feel like there's so much these teams can offer. And as we've said already, and as each play day rumbles by, it does nothing shake faith that one of these teams, one of the top 4, might just not be in the major.
Oh, it could be very, very possible. Let's have a look at the updated standings and see how things are starting to shape up, because this one is molding into a lovely looking season. But this is the rankings so far. Team Liquid still number 1 with a lovely amount of points they've been able to accumulate tonight.
Got themselves a little bit of breathing space now, but let's not forget there is a game in hand for both Team 1 and NIP. So NIP 18 points, 2 games to play. If they can claim all 6, that ties them up with Team Liquid. Team 1, of course, have the potential to go ahead and sit on 25. So it's all still going on up at the top, but also important down at the bottom of the table as well. Santos, they leapfrog Furia with that win today. It was a real power move from them in terms of that relegation struggle. I think that is a struggle, Jackie, that we are going to see rumble on until the very last play day.
Oh, dude, genuinely, it's going to be a fierce force fight towards the end of the competition. BR6 is looking even more competitive than Stage 1, and Stage 1 was wildly competitive. So, moving off the back of this, Tim, off a great day of games, of course, we've got a bit of a rest day. All our teams have the day off on Friday, but we'll be back on Saturday and Sunday with another omnibus of games. Oh, and look what is coming up. Ooh. My. Tim, these are all paved with gold, mate.
Tell you what, that's a big blockbuster right in the middle there, isn't it? NIP versus Team 1. That literally could be the top team versus the second team come the end of this stage, depending on how the points fall. But that is going to be very, very close. It's going to be hard fought, and I would expect another full 24 rounds out of that one. I can't see anybody claiming that one in quick fashion. And MIBR, Jackie, I am looking forward to seeing MIBR play again and again. They've looked so good so far, and I cannot wait to see them on the server again. So that is an absolute banger to finish with on play day number 5.
No, that's sick. The game looks fantastic. All 3 of these matchups look brilliant. Today has been brilliant. Everyone watching, you're all brilliant. Thank you so much for tuning in for another day of Siege. It has been lovely, lovely stuff here from the Latam crowd that is me and Tim. Tim, any wrapping thoughts before we shut this one down?
I just can't believe how quickly this stage is rumbling by once again, Jackie. That is 4 play days done now. We only have 15 in total, so we are not too far away from a third of the way there. It is absolutely flying by, and we have already been treated to some of the best Siege that I've ever seen. Get me back on Saturday.
Yeah, well, that's when we will be back. Saturday and Sunday. Of course, we have to give thanks to the beautiful people that make this possible and the beautiful people that watch this show. Thank you, everyone that has watched in Twitch chat, in YouTube, and of course, that's got involved with the hashtag BR6 tweets throughout the course of today's broadcast. And thank you to the lucky viewer that was able to snap up that R6 share skin. Enjoy that one. You can get that from a bit of a kiss from me and Tim, and of course, the main man, Parlu. Thanks, Face It, Ubisoft, producer Simon that pushes all the buttons, Jacob on replays, and that is it for the day. We'll be back today and Sunday. Join us then if you want to get your fill of Brazilian Siege. It is going to be sickeningly good. We will see you on the weekend.
Solo yo sé de ese lunar, solo tú comes el pastel. Con estilo siempre te vas, pero te vienes con placer. Me dijiste no quiero nada, pero quieres todo, mujer. Baby, yo te hago soñar algo más rico que la miel, mi droga que te legalicen. No digamos el pecado, que hay cosas que no se dicen. Y en la piel tú y yo jugando, baby, ¿para qué te dices? Y tú solo dices que quieres más, que matemos la curiosidad. Eso hacemos, baby, si se nos da, será lo que será, los dos vamos a matar, toda esa curiosidad. Baby, si se nos da, será lo que será, los dos vamos a matar, toda esa curiosidad. Aquí bebiendo roce, estamos solitos, ellas son más de las 12. Pegándote bien lento, baby, para que tú goces. No somos algo serio, pero bien si me conoces. Ya, tú eres el antojo de mi vida. De tanto que te pienso ya no encuentro la salida. Pero no somos nada, nada, girl. Pero no somos nada, nada, girl. Ya, tú mi droga que te legalicen. No digamos el pecado, que hay cosas que no se dicen. Y en la piel tú y yo jugando, baby, ¿para qué te dices? Y tú solo dices que quieres más, que matemos la curiosidad. Eso hacemos, baby, si se nos da, será lo que será, los dos vamos a matar, toda esa curiosidad. Baby, si se nos da, será lo que será, los dos vamos a matar, toda esa curiosidad. Y el primero, mis seré el último, pero sé que lo gozaré. Para serte sincero, un Dios el que te enseñó lo que puedes hacer con mi piel. Yeah, 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 yeah. Baby, si se nos da, yeah, yeah. Será lo que será, yeah, yeah. Nos lo vamos a matar, yeah, yeah. Toda esa curiosidad. Baby, si se nos da, yeah, yeah. Será lo que será, yeah, yeah. Nos lo vamos a matar, yeah, yeah. Toda esa curiosidad.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. There had
Join Face It, Play Siege, win prizes. With 45,000 Ubisoft credits up for grabs every week in the EU Open Cups. Join the action at fce.gg/R6EU.